きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
Your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. Be freed from your mortal coil. Wither! Ravenous Claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieve nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name. Your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. Be freed from your mortal coil. Wither! Ravenous Claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieve nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name.
terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh yeah. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus, kata simat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5,200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Players, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Selamat datang. Hari ini adalah seru Saturday di mana Rose dia dah buat kesilapan. Dia tak datang kerja hari ini. Jadi aku dia akan jadi pengacara untuk MPL. Dan bila aku jadi host show ni, aku yang punya. Dia bukan setakat MPL, dia adalah MP Lapel. Jadi selamat datang kepada MPL Malaysia musim ke-15. Terima kasih, tak ramai tepuk tapi I appreciate. Terima kasih banyak. Dan dengan tu kita akan throw ke caster. Tak, main je. Kita mulakan hari ni di mana kita akan berbual dengan Era 404. Bro, mana? Mana dia? Ha? Sini? Sekejap. Era! Hello? Mana Era? Era 404? Oh, tu! Era! Era, come here! Datang. Hello, sure? Memang dia? Okay. So, apa khabar? Ni hao, Era, Leng Se, how are you?
I'm fine.
You fine?
Yes.
Okay, I dengar you boleh cakap Mandarin, betul?
Betul.
Okay, tapi saya tak boleh cakap Mandarin. Jadi, saya dah berjumpa dengan 300 orang. Di mana 300 orang ada beberapa soalan untuk awak. Nombor 1. Era 404. Nama panjang sangat. Ada nama pendek sikit tak? Tak ada. Okey, aku panggil kau Pak Opat. Okey, Pak Opat. Ramai orang nak tanya. Sebenarnya, Era 404 boleh ke main jungle?
Tak boleh.
Tak boleh. Memang masak lah Vamos kali ni. Okey, bila kita nampak kalau dapat Fanny, Era 404 main dengan baik. Tapi selain daripada Fanny, ada tak hero lain yang awak boleh main?
Saya boleh main Angela.
Dalam jungle?
Jungle.
Retri? Okey, saya harap awak tak masuk dalam parti saya. Dan lagi satu saya nak tanya. Tengok pentas tu. Pernah naik tak?
Tak pernah.
Tak pernah? Okey, main jom. Main. Jackson dekat situ Alright. Lampu. Yes, thank you very much. Main. Naik sini. So, dekat sini aku nak kau tengok. Belah sini ramai orang. Belah sini tak sangat, tapi belah sini memang ramai orang. Jadi aku nak tanya, kau akan main dekat atas pentas, which spoiler, dia akan main hari ni, beri kata bukan?
Tak main. Tak main.
Kau jangan malukan aku sekarang. Aku nak tanya, dengan ada orang dekat sini, kau akan nervous tak main kat atas pentas?
Tak nervous.
Tak nervous? Kau akan lawan dengan Ocean Black. Aku nak tanya, kau risau tak lawan orang? Kau takut ke nak lawan dengan orang?
Tak risau.
Tak risau? Betul
Betul.
Ocean Black, dia tak takut, dia tak gentah. Dia cakap korang biasa-biasa je. Okey, jadi dekat sini aku akan tanya diorang juga, diorang okey ke tak. Jadi main sini, pergi dekat sana and main betul-betul. Jangan main Angela, faham?
Okay. Ikut I. I nak tengok Ocean Black okey tak okey. Okay. Kat sini, kita nak cari seorang je. Nak tengok DJY ada ke tak. Alright, dekat sini, kita nampak. DJY! Yo bro! You play or not? You don't play? Cakaplah boleh. Dia kata I ni sebenarnya biasa-biasa je. Kalau I pro lebih sikit, mungkinlah boleh. Kan? Ya, itu dia. Jadi kat sini, I nak tanya Ocean Black, korang takut tak nak lawan dengan Vamos? Tak takut? Okay, Ocean Black hanya takut hantu. Jadi, sebelum kita pass pada caster, korang akan nampak ada QR code dekat bawah ni. Kat bawah ni, tak atas ni dan sebagainya. Pastikan anda scan. Ini adalah pentas kebanggaan kita, kebangsaan kita. Jadi pastikan anda scan untuk dapatkan hadiah anda. Dan dengan ini, kita akan teruskan di mana kita akan bagi kepada caster untuk mulakan perlawanan antara Vamos dan Ocean Black.
The battle between the new blood and the old thrones continues on another day of MPL Malaysia. But we almost forgot that it was going to happen because LaFell continues to be something else. Welcome to the English broadcast, guys. My name's Stafa, joined today by Adine and Gideon.
I mean, that's what you're going to get with LaFell. Honestly, let me rephrase that again. You don't know what you're going to get with LaFell.
Yes.
You can get a crazy host for today. He's just gonna do what he does best, but hopefully it all transfers into the games today. For the first match, Vamos up against Ocean Black. Honestly, both teams are not doing too well for the first few weeks, over the first week, but hopefully it all changes for this current week.
I mean, I hope it does. I mean, the fact that we already had a LaFell takeover does mean that who knows, maybe DJY playing, maybe Ocean Black takes a game off of Vamos. Anything could happen as we roll the dice on our very first best of 3. I think generally Vamos are the ones coming in looking to be like, all right, guys, yeah, last week was rough. We won our games, but it could have been a lot better.
I mean, not only for us who might want to see DJY plays, but over in our live stream as well, a lot of audience are calling him out right now, wanting him to play, wanting him to step onto the stage right now. But will he play? Will he not? We shall see later on. But for sure, what we know right now is Error 404 is going to be playing for Vamos. That means Chibi is going to be set out on the bench.
It's an interesting thing to see, considering Chibi has been the main jungler for such a long time, and Arrow 404 now set to make his debut appearance here on the MPL stage. I still haven't forgiven Vamos for pulling the rug out from under us with their reveal video. You know, we all thought Arrow 404, who's this mysterious man clad in black? Turns out it's actually a new player named Arrow 404.
Oh yeah, they were very literal with it, but unfortunately for Vamos, despite their performance last week, they were still able to get a win, securing them at least 2 points. However, these have not been clean victories. They've been playing all 3 games in their best of 3s. Ideally, you get a 2-0 and you get those extra points to shoot up the standings if they want to catch up to Team Ray, who's played a majority of their games, or even Selangor Red Giants OG Esports.
I mean, we could talk about this team as well for Ocean Black, sitting on the 9th place right now with 1 point in hand. Hopefully they can, climb up the ranks for this current week. But for today's schedule, of course, we're going to start things off with Vamos up against Ocean Black. Onwards, we're going to move on with Homeboys versus JP9ers. That is going to be a very interesting reunion between both teams. And the last match of the day is going to be Tuda up against Team Ray. But all eyes on first match, I would say so, because a lot of fans of Vamos wanting Vamos to, ramp things up right now. As you mentioned, 3 games have been played, but only 2 points have been collected. It's going to be a very tough battle or journey for Vamos to catch up. Especially the top of the table is going to be SRG OG.
Yeah, I think the first match is already going to be interesting because I'm sure a lot of us are going in this expecting Team Vamos to be the favorites just based off experience, right? Just based off performance. The other 2 matches today feel like they'll be a lot closer, though. I think a lot of those teams have a lot to prove here. And I'm just hoping we get to see exciting and good gameplay, because the last time I was here, things were a little sus, let's just say.
I mean, it's not going to be sus with Infinix on their hand right now. One of the best phones to be able to use, to be able to play right now. The Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. I mean, all of the players have their hands on this phone, have been using it for some time right now. I mean, all of us on the desk are holding it right now. And honestly, I like it. I like it a lot. Smooth gameplay, no frame rate issue, no lag issue as well.
Oh yeah, it definitely comes in with one of the bigger batteries in the market so far. I mean, it's also equipped with 100 watts fast charging and 5,200 worth of mega amps of battery for less downtime and more playtime. You know what's up if you're looking for a phone, especially if you got bigger hands. Consider the Note 50. This is the way to go.
I mean, yes, he has a big battery, but it's not edible, Sudafa. I mean, you gotta calm down.
Sure?
I know.
Are you sure?
We have not had our lunch
Have
yet.
we tried?
I mean,
Have we attempted this?
if you want to be my guest, but for me, I would say let's just put it down. Let's just use it as how it's intended to be used right now. But to be honest, I'm kind of scared for Vamos putting in Arrow 404 in the main lineup where they are not in a comfortable position.
Well,
They're not qualified for playoffs. I mean, we are so far ahead. I mean, so putting him in a very pressure spot, is it a good idea? Or will it backfire? I'm not too sure.
Well, unlike Team Ray, they played a majority of their who's played a majority of their games within the first half of the league. Within the first 3 weeks, they played so many already. Once we get into week 3, we're probably going to have a good definition of where Team Ray is going to be. And I think up against any opponents, whether against the EXO or maybe even Ocean Black, that's when you probably want to at least try, especially against these MAL squads who have shown, hey, macro is not their best suit. Maybe we can beat them in team fights, which is probably their stronger areas.
Talking about Ocean Black right now, I feel like the players are, good enough to be able to play on the MPL stage. But let's talk about chemistry. Is it a big factor why they're not performing well for first week? And I'm not too sure about week 2. Have they considered about their chemistry issue? Have they fixed that particular issue as of yet?
Well, I think chemistry isn't really the big problem for some of these newer teams. Yes, they do have newer, more veteran players coming in, but I don't think they have a lot of problem there. It really comes down to their direction and the type of gameplay they're bringing to the MPL stage. But if we're talking about gameplay, I think right now a lot does depend on the gold laners.
I agree. I mean, Masako up against Netspresso. Let's take a look at a bit about their history, their career journey, right? Masako coming in from the Indonesian side, the MDL as well as MPL. Meanwhile, Netspresso, of course, from the Philippines. And honestly, I would like to see this matchup. Nets not performing too well up of recent stages, but hopefully that has been fixed. For Masako, I think it's more of familiarizing himself with the MPL MY kind of like stage, MPL MY kind of like strategy for now.
Yeah, I think especially for Masako, definitely when he was a Geek Fam ID, didn't seem to be performing as well as some of his counterparts, but used more as an encouragement tool of like, hey, this young gun could potentially take your spot given enough time. And he's realized that, hey, the staples are going to be staples for a reason. I might as well come on over to the MPL MY to really improve on what I've got. But that's the big issue that we're seeing here for both Masako and as well as Nets. With Ocean Black, they don't have that identity yet. We don't see them playing gold lane centric, even though they've taken a very talented import. And the same goes for Team Vamos, where overall, as we look at this squad, has issues from week number 1 that we're hoping they fixed here in week number 2.
Because there's not a lot of time to be able to fix this kind of issue. You only have, what, 6 weeks of matches or of games. You only face them once between one and another, and only about 6 teams are going to be qualified for playoffs. So there's a lot on the line right now. So any mistakes, any minimal error or discipline issue gotta be fixed right now, especially we're coming into season 15. So talking about rookie mistakes, talking about, very beginner mistake should not have been done by Vamos. I mean, they should come out guns blazing, a well-oiled machine. But to be fair, I'm very disappointed because I don't see Vamos getting there yet.
Yeah, I don't see it either. I'm straight up going to call them out on it. Vamos is underperforming. I think it is not what should be happening. It's not what we were expecting to be happening, because this is literally our Season 14 runner-ups, the team that gave SRG a run for their money in the Grand Finals. And they come into Season 15 after all that time, and I'm not seeing the same sparks, right? Netspresso, Zorn, Clawkun, Error 404 now coming in to take Chibi's position for a match. Very excited to see how that goes alongside Smooth as well. have a lot to work on. The early game aggression still a bit lacking, but still one of their stronger points. But late game team fighting, I'm just not seeing the same Vamos I saw last season.
I don't think we're going to see that same Vamos just yet, right? Zorn is going to be leading this team, and he's got pillars in Smooth as well, being stable team fighters overall. If you're looking for strong engages, those are the two that you're waiting for. But with Zaya just coming in very recently, I mean, this team's now, their draft is going to be, I don't know, more expansive, right? More expressive. We'll see, because they're experimenting against Ocean Black with Masako, Super Susu, Diff, Shop, and as well as Rippo. This time, wanting to have some veterancy in Rippo is going to be interesting, more so because this time round against a team like Vamos, if they can get past that early game phase, we saw issues with Vamos last week when it comes down to getting creative around the mid to as well as late. So hopefully Rippo can kind of keep the team together and maybe even micromanage for the macro.
I would hope so, because the veteran player of Rippo, the leadership of Rippo is much needed here right now to be able to guide these young bloods, to be able to form a well-oiled machine team, to be able to, you know, capture objectives, and of course to be able to get the victory. Interestingly, Shaf is going to be replacing Jung on the jungle side as well, so is there going to be a new matchup as well on the jungle side later on. But right now, let's head over to the main stage for both teams right now.
Last week didn't go their way, but today they return with a brand new weapon. Error 404, TV's not in the jungle, it's a brand new face. Put your hands together for Team Vamos!
Still chasing their first win of the season. Has the chemistry between rookie and veteran finally clicked to take down Team Vamos. Please welcome Ocean Black!
Introducing the coach and analyst of the two teams and head of league ops Franklin that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Let's keep it going with a fist bump between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. The armband will be worn by both team captains. We always lead the team's movement and strategies in game, both Zorn and Rippo. They have a big task on hand to be able to guide their team to victory for game number 1.
Oh, now, with the armbands already set, and especially for these team captains, they got a lot of work ahead of them. We've seen Zorn, even last week, getting really upset at his own team, saying, hey, we're not giving them enough respect. We're not predetermining what the battle lines look like. And on the opposite hand, Rippo, it's not like he hasn't been in the team captain's position before, and especially with a bunch of rookies, I'm curious to see whether comms are going to get a little messy, knowing how rookies like to be vocal and will call everything out on the map, whether it's important or not.
Okay, I want to stick with Zorn because you did mention about how last week we saw in one of the mic check how his emotion kind of got the best of him, right? Is that a good character to have as your captain, or is it fine to be able to have a very emotional captain who's going to call out every single mistake that you made to be able to come up with a better strategy for this game, Mustafa?
I think it's important for a captain to be able to call out when you're doing something wrong, but it should not be emotionally charged. I actually do not agree with the kind of impression that Zorn was providing in the mic check for the series last time. So I'm hoping they can fix up on that, because they were definitely feeling the effects after losing the SRG. As for their new jungler though, let's see how well he can mesh in, because this is his debut and he's got 100% win rate on Fanny so far from his competitive play, but the rest of them, data's not found.
Look, I mean, all of this data was taken from the PEM. We haven't seen him play anything else other than the Fanny so far. We don't know how deep this kid's pool actually is. And coming back to round out the points here, I think that Zorn, I'm on the opposite end.
Okay.
I think having an emotionally charged captain outside of the game is important. However, it comes at a cost, right? And I think that Arrow 404 needs to show maturity in this. If Zorn calls him out for a mistake, he should be able to accept it. If not, Zorn probably should back down. It might impede the growth of these new bloods, but it could also push them further. It's a double-edged sword.
I agree. I mean, it's more than just the game. It's more than just the strategies, right? You'll be able to keep your emotions in check, to be able to call out certain plays that are gonna gel well with what is going on, whether you want to take objectives, whether you want to take pick-off, whether you want to end the game immediately, or even split pushing for that matter. With a very young jungler as well, Arrow 404, you got to treat him very carefully because Gideon did mention it can be a double-edged sword. It really depends on how Arrow 404 takes the commands of Zorn. If he takes it well, he's on a great pathway to become a very, very excellent jungler. But it all boils down to the draft. What is going to get picked up? What is going to get banned for the first game? To be fair, both teams, in terms of draft, has not been very good, has not been very bad as well, except for Vamos SRG first week, second game. I'm just gonna move away from that. So we have to open up a new book for Vamos. Banning out the Fedrin as well as the Zushin. Fedrin ban, that is quite interesting, I would say.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected it so early on.
Yeah, I think it's basically just Vamos straight away saying, we don't want you to play a tank jungler, immediately putting the threat of Fanny on the table. Because, note, up until now, Vamos has actually had a disadvantage on the blue side because they always ban Fanny themselves. Because Chibi just doesn't feel comfortable with it in his hero pool. Now that Error 404 is here, it returns the regular stakes, where the red side has to ban this hero.
I mean, considering what we saw on Friday, I wouldn't even say we saw the best drafts possible coming in from our Friday games, right? In those games, we saw a lot of experiments, and especially with Selena being heavily cursed amongst some of these teams. There was only 2 best of 3, so it's not like we have a huge data set just yet. But I think that Xayah is taking an interesting approach, right? It gives off 2 signals. One, hey, if you're thinking about Kalia, don't worry, we're going to probably first pick it unless you ban it. Second of all, we want to have an assassin in our jungle. That's why we're getting rid of abusers and bullies of these assassins. Things like Fredrin from Micro Stuns, Micro CCs, and Hilda. Big disruptors.
This opens up Vamos opportunity quite a lot. I was guessing like an assassin pickup, but they're gonna prio the gold lane first for Nets. Hearth pickup, I don't mind at all. I think it's a very good pickup. This is a very good hero for Nets, one of his signature, but the recent nerf, is it gonna affect Nets' gameplay or not? We shall see later on.
I think he'll be fine personally. While it does make Harif a little less durable in the late stages, he's still a big problem with the amount of DPS output he has, and Nets is more comfortable on this hero as compared to something like the Granger, so they go for that instead. I think the reason they didn't prioritize Assassins is because the pool is still so open, right? You have Suyo, you have Joy, Hayabusa still in the pool, even Alpha's there. I think Vamos wants to keep the counter pick open.
Now, Ocean Black, they're taking advantage. If you're going to focus down on Nespresso, that's fine with us. We're going to force him to at least take a Purify. With Kalian as well as Hayabusa already locked in, could be some punishment on the mid side as well. We'll see what Xayah responds with. Because again, I thought that they were going to follow last week's pattern of if Kalia's open, we take him first pick. We've already adjusted the draft to make sure that Jushin is out of the pool so we don't get punished as hard.
I like for Vamos to pick up a Joy and Chow right now. You know, just secure the jungler for Arrow 404. You don't need to overthink about it. And to be able to have a very mobile roamer to be able to open up the map. But they're going to opt to go for the Gatot Kacha and Suyo. So Assassin versus Assassin matchup is going to be very interesting. Especially both junglers are debuting for MPL Season 15. Gatot Kacha is just a safe pick. We're not too sure is it going to go on the roam side or EXP side. We have to see how the draft progress later on. Right now, Obi might want to secure a mid for themselves right now. Sicilian is still open, Farsight is still open, or are they going to go for a much more flexible pick? Either can go to the EXP or the roam side. Chow is still open. CC, maybe?
I think that generally having a flex pick here is okay, but with Kalia already revealed up as well, it's got to be like a double flex pick unless it's obvious. No, they're just going to be very honest with their draft. Phobia's going to be the lock-in here. A great, I mean, Harith is a great engine for his passive alone. That's totally fine with me. And you have possible outplay ability because even if Suyo generates you with some passive charge, Gato tries to go for the AOG, you might be able to dodge it. Regardless, coming into this second phase, what worries me right now is that Zaya is thinking a one-to-one answer, right? Oh, Kalia grabs somebody, Gato is using the AOG to try and counter-engage to stop that aggression, to stop that pick-off from actually happening. With Lionheart now deciding to get rid of the Jawhead, they don't want this Suyo to accelerate fast in the game. I'm mainly worried about what is that mid lane.
Alright, and we have a fun fact. Did you know Air 44 makes his MPL debut at 17, the youngest in Season 15?
Wow.
Where were you when you were 17 years old?
Man, it's a good question, man. Now you have to make me feel old on the desk. That's like 10 years ago for me now. Oh my goodness. Honestly, he doesn't even look 17. He looks even younger than 17 considering how tiny he is up on that stage. But this tiny player has big plays in store, and I'm really excited to see that debut. As we can see, continuing to get rid of catch and CC heroes, Lionheart does want to make sure that Ocean Black is in control of most of the team fights now that they have this Phobius to split the backline away from the rest of Vamos' team composition. Whereas Vamos decides to ban out the gold laners instead.
Wow, interesting. So they get rid of carry, skill matchup, and as well as the Moskov, which is the normal skill matchup that we were expecting. However, Granger is open. With the recent nerfs, I'm guessing that Zaya's read on the meta so far is that Harith still should have an advantage, if not an even bigger advantage now that his dash numbers aren't as wide, so it's difficult for him to actually dodge the animations, especially from Synchro Fissure from Harith's side.
I think even the recent nerf on Granger, he is still very much usable because Sky Piercer is still a thing. He can ramp up his damage very well with the Sky Piercer. So picking up a Granger, I don't mind for the side of OB, but if you want to be, a bit more dangerous, a bit more adventurous, Clint is a good option as well. You can deal out a good amount of damage without being nearer to your opponent, but they're gonna opt to go for the Farsa, secure their mid lane. If, let's say, things doesn't go well for OB, it's fine. They have a very good high ground defense with the Feather Airstrike. Or they can even ramp up their early lead if the Farsa have a good mid game later on.
Selena and as well as Cho, the next two picks from the side of Vamos. Interesting. Selena, in this particular case, trying to deal with Farsa, trying to cancel that Feathered Airstrike, but also a good amount of peel if you're dealing with the Phobius. Keep in mind, our two banned heroes for the week is going to be Kimmy and as well as Glue, because I'm pretty sure they would have gone for Glue in this particular position to find an immediate direct counter to the Phobius other than CC. But regardless, it's probably Gato going into that EXP. Cho going to get picked up by Zorn. They're looking for these picks. They intend to play fast and they're sticking to that identity.
Yeah, playing fast is going to be very good for Team Vamos. They are very effective at snowballing, and we already know that Ocean Black has a very direct, honest sort of playstyle, so the more of a lead Vamos is able to generate for themselves when the game begins, the easier it's going to be for them to close things out. Ooh, the Natan showing up for the second time after the patch. I gotta get you guys' opinions on this hero.
I mean, they removed his backswing on both of his animations, so it's a lot smoother to kind of wombo combo to get fully charged with his passive to get those massive bursts of auto attack damage afterwards. I think here it's not too bad because now they have the magic damage to deal with Suyo and they aren't just reliant on the Feathered Airstrike to make it work.
And I'm guessing it's gonna be a Purify from Masako right now because you gotta dodge the Selena's arrow, you gotta dodge the Way of the Dragon from the Chow as well to be able to play it safe. I mean, Entropy is gonna be used much more defensively, I would say, unless Masako has a very good time early on, farming really well and getting his power spike early on, then he might go for a very more aggressive Entropy to be able to rack up his own kills as well as his own farm.
Well, he's got the freedom for that because there is a Purify happening over on the OP side, but will it be enough to cleanse the aggression of their opponents? Team Vamos, eager to make up for their underperformance in Week 1, enters the Land of Dawn to face off against the rookies of the ocean.
All right, both junglers starting on their purple buff. They're going to end up on opposite sides of the map. Let's see where the EXP and as well as the gold is going to show up. And it looks like it's going to be Hayabusa heading up towards the EXP side of the map, Suyo down by the gold side. Now, all of this is really dependent on how this mid lane is going to get played, right? Super Susu has an important job not only to keep Div healthy, but at the same time maintain this control against Zorn, who takes Concussive Blast to ensure the speed.
Ooh, Super Susu in some trouble though. Arrow 404 is here to connect, forces the flicker out to avoid the Abyssal Arrow.
Very early aggression by both teams right there. I mean, to be fair, I like how Super Susu is playing right there. He could have gotten a kill, but Blade safe. Yes, have to flicker out, but as long as he is still safe. But right now, Masako is going to get pressured by Arrow 404 because he started the orange buff first. Masako.
The have collided. Arrow 404, that's the green light. First blood to the brand new Vamos jungler.
And he still has his bottom side to farm. Again, an interesting play. Most junglers wouldn't come out that early, but especially when you're level 3, setting up a potential dive like that, it could cost you a lot of time. Shaf, unfortunately, having shown vision on the map, they know, Team Vamos realize that this is a free play. We don't lose any time, we don't lose any EXP, and Arrow 404 actually now having a full EXP lead against Shaf as Hayabusa.
I mean, knowing Masako doesn't have any ways to back off from that engagement, right? There's no level 4, there's no entropy, he cannot back out. Yes, he can purify, but to what cost right there? So it was a very easy kill by Team Vamos, a very good micromanagement by Arrow 404. His first debut right now, and gonna get the turtle as early as minute number 2, and straight away focusing on Repo. Gotta be careful.
That was the one looking for it. Doesn't have ult yet, but Repo flickers anyway, just to play it safe against the 3-man gang. OB gonna try and make something happen mid, but Smooth is there, so nothing's gonna come of it.
Really interesting rotation here. So they got Smooth to hit level 4 off of that mid wave because it collides sooner. Usually the turtle gets delayed a little bit longer for the EXPs to hit 4 on time. But with everything that's happening, rotating Hawkwood as well as Zorn to get into that spot to eventually hit level 4 after they rush it is pretty interesting.
Smooth gonna take a lot of damage here. AOG defensively was able to delay Shaf's orange buff for quite a while there.
I mean, looking at the level differences right now, Arrow 404 hit level 6, Shaf still on level 5. This is what Team Vamos wants to do, to be able to delay the farm of the Hayabusa, but a kick
Where the dragon finds Super Susu and instantly blown up.
Out of nowhere. Really out of nowhere. Super Susu got caught off guard, but it was a well-executed game plan by Team Vamos. Cocoon was gonna get killed right now, but just managed to escape with a slither of health.
And now Masako in trouble again. Blade Surge connects, hit, Purify Death, and that's Fresco picks up a kill and most of the gold shield thanks to Error 404. He's not going to be caught by the Kalea though, right into 3 members. The knockup from Zorn, not going to save him, and now the Cho in trouble instead as Ocean Black chases him down. Super Susu picks one up. It's a 2-for-0 trade.
Very good punish coming in from Ocean Black's side. Arrow 404 should not have headed towards Tribrush side, should have just taken the tower shots, ran through the lane instead, but now Nexpresso might be in some trouble.
They're going to be able to land Tidal Strike here. Zaman Force popped out, Flicker as well as the feathered airstrike. Not going to be able to chase him down, but the damage is done.
Damage has been done, but Masako right now with 2 amount of deaths as early as the 4th minute mark is gonna delay his farming for a bit. But
Point blank, a pistol arrow right into the way of the dragon, and Vamos, their synergy is on point today.
Wow. Woke up on the right side of the bit, I guess, for Vamos right now. Everything that they're doing right now, everything is on point. With Zon's kick, with Cocoon's arrow right now. I mean, Ocean Black are just a walking target for Team Vamos.
Rippo, wow. Done in, steals the turtle away. Rippo forcing the flicker from Cocoon as the AOG jumps in on top of Dave. Wings by Wings gets him out of there as Rippo finishes off the Selena. And Ocean Black bites back.
It's that is nasty. Really good stuff here. I think that might have just saved the early game for Ocean Black. But Shop stealing that one turtle, the EXP lead, honestly, not that bad. It just kind of equalized the score overall. And not to mention, right now, this Phobia's pick, basically uncontested, untouched. And Team Vamos, Cocoon really needs to be able to land those arrows. It's really a matchup between the mid lane versus Rippo right now. If Cocoon can't hit an arrow on Rippo in time, Rippo's just going to keep pushing forward. He's going to get free space.
I definitely agree with you right there. But to be fair, that engagement by Team Vamos deciding to start the turtle without having a proper, I would say, vision on Shaf hurts them the most. Shaf will be able to steal away that turtle right there out of Team Vamos' hand. So right now, the lead that they had is going to decrease a bit. Repo is going to be the main target.
With the flicker, Jikundo away of the dragon combo. AOG offensively, but it misses everything as Rippo is buying so much space and time. Smooth dives into the mid-tower. Rippo still alive. Gets picked up finally by Netfresco when the OG shadow kill comes out. Shaf gonna pick up Zorn in return. And now Netfresco looking for the kill on Jim, chasing him down, but he's chasing too far. far. Super Susu gonna be able to stop him. Meanwhile, Smooth still providing a front line.
Wow.
Clock on is here as well. The fight is extending, and Shaft now going in the back line once again. Vengeance comes out with the guitar, and Clock on will get picked off by Ocean Black.
Beautifully done. A mistake exploited by Team Vamos. Vamos had an initial pick, right? They already put Ripple completely out of position, but they drag on this fight, seeing what is happening on the opposite side, and they felt like they needed more. If they don't get more, they're losing that trade. And because of these long exposed fights, Super Susu just shows you why Kalia is so good in the early to mid stages of the game. Even with no items, the raw amount of healing, as long as she triggers her passive again and again and again, it's just too much for Vamos to handle.
And kudos as well to Masako understanding the situation right there and use that momentum to be able to push the bot side as well as the mid side. And right now, Ocean Black, out of nowhere, they do have a bit of map priority. They do have the map control, but are they able to use the advantage that they have to be able to secure the next total? As we take a look, Ripple is going to be on the front and Smooth just waiting.
The flicker finds one with the catch at Zorn on opposite side as Aaron 4-4 picks up the turtle. Simon Force comes out though. Ripple in a bad spot, killing spree. Double kill from Nespresso as he chases down Ocean Black. Super Susu not going to be so lucky either. Arrow 404 zoning them out as Team Vamos takes 3 for nothing.
And they're also...
Make that 4.
Make it 4. And now they take everything else. Purple buff down. Mid-tier 1 down. Vamos reply back hard here. Ocean Black need to be together on the call. We have Super Susu trying to deny a counter engagement for Zorn specifically, but don't forget, they should never forget about that AOG. It's always going to threaten this position. Without that feathered airstrike, you don't have the damage to actually plow through because Masako hasn't reached his 3 items just yet.
Oh, nice dodge there from Arrow 404. Gonna be able to get away from the Kalea here. Team Vamos wants to hold on to the lead they've generated.
I agree.
If Ocean Black want to look for an engagement like this, they have to make sure if Super Susu catches one person, give up the fight, give up the turtle, look to fight, or take the turtle and then give up the fight afterwards. It's one way or the other. You can't have the best of both worlds here.
I agree. I mean, as we recall a bit how Super Susu managed to get Zorn, but not enough damage right now.
Be the catch on Zorn. He's able to dash out. OG Shadow Kill, not enough damage. Abyssal Arrow going to be dodged as well. Ocean Black taking this slow. They don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past, but that means they're going to lose their bot tier 2.
I did mention about how, yes, you can take away Zorn, but you can't even get a kill on him. Yes, you managed to get a Tsunami Slam on him, but you have to focus everything that you have to be able to take out Zorn, even with the AOG as well. So I'm not too sure if Zorn should be the main priority target for this Tsunami Slam. Maybe Ocean Black have to find a different way to start engaging this team fight. Yes, I do understand it's a bit hard. You can't catch Smooth, you can't catch Zorn. Nespresso is going to be on the back end, and plus he has the Purifier, so Ocean Black got to be more creative of how they want to start the team fight or try their best to win the objectives right now.
Speaking of objectives, right, Obi is looking for a position, but it looks like they're funneling through the wrong side. I mean, if they're coming through that jungle, it's going to be really, really difficult. I'd say give it up. That's totally fine, but Ocean Black needs to recognize 2 things. One, Team Vamos are playing around Nespresso. He's 4-0-2. They've gone and ganked bot side 2 times, 3 times even in the earlier stages of the game. He is the main damage dealer. Clockland, yeah, he hurts, but that's assuming you get hit by the Abyssal Arrow in the first place. So they should turn their attention not to just the engages of Zorn, maybe even Smooth in these cases, and understand that they can actually play the rest of the map because Nespresso has that shield around him. Whenever Nespresso shows up in lane, guess where the rest of Team Vamos is going to be?
I agree with you right there, but right now Team Vamos have a very good advantage with a lot pushing on the bot side. They are going to focus on the top side right now and try to implement the tri-linear push. Ocean Black, knowing that they have the high ground defense, they can take it slow. They don't have to force anything out right here unless Super Susu gets a good Tsunami Slam off against Team Vamos, but I doubt they can even get a kill on Zorn or Smooth or even Nespresso, even with a very good Tsunami Slam. So we shall see how does Ocean Black wants to take this team fight. How are they gonna set up their high ground defense?
Yeah, that's the question I'm asking as well. So far, I haven't really seen Masako's impact on the map, and that means Ocean Black is missing a lot of burst damage. The concealed play does come out. Lord will crash. Team Vamos just doing a great job of zoning Feathered Airstrike defensively from Diff just to try and keep them out, but again, the G-Kundo Flicker gonna be cancelled away. Tidal Strike gonna catch him out, throws him back. Zorn is picked up, but traded for Rippo. Unstoppable streak for Nespresso as the Shadow Kill comes out in the backline. Gonna do some good poke damage, but not enough. AOG forward by Smooth, and Team Vamos is not letting up the pressure. Nespresso chasing them down. Error 4-4 with the killing spree, and the Harith is a monster kill streak. Ocean Black can do nothing but watch as Team Vamos runs down the crystal and takes game number 1.
This just goes to show Vamos, especially against a lot of the team members and teams who do not punish them hard, will take advantage of you. It's tit for tat coming in for Vamos, and as long as they play this style, it suits their early game pressure. OB have to figure out what the spearhead is and play around it until those item spikes come by. They just needed 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes and this would have been an even game.
But to be fair, at the early stages as well, the early rotation towards Masako and the early to death of Masako hurts Ocean Black a lot, and that gave an enormous advantage to Nespresso to be able to farm up really well. And as you can see, 4-0 and 6, 5-0 and 6 without any singular death, to be able to farm up really, really fast, and knowing that he doesn't even have to purify out of anything because the focus was not too much on him. The focus was much on Zorn. The focus was much on Clawkun as well. So Nespresso had a much free time to be able to dash around and to deal out the damage that he has already. So again, going into game number 2, Ocean Black gotta focus back on their party. Who is the main target? Who is the main priority target here? Yes, it's gonna be hard to be able to target Nespresso, but you have to, like it or not.
Yeah, I think this is a good game for depicting the difference between levels of experience here, where Ocean Black still is playing that very universal, direct gameplay. They want to keep their game as balanced as possible while making sure all of their cores get fed. Everyone does their job as expected. Team Vamos, instead, they know, okay, Nets is on a comfort hero. We're going to target him specifically. We're going to make Masako's life a living, well, not fun zone, right? And I think it worked really well. So let's just go to backstage and have a look at our MVP.
All right, it's going to be Error 404. Yep. Did spill a bit, that 100 plus, but it's fine. It's all good. Good gameplay as well. But to be fair, he did not need to do too much. I mean, he played... The jungle pathing from him was very staple. But to be able to come out level 3 and get a kill on Masako, that was the huge advantage that he had on game number 1.
And he did it with 0 downside as well. Most junglers who look for these early level 3 dives end up losing on just a little bit of EXP, but having vision over where Hayabusa was, understanding and actually stealing his beetle camp at the same time really kind of set the tone to offset the delayed amount of time that Arrow 404 wasn't farming in his own jungler to secure Nets that kill. Regardless, and I agree with you, Sadafa, there are levels to this in terms of adaptability. And I think that's something that, unfortunately, Ocean Black don't have down just yet. Again, Kalia should have been rotating towards the bottom side of the map, looking for vision over specifically not only just Zorn, who you want to body block and match, but also the positions of Arrow 404 so that Hayabusa can readjust his jungle pathing. Every single time they go back to their purple buffs, they'll still end up on opposite sides of the map, and that's why Masako is kind of left on his own, and they depended on the mid lane heavily to get that rotation down.
Not once, but twice, Masako was left alone on that bot side to be able to, give a free food to Team Vamos.
Close.
And honestly, you're talking about the Holy Crystal for Masako. To be fair, it would be a game changer, but Team Vamos, as you guys mentioned, the experience that they have, they don't want to give that comfort. They don't want to give that holy of an item for Masako to be able to come back. Hence why they just went forward and end the game as quickly as they can. And talking about target prioritization, Ocean Black target a lot on Zorn, where the target should have been to Nespresso. Meanwhile, Team Vamos understanding the target prioritization, which is, he didn't mention, Rippo. Once Rippo is out of the picture, it's a free way for you to go in and to cause havoc, because Rippo is the only, I would say, frontliner to be able to prolong the team fight. So Team Vamos, knowing how Rippo is important for them, takes him out first, and then we move forward on to the back line.
Yeah, actually, when you look at the drafts properly, both these teams kind of approach the game in a similar way. They have a frontline catcher in Cho or Kalea, and then a backline defender in the form of the Phoveus or the Gatot, who can decide where they want to be in the team fight depending on the situation. And the only fight that Ocean Black really notably won was when they were able to properly execute on this, right? They catch someone out, Rippo's distracting the backline, they get multiple kills. Once that happened though, Vamos don't let it happen again, right? As you mentioned, they switched their priority to getting rid of Rippo first. They only allow them to really catch Zorn, who can get out of situations easily as well. And then Ocean Black are just not able to adjust.
Wow, only 10,000 damage dealt from Masako. That is kind of like, as someone who's watching a good laner, especially as a Nathan, it's very disturbing for me to be able to see only 10k amount of damage. But that just shows how Vamos played it really, really well, not being able to give Masako any kind of room to be able to deal the damage that he would have if he had gotten the Holy Crystal.
Exactly. And more importantly so, he has nobody to free hit. Even
Yeah.
Zorn, if he's going in, he's getting that kick. If you don't get that kick, well, Smooth, I need some help. Get me out of here. And he has Vengeance as well. So it's really frustrating to deal with. With 3 members of Team Vamos and 1 from Ocean Black taking the stage, it's going to be Rich Guy going over to Arrow 404. 916 is his GPM on his debut game. Very good start for him so far. Let's see if he continues, because Nexpresso, still the carry with Clawkun is the best wingman. Sandbag of the game going over to Super Susu. Now here's the problem. I think that unfortunately for Ocean Black, if they wanted to play that game better, they need to understand the sequence of how their fights should happen, right? The sequence should be, hey, we start contesting for space. Who's going to be in front? And that's going to be Rippo, right? Once Rippo's in the middle of that fight, once Celine throws that very first arrow, and if it lands onto Rippo's side, that's when Super Susu has to get involved to keep him alive, and the Feathered Airstrike comes out, because now the only thing that will threaten you is going to be the AOG. It's a game between the 5v5. It's a matchup of Vamos with a fishing hook up against a shield coming out from Ocean Black, and they must always point their shield towards that front line and to deny angles off of Team Vamos, because the only way they lose is the shield is too far forward. Oh, Team Vamos are able to hook you at the elbow.
I think that comes down with experience, right? I mean, to be able to know the sequences of the scenarios, what is about to happen, what will not happen if they move forward or not. But this was a very good team fight coming in from Ocean Black, understanding of how the mechanics work for their own team. But to be fair, Vamos quickly adjusted on how they approach the team fight. Once Rippo is out of the picture, look at how freely Nexpresso will be able to move on towards to the back line, and knowing that there is no threat for him. Even a stun comes out from Ocean Black, he still has the Purify, he still has Smooth with the AOG to be able to save him from any kind of danger.
Yeah, actually in that previous turtle fight, I think a little bit of it came down to unlucky timing as well, because the moment Super Susu went for the flicker catch on Zorn, the Abyssal Arrow connected with Rippo, and then the fight was just split in half, right? So really well played by Clawkun. I don't even know if that timing was intentional, it just so happened to work out. But after that, Team Vamos took their lead and basically ran away with it. This is why they are a snowball team. They do so good with big advantages that you want to avoid giving them that lead in the early mid game.
I think that Ocean Black did a pretty good job in the early game, to be fair. Yes, Masako got dived 2 times, but we saw the punishments against overextensions with how greedy Vamos can get with their lineup. We saw the trades. They ended up losing 2. They were up by 1 in terms of kills, and then they eventually got the mid turret as well. It's what happens afterwards, and especially that one turtle fight, which really kind of set in stone. All right, we've lost the early mid. We need to play for Holy Crystals now.
I agree. I mean, if the Holy Crystal was gotten into the hands of Masako, it could have been a totally different game. I mean, at least Ocean Black could be able to claw their way back towards the game, but it's fine. We have to move on to game number 2. But before we move on to game number 2, a quick shout out for the official Mobile Legends eSport watch made in Switzerland, genuine dragon leather. You're not wearing it, aren't you?
I forgot to bring it. I literally said it yesterday.
Oh my god!
I literally said it yesterday because I was bragging about the, genuine dragon leather in Switzerland, and the fact that out of the 3 colors, I got the black one.
Oh, I would say the best color so far out of the 3. I mean, depends on what you like, but honestly, anything can goes with black. Anything goes with black.
Hey man, size matters here.
Blue is pretty good too.
No. I think the color combination on black is probably the best one.
I mean, yeah, that's the safe option, but you gotta have that that highlight piece, you know, that highlight accessory sometimes.
That's the green one. I'm telling you, don't. Leo has brought the green one before. I've seen the blue one as well. The blue one's hard to match with clothes. The green one surprisingly stands out quite well.
Okay, before we move on to game number 2, we have to take a small break, but we gotta throw back to Poji, a short interview with Bidin, the co-founder of Ocean Black.
Tak nak kena sidai, bank in dulu, man.
Cada.
Itu dia kita sekarang bersama dengan Watnat ataupun lebih dikenali sebagai Bidin. Apa khabar, Bidin?
Khabar baik, Alhamdulillah.
Kita difahamkan. Oi, nak cakap dulu. Okey, terus.
Terima kasih kepada semua penyokong-penyokong yang datang pada hari ini. Meriah stadium.
Wow, bunyi belakang tu kan. Alright, soalan yang pertama saya nak tanya Bidin lah. Sebab orang memang tahu Bidin ni kan dulu datang masa MPL Season 12 sebagai penyokong Homeboys. Dan sekarang ni sedor-sedor musim yang ke-15 jadi co-founder kepada OBE Sport. Di macam mana perasaan daripada seorang peminat jadi owner dah sedor-sedornya?
Perasaan saya rasa diri tu handsome lah. Sabar. Rasa diri tu handsome sebab sekali ni datang sebagai co-owner kan. Sebagai co-founder. Sebelum ni datang sebagai peminat je. Sebab saya sendiri pun saya main juga game ni. So that's why kita cari jalan macam mana kita nak bersaing satu pentas dengan tim lama saya, Homeboys.
Oh, dah tak sabar nak jumpa dia orang ni.
Tak.
Okey, tapi bila kita cakap lah kan dah tak sabar nak jumpa kawan-kawan ke semua ni kan. Kalau kita ikutlah berdasarkan interview yang lepas, Bidin dah cakap hero kalah awal masa kalah 2-1 tu hari kan. Hari ni tengah kalah lagi ni. Kalah terus ke ataupun menang balik ni? Sebab kita nak tengok Bidin jadi hero dah ni.
Nampak dengar tu. Biasa kalau hero-hero yang ada kat dalam universe. Biasanya hero-hero yang ada dalam universe tu, of course dia akan kena dulu. Yang diam Fatah. Yang nanti bila belakang-belakang hero tu akan buat comeback yang sebenar mat. Dia akan sampai nampak tu.
Dia macam hero Tamil lah. Last minute boom.
Hero menang sorak.
Alright, fun. Jadi, perancangan untuk season ni, korang nak enjoy the journey dulu ataupun macam mana? Korang macam slowly belajar dulu environment. Tapi sebab kita takut kalau nak enjoy sangat journey tu, sedar-sedar kan bungkus pula.
Yelah, tahu. Nak enjoy the environment, tahu-tahu terlangkup lagi kan satu hal. So, kita make sure kita berada di dalam pas saja. Maksudnya, collect point lah.
Baik.
Nampak kat situ, Mat.
Okay, tadi Bidin cakap Bidin sendiri pun main Mobile Legend kan?
Main.
So sekarang ni dah rank apa dah? Seronok tak main Mobile Legend?
Seronok. Mythic Glory 400.
Wow. Mythic Glory 400 Bila dah kata kalau Mythic Glory 400, mungkin kalau kata ada new player yang baru nak download ML sebab diorang memang suka tengok Bidin dekat YouTube. Pun nak download Mobile Legend. Apa Bidin nak recommend kat diorang? Brother, lu main hero ni, lu padu.
Betul.
Apa cadangan hero yang nak bagi diorang main?
Okay, cadangan saya yang mana budak-budak noob tu baru nak main. Kita tak marah. Okey, bagus. Tapi kalau nak cari hero tu, pilihlah Nana ke Badang. Yang senang nak joki. Janganlah time-time mula-mula dah pakai Fanny. Bol.
Boleh jalan.
Bolazo.
Ui, mantap kali. Power. Jadi Bidin, macam mana harapan kepada pemain-pemain yang ada dekat atas ni? Mungkin boleh bagi kata-kata semangat kat diorang. Lu jangan bungkus, brother. Ataupun apa-apa yang nak cakap kat diorang.
Kepada pemain-pemain Ocean Black dan juga seluruh pemain-pemain dalam MPL ni, mainlah dengan bersungguh-sungguh demi masa depan sukan negara kita.
Itu dia kata-kata yang sungguh bersemangat daripada Bidin OBE Sport. Dan hopefully semua pemain-pemain yang ada dekat atas pentas dah pun bersedia. Dan saya difahamkan caster dah pun tak sabar untuk memulakan pertembungan yang kedua kali ini. Apa-apa pun, let's go to caster.
We talk about how the whole Zorn captain, very emotional and such, right? If I were to have a co-founder of my own team looking like that and speaking very seriously of the game, I can't take him serious, man. You can't take him serious? Really? I was like, Adin, you need to do da. Boss, sorry, boss.
You'll be like, Pole, bro!
Ole, bro!
Have you seen that cut? Oh, man,
I thought y'all were about to compliment him.
What are those? We are. We're just saying that he is the youngest team owner of all time. That's all.
All right, that's fair. To be fair, we do have a special announcement from Zon. Let's hear what he has to say.
Untuk week 1 ni saya rasa kesilapan kita orang maybe daripada segi cara kita orang nak tutup game. Cara kita orang nak tutup game tu sangat-sangat orang kata tak disiplin, so banyak mistake kan. Dia akan effect kita orang punya long term punya decision lah. Bila dalam game tu kita akan rasa pressure lah, which is kita dah tahu kita dah boleh menang dengan mudah kan, but tiba-tiba kita mati and then kena comeback. Slowly dia punya goal lead tiba-tiba dah sama. So benda tu boleh dikatakan synchronization kita orang satu sama lain kurang sikit. Week 1 ni kita orang dah post mortem, semua dah bercakap antara satu sama lain. Ramai yang kecewa, ramai yang anggap kita orang tak kuat. So kita ada masih panjang lagi weeknya. Saya rasa week 1 ni untuk Vamos betul-betul week pembelajaran lah.
Okay, let me add on. Not just emotional captain. You're not even wearing your own team jersey.
Hey,
No,
that's
that is
casual
That's
wear.
the new team jersey. See, you had the Vamos logo on it.
Just move it. As he turns left, the logo moves left. As he turns right, the logo moves right.
Absolutely not added in post-production.
Absolutely. But to be fair, what he mentioned in that particular video, week 1 is more of a learning, a stepping stone for Team Vamos. How should I say this? Okay, I agree with what he says. It's a stepping stone, it's a learning progress, but you're Vamos. You're the runner-up from last season. So learning phase, it's kind of like over for you guys already. It's a matter of right now you should step up. You should be able to showcase your strength, be able to show your flair for season 15. But I mean, a slow start for Vamos. But hey, the weeks is up until 6 weeks, so the journey is still long. So I guess Vamos has some time to be able to improve further.
Are we doubting Daddy Zorn here? He's like the only one in that squad who has a child and a family to support on top of being a professional player. He's looking at 404 and it's just like, hey, you could be my second son if you want.
You could be my second. Stay in school, huh?
Yeah, stay in school, do well.
It could be like a situation from when you're in school, after you take the exam, you just forget everything, right? So like when the next exam comes, I have to study everything from the beginning.
I feel like whenever Vamos has their own scream timing, right? And whenever Zorn sees Aero 44, it's like, bring your child to work day. It does feel like that, I mean, with the new persona of Zorn, with the new style of Zorn, like tucking in, wearing jeans as well. Such a father figure. Like all he needs is just a backpack or a fanny pack. That's all what he needs right now.
That's all he needs, man. He's still young at heart. He's still young at heart. Now, the draft already has begun. OB has decided to take first pick as Vamos on second pick. The bands Loyi, Hilda, and as well as Fanny coming in from OB's side, which also goes to show that Shop not confident in playing that Fanny as well. However, Zaya from Vamos decided Suyo, Harith, and Chip.
That means they are leaving the Zusin wide open here, indicating they are fully prepared to potentially trade it out for something else. The Hayabusa is open, but OB will snap up the Zusin.
I hope this is not gonna be a Xiao Zushin combo or Kalia Zushin combo. I would hope something different. Even a Jawhead is still fine, and you play for your buff, your jungler's buff, to be able to ramp up your jungler if you want to play the Jawhead roam. But looking at on the Vamos side, opening up with a Joy and a Kalia, a very strong opener, because the only assassin that is, I would say, playable here right now is going to be the Hayabusa or Hanzo, which I'm not too sure if Shaf is familiar to be able to play these kind of heroes up against Joy from Aerial 404. From his personal live stream, I've seen him play, and he is very, very good with the Joy.
I think that denying it from Shaf is already one benefit, but banning out the Suyo is an even bigger one, right? And I think, yes, I do agree with you, the Hayabusa would be good, but Kalia is a pretty big deterrent here. He's confident, though. They're going to be picking up Troll for themselves on top of that Hayabusa. Now, I don't think Rippo is going to play EXP Chell. So that I don't think this is as big of a flex pick in comparison to if Vamos play this Kalia. And keep in mind, Fulvius is still wide out in the open.
Yeah, Fulvius would still be a pretty solid pickup at this stage. The Cho, yeah, I agree with you. I think he's most likely going to be played by Super Suzu. He actually didn't do a too bad job of it in their first match against DX on week 1. So I'm excited to see it, especially against Zorn, literally the Cho player of MPL MY, and comboed with Zusin gives them a lot of catch potential.
Catch potential, yes, but are they be able to kill off that catch potential that they have right now, because Zushin is not your Farsa, Zushin is not your Yi for Selena. But coming in from Vamos, Novaria as the third pick before we move forward to the fan pick. But let's take a look at a fun fact right now. Error detected a wrong birthday since the other error for our real birthday is April 1st, 2009.
Oh my god.
Therefore, he's not even 17.
He's 16! He's so young!
His birthday is April Fool's.
Oh, that's so hilarious. That's so funny.
Even after a decade, he's not even my age yet.
Oh my goodness, you're right. What were we doing at that age?
What was I doing at that age? I think I was taking my swimming coach exams then.
I might just learn how to ride my bike. At 16.
At 16?
At 16. At 15, I had training wheels.
Wow.
Hey, I'm a late bloomer, guys. Please don't judge me, okay?
Let that be a message to everyone watching. It's never too late to pick up something new, right?
Oh, that's so funny. Oh boy. Alright, coming into the second phase, this gets a little interesting because I feel like Novaria is a little early here because Novaria is pretty susceptible to Hayabusa. And here's why. As Novaria is able to hop over those walls, she technically isolates herself from the rest of her team, allowing Kakashi, well in this case Hayabusa, able to quad shadow over multiple pieces of the terrain, especially in the mid lane where you are the most susceptible. So I do want to see how Vamos is going to utilize it because we saw yesterday, Storm's Novaria was clearing waves like it was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Hit enough shots against that Zushin since they don't have Kalia. And not to mention, I don't know whether Matilda is going to get banned out. Who's going to be able to kind of top you up? If you can't top up, that means you technically have to take it back. You have to recall.
I am not the
Yeah, that can be really annoying to deal with. I think Novaria, even though I do agree it didn't need to be picked this early on, is a very solid choice here. Outranges Zushin, actually can somewhat take care of herself against the Cho. But once I saw the ban on Moskov, I had the feeling this was going to happen. And that is Harif carry, and that's about it.
When I take a look at Vamos' lineup right now, right, they do have a very good long-range damager. They have a good map opener as well to be able to give Joy the room to be able to go on the back side and to be able to dish out a good amount of damage to the Zushin. And if everything fails, you can really rely on Carrie's hyper carry potential when she has the item already. So I would say overall, I like where is Vamos going right now in terms of the draft.
I don't know about the carry scenario though. I feel like the carry scenario is just to say, all right, Zoran, you might need to help out this bottom side. If we have that catch, at least we have another outlet to burst damage. And Nats, build up that confidence, good bro. Just build up that confidence. Oh, Wanwan, great choice.
Yep, I really like the Wanwan here. Gives you mobility to maneuver around the carry and even matches some of the mobility against later game Joy and Kalea. So at the very least, Masako will have tools to be able to take care of himself this game compared to when he was on Atan.
1-1 and CC right now. We're not too sure yet who's going to be the XP lane. Now we're sure.
Oh, whoa!
Oh, so it's
for real?
Yeah, Kalia EXP? Yeah.
Yeah. Novaria Franco combo.
To be able to catch out the 1-1. So you're just gonna throw all in towards the 1-1, kill him off early on.
I mean, they've got a lot of damage here. And more importantly, Wanwan can't stop the suppression from the Bloody Hunt if flickered upon by the Franco. I think that's the only mechanic that we have to keep in mind. However, I'm looking at the Ocean Black Draft and I'm trying to think, all right, if they can stop the potential snowball, they have an opportunity to team fight. However, there's a lot of like counter synergies here. There's nobody who can really frontline. They have to slowly peel back, and this allows Vamos to actually get a lot of free pokes in. So I think that Klawkun and Zorn are gonna have a field day. Let's see whether the side laners collapse under these heavy bullies in the CC as well as the Wanwan.
Well, the bullies are one thing, but if there is a bully of MPL MY, it has always been Team Vamos, and they're eager to maintain that position. They're one game up. Let's see if they can take the clean sweep against the OB rookies.
I think for Zorn as well, he has a good amount of space, an ample amount of space to be able to roam around. Only after Super Suso gets his level 4, I think Zorn have to be a bit more careful, not getting catch out by the way of the dragon. But before level 4, I think Zorn can be able to roam anywhere he wants, especially on the bot side right now. Missed the first hook. It's okay, it's fine. Just give a bit of threat to Ripu right there.
Unfortunately, Ripple. Oh, Arrow 404 going to be able to secure that Lethal Wanderer, getting a slight EXP lead against SYF for now.
Falcon gonna have the flicker there. Super Susu could have definitely picked up the kill if he didn't. So nice battle spell being forced out early.
So, in terms of the EXP matchup between Kalia and as well as CC, in this case, especially in the early game, Smooth, until we see either anti-heal or a War Axe specifically from Rippo, this lane is pretty much just the sandbag lane, right? Rippo can just continue to spell vamp against Smooth. Smooth can just heal up from the wave every single time, but generally we're expecting Smooth to clear these waves faster because of the way his passive works, on top of the fact that he has short cooldowns with a concussive blast. And regardless, Smooth, he's like, okay, I'll freeze the lane, whatever, heal back up to full.
Iron Hook will miss, but Arrow 404 gonna run down Diff in the backline, and the Zeus does not have flicker, but does get picked up by the Lantern, and that's gonna be first blood once again to Arrow 404. Super Susu trying to distract the backline to set up for Shaft as the Hayabusa comes in. Ogi Shadow Kill picks up Novaria, the flicker from Sword to disjoint the ultimate, and he will be able to get away.
Very messy team fight all around, and to be fair, it was won by both of the teams. Good initiation by Team Vamos and good counter engagement by Ocean Black, knowing that Clockon does not have the flicker on to be able to deal a good amount of damage, and Shaft getting that first blood onwards to Ocean Black. But it all depends on the turtle right now. How are they gonna set up the turtle? How are they gonna take advantage between one and another?
I mean, in terms of range, Ocean Black is completely outclassed in the poking department, right? However, there are times of opportunity. After the Star Shatter has been thrown out, and maybe if they have a position onto Smooth, they've been revealed.
Oh, Iron Hook lands. Purify forced out from Diff, as now the Tidal Strike will pick one up. Super Susu gonna be able to get away as Shaft secures the turtle. He's been on point with these retries.
Good steal coming in from Shaft, especially since they were just letting go of the edge of the turtle pit at the same time.
I mean, to be fair, Shaft, not disappointing at all in terms of the retribution battle, but we know that Team Vamos, especially on the top side, Nats Fresco, is not gonna get punished, it's not gonna get any kind of pressure, be able to farm up really, really well. Super Susu and Zorn are in position right now.
Looking for Nets Fresco. He's able to dash away, though. Zorn gonna miss the hook once again, gets pulled back in with the kick. Zorn is picked off, but Super Susu is blown up by Error at the same time.
Both roamers, tried their best to be able to set up for their own good laners, but had to sacrifice their own life at the position. Masako
thought it was a 1v1, but it's a 2v1. Error 404 biding his time, killing spree to the Joy.
Nicely done by Nets to deny that last weakness point. If Masako was able to get into that crossbow of Tang form, there was a good chance he might have been able to escape it. At the same time,
Iron Hook connects with Diff. That's gonna be with the bloody hunt right into the Tidal Strike, and Diff is gone.
That's very unfortunate for Diff, not having the Purifier on hand and giving a free kill towards Team Vamos. Patience built up by Zorn right there to be able to land that hook. And right now, Team Vamos is ahead with 2 kills and no over less than 1k gold lead on their side.
Meantime, as long as...
Oh, that's a wrong angle for the kick here, trying to set up for Shaft. Ogi Shadow Kill comes in. Yup, he's gonna get the pick off though. Killing spree that Hayabusa has. Error 404 sets up with the Astral Echo. That's a lot of damage from the Star Shatter. Vengeance comes out as Smooth, jumps in with the Tidal Strike. Super Susu sacrifices his life though to get Rippo out. And that means only 1 casualty so far.
Why were they prolonging that team fight? Why did not they back off? Because they know they got hit by the Star Shatter. The Nova is on the backside. And Arrow 404 is dealing a good amount of damage right there.
Ooh, good steal from Clawhood. No, I agree with you. I think, the call should have been made just a little bit sooner, and I think Ocean Black, unfortunately, didn't respond in time. By the time, at least Smooth didn't get that much value.
Ooh, flicker kick onto Smooth. He's gonna get picked off. Tsunami Slam as well. Gonna be used to escape. He flickers out. Astral Echo connects with everyone. As the Electrifying Beam comes out. Error 4-4 picks up the turtle on his way out. Dashes back in. Gets the shutdown. Mega kill on the Joy. It's a double. And he escapes with his life intact. An excellent debut from this very young jungler.
This kid got moves, Gideon. This kid puts on his kicks on and dances away to victory right there, getting 2 kills and without any single death on that particular moment.
Oh, goodness. Goodness. Arrow 4-4, he's just aware, right? Because technically Super Susu, if he did actually have his passive available there, probably would have killed him. The kick and engage looked good initially, right? I mean, Smooth somehow surviving this was pretty surprising as well, but Div needed to make sure that he stands behind the majority of his members. And I think that's where we see the problems, right? With no real frontliner.
Wow, we jumped right back into a fight. That's going to be a crossbow tank picking up a kill on that Espresso.
A lot of ultimate was used right there. I mean, no way of the dragon. Zushin ultimate was used as well, and Masako using the crossbow of tank to get a kill onwards to Nespresso. A good kill, hoping that Ocean Black may be able to claw their way back, but Vamos slowly but surely building up the lead that they have right now. 3k gold lead and a good map control there.
Tsunami Slam on Div. Purify forced out very early here. This is an opening for Team Vamos.
See how Team Vamos, I don't see the punish coming in just yet. They're responding a lot to where Ocean Black is. They just want to keep rinsing and repeating. Let Clawkun get the information and get the shots. Zorn as well as Smooth are going to be the main Oh, here we go, Conceal.
Astral Echo scouts out. The Iron Hook actually connects, but Masako able to use the skill 2 to get out of it. Star Shatter hurting quite a lot, while Error 404 even zoning the mid lane.
I'm surprised they didn't wait for Smooth's flicker to come back off a cooldown, right? It still had 7 seconds when the Conceal got popped. Had they waited just a little bit longer, they might have been able to guarantee an engagement.
Super Susu looking for it with the Conceal, but Error 404 spaces nicely. Wants to stay alive for the turtle, which is now being contested by Ocean Black. They're going to be able to take control of it. Astral Echo comes out, scouts everyone. Iron Hook connects into the Tsunami Slam as well. That's going to be Rippo down for the count as Error 404 is in the back line. Ocean Black cannot continue. Vamos gains full control, and they take the turtle.
That's a perfect engage.
I agree. I mean, with the Star Shatter and Zor knowing that the Star Shatter is going to come forward and the hooks lands on a point towards Repo right there. Out of all the people, Repo got pulled back, and that gave the space for Vamos to move on forward, not just be able to get the objective as well as the map control right now.
I think the only way Ocean Black actually wins these fights is if they can find angles on that backline, onto Nespresso, onto Clawkun. Both of which really difficult to do because, again, they're losing a lot of structures, they're losing a lot of vision as well as space on this map, allowing Team Vamos to kind of keep it to a traditional front to back. And there's nothing they can really do about that, right? Unless they can hop over a wall, which Shaf is the only person who's capable of doing that. And Rippo, unfortunately, cannot look for these side angles.
I agree. It's not going to be easy for Ocean Black to be able to pick off Clawkun or anybody right now. As we take a look, Smooth uses the Tsunami Slam, managed to peel off at Div's Purify right there. Because why? Clawkun will be able to scout down from any kind of angle. So Ocean Black, yes, they have to be creative. Which angle do you want to try to penetrate? But it's super hard knowing that Clawkun will always be on the backside and will be able to zone them out immediately once the Star Shatter has been used. So Ocean Black have a lot of work cut out for them right now.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of timing here. OB needs to be able to play around the cooldowns on these big abilities of Vamos. Uh-oh, Air Form. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Instantly bursting Masako down. Monster killed away the dragon just a little bit too late. He finally gets shut down by Shaf though, but he jumps back right into the loving arms of Nespresso, who gets vengeance for his jungler, Super Susu. He's not going to be able to survive this as well. He's only just fighting the inevitable as Team Vamos runs him down, and they're even chasing Rippo now. They're not letting him get away. The Iron Hook connects! Zorn just taunting the man.
Okay, Ripple gets to live for free, but Team Vamos win out big time in those engagements. They kill Masako, they kill Shop, they also kill Super Susu, guaranteeing this Lord for the side of Team Vamos. Oh man, Masako, he really thought he got that last weakness point, and then when he realized he didn't, that got him killed.
Unfortunate event for Masako right there. Should he have able to pop the crossbow of tank, could have been a different story for Arrow 404 and Team Vamos. But the space that Arrow 404 created on that top side, yes, sacrificing himself, but being able to give back 3 kills towards Vamos. And not only that, be able to get the first Lord as the Lord push on the top side. So right now, Ocean Black they have to play the pick-off style right now. Super Suzu gotta initiate with the Way of the Dragon, yes, but on which target? That is the bigger question. Ideally, you want Clockwood. Ideally, you want Nespresso, but obviously it's not gonna be easy for them to be able to get either Clockwood or Nespresso.
I think a lot of it comes down to space, right? I think that Shaf has to threaten a position while Super Susu is on the opposite end, right? Push them into one side, maybe potentially force Zorn to walk away, allowing at least some kind of line of sight for Super Susu. I mean, they gotta try something here.
Vamos is zoning well. Ocean Black are able to clear up the Lord though, so they only take some damage to the top inhibitor. Lantern pulls back Zorn, but he just flickers out straight away. Iron Hook gonna just barely whiff as well as Smooves just continuously jumping in and out to poke the tower as much as possible.
Look at the distance of Vamos right there. They were very much near with Ocean Black, but Ocean Black could not do anything about it. They could not punish Team Vamos, they could not initiate or anything, they could not even pick off. Even if they had the Way of the Dragon, even if they had a Shaf who can be able to, use the Shadow and the Augie Shadow kill. So it's a very difficult position for Ocean Black right now. The only way, well, not necessarily the only way, one of the ways that I can think of is hoping that Vamos made a mistake in terms of positioning, in terms of skill set, but it doesn't seem to be happening for Team Vamos right now. Everything that they're doing right now is, I wouldn't say perfect, but it's on point, either with the hooks or the Star Shatter, or even Arrow 404 individually creating the space.
That or we need to see a super play coming in from Masako, right? Able to get onto that backline with a crossbow of Tang, kill like the initial target that he was going for, and then transfer over to another and then pop that Inspire in time. There's a lot of ways that this could go wrong for Ocean Black. Again, the composition is extremely execution-based, and if Team Vamos just play the macro game, just make sure that they have tight battle lines, it's really, as you mentioned, tough to find the angle.
Tsunami Slam forces Purify. Div has the ult away as well, seeing Zorn putting fear in his heart.
I think this is gonna be a free Lord for Team Vamos right now, knowing that Div doesn't have the Purify. Yes, the Lantern is gonna come up sooner or later, and Ocean Black does not have the Conceal as well. So Team Vamos, they can either take it slow or they can just directionally take the Lord immediately. But honestly, they do have to create the positioning for themselves to be able to know where is the position of Shaf, because we know he can steal that lot immediately out of Arrow 404 hands.
And that's why you have Clockwood just opening up the map. They don't want to put anybody in that threat range. And knowing that Div doesn't have that Purify and also pop the ult, by the time Div actually shows himself, he might have his ult available, and Team Vamos generally don't care because he's not going to play aggressively anymore without the Purify. Here comes the Conceal.
They're looking for it already. The Tidal Strike comes in. Tsunami Slam on Rippo, but Super Suzu gets the Flicker Kick onto Zorn in the meantime as the Arrow 404 comes on in. Already a double kill for Nespresso with the crown. Coming in from Arrow 404, survives for a while, but the crossbow tank comes out anyway. We're going to see the Queen of Nature deny all of the damage. The Smooth continues zoning, but Ocean Black actually looking very healthy here. Another Winter Crown going to be forced out this time on Smooth, but he gets picked back up, and Shaf gets the kill. It is a 2-for-2 trade. Ocean Black back in control. Astral Echo scouts them out. Lord does a lot of damage though, so they cannot take it.
As expected, Masako makes the play. I think that unfortunately, Zorn still has Flicker Bloody Hunt. There is a play that he can make.
Lord is dropping low. Nets is still here. Shaf secures it. The Flicker forward. Iron Hook. The snipe combo. It's a 1-2 punch from Vamos. And Nespresso makes that 3 double kill onto the goal laner. Super Suzu a bit too late back to the party. Gonna get picked off here by Clockwood and Zorn as Nespresso chases Rippo down. Triple kill for the carry. And Super Suzu knows his time is over. That's a team wipe on Ocean Black. The Lord does not matter when none of you are alive to take advantage of it.
Talking about clutch. Talking about when you need your captain at the most critical moment. Zorn came out big. Flicker, Bloody Hunt Shaf immediately take him out of the picture. And once Shaf was not in the game, it was easy for Vamos to get that team wipe. Even if Shaf managed to secure the lot just now. We have to take a look at our MVP. My vote is going to go for Arrow 404. What a debut. What a debut by the kid. So let's take a look if it's gonna be true or not. It's gonna be Error 404 with the kill he gotten and the escape that he has managed to get. Look at that kid. He is feeling himself right now. My goodness gracious. But the journey is still long for him, so we shall see how he progresses as we move forward. And I want to see what kind of interview he wants to give out. So Lafel, I hope that he asks very spicy question. To bring his character out even more, because just now the pre-interview, it's not him. I want to see more from this kid.
He's got the confidence now, right?
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the Lafel and Error 404 with the winners interview. Let's go.
Terima kasih banyak kepada kita punya caster. Nampak sangat nak buy time sebab nak sama dengan dia punya throw. Tapi, apa sekalipun, tahniah kepada pasukan Vamos berjaya untuk menentang dengan Ocean Black. Berikan tepukan, guys! Main dengan sangat baik, tapi saya nak tanya Smooth dulu. Jadi boleh bagi mic kepada Smooth. Smooth, kita nampak di mana Zorn kata antara kelemahan Vamos pada minggu lepas adalah macam mana nak tutupkan game. Jadi saya nak tanya, pada minggu ini, apa yang Vamos betul-betul latihkan untuk nampak jauh lebih kemas berbanding dengan minggu lepas?
Kita orang perbaiki kita orang punya mistake dekat week 1. Week 1 tu nampak sangat apa yang kita kurang. Saya rasa lagi elok kita orang kalah sekarang daripada kalah kat playoff.
Faham? Kita boleh dengar pendapat daripada Zon adalah macam mana pasukan Vamos nak tutupkan game. Tapi untuk Smooth sendiri, apakah kesilapan Vamos yang pada pendapat Smooth kena selesaikan secepat mungkin supaya dalam tahap boleh main di MSC?
Mungkin kita orang kena kekalkan momentum kita orang. Kalau dah menang main agresif macam tu lah.
Okay, sebelum kita pergi kepada Error 404, nak tanya daripada Smooth sendiri, veteran dekat MPL, macam mana pendapat Smooth dengan performance Error 404?
Saya rasa Error ni dia gifted.
Gifted
gifted. Walaupun dia baru first game tapi dia punya gameplay MPL punya style lah.
Alright, jadi kita akan bagi pada Error 404 di mana debut terus mendapatkan MVP. Tadi kita interview dekat bawah, memang nampak seperti Error macam tak ada perasaan. Jadi nak tahu, bila dah ke atas pentas, dekat atas meja, apa yang lalu dekat kepala Error dalam perlawanan ni?
Nak bantai dorang tadi.
Fikir nak bantai dorang je? Takut tidak? Nervous tidak? Tak fikir macam, oh kalau aku buat mistake ni confirm kena marah. Tak fikir langsung?
Tak.
Jadi macam mana Error boleh dapatkan mindset aku cuma nak main and aku nak bantai diorang je? Memang Error sendiri yang fikir macam tu ataupun coach yang buat Error fikir macam tu?
Maybe mindset saya memang macam tu kot.
Faham? Jadi dekat sini pun dengan fan semua ada. Error, awak adalah rookie. Jadi awak lah bagi kata terakhir. Ada tak apa-apa nak cakap pada semua fans yang ada dekat sini ataupun dekat rumah?
Thank you semua yang datang. Forza Vamos, supporter Vamos, and mak saya yang datang hari ni.
Oh,
thank you. Thank you sebab datang support. Dengan adik saya sekali.
Oh, dengan adik awak sekali?
Thank you semua yang datang, dengan fans Ocean Black sekali. Thank you semua.
Alright, berikan tepukan kepada Vamos. Alright, dah boleh persilakan join team awak. Tak apa, mic bagi. Ya, aku pun nak buat apa dengan mic ni ya? Aku letak kat sini ya. Aku letak kat sini. Okey. Jadi, dekat sini, sebelum kita throw pada caster, jarang sebenarnya aku dapat dekat atas pentas. Jadi, aku nak main, cuba teka hero. Sabar kejap. Mana baldi tu? Where's the baldi? Mana? Mana? Atas? Oh, sini. Okay. Alright. Aku nak tengok korang boleh ketak teka hero ni. Okay. Bang, belum lagi. Tolong respect Kalau tak, aku bantai kau. Hero apa? Kalia? Betul! Alright. Jadi, untuk kita throw pada caster, kita pun kena ikut gaya Kalia. Abang cameraman Cina, belakang sikit. Belakang sikit. Belakang sikit. Belakang lagi. Belakang lagi. Belakang lagi sikit. Alright. Thank you very much. Jadi, untuk kita throw pada caster. Chandara!
What a host.
What a guy. What a guy. Thank God the Infinix phone is basically indestructible. Taking a fall from how many flights of stairs? One flight of stairs essentially with 5 steps? No, 6 steps on it.
The Infinix phone is indestructible. The question is Lafell indestructible?
Well, hey, man.
I think man's already taking some HP damage at this point.
I mean, after 15 seasons of working, I'm pretty sure he is right now.
15 seasons.
15
He's been
seasons.
working since season 1.
Yeah, we'll just stick with that. He's been working with from season 1. But talking about seasons, talking about debut as well, Arrow 404, what a debut by himself. 4-1-6 in game number 1, 6-5 from game number 2. Playing the Assassins really, really well. Suyo first game, meanwhile the Joy on the second game. But highlighted on the second game, especially that individual skills that he has. Managed to get a triple kill, as well as escaping from any particular death. That one particular moment that changes the whole dynamic of that game number 2. But so far, the jungle pathing, the decision making by himself is good. One thing that he needs to work on is the retribution battle. He lost quite a lot up against Shaft just now, but I think that is a work in progress. I'm pretty sure coming in week number 3, week number 4 onwards, he will be able to fix that as we go on.
I mean, he's got teammates with one of the best retry gods that we have in the business. Chibi can teach him how to do it for sure, and that's going to take a little bit of time, but this kid has got hands. It is clear. Game number 1, we got to see how he synergizes with the team and the way they're trying to compensate to slow down that pace whenever necessary. Game number 2, he gets to do whatever he wants. Literally outplaying Masako. He's already been able to jump onto pretty much any targets, whether frontline or backline. He can catch them all. It is clear that he's got a bright future ahead of him if he keeps it up.
Yeah, the kid just seems like a wizard right now. The way that he's entering and disengaging from fights, his timing is good, his eye for opportunity is clean. And yes, so while his retry isn't the most consistent, he's still able to do it. We saw that fight where he was able to escape unscathed after taking kills and still picked up the turtle on the way out. He knows what he needs to do, and this is only his first ever match on the MPL stage.
I agree.
Very first match. No nerves, as you can see. Definitely isn't hesitant to make the plays. I think, again, following the leadership of Zorn, especially with that play style, definitely allows these kind of hot-blooded rookies to shine in these early stages. I want to see what happens when Team Vamos is behind, whether or not the decision-making is still sound from it. But that's for a later day. Ocean Black, on the other hand, unfortunately, I would say that Game 1's draft is a lot better compared to Game 2's draft. Unfortunately, having like heavily volatile lanes, and I think something that now most people are going to learn, Kalia will struggle in the later stages. The early game absolutely sandbags this CC, and CC wants to win the lane early.
I agree with you right there. I mean, Kalia, yes, is going to struggle a lot up against the CC, but what Kalia does best is to be able to prolong those team fight and the catching potential that she has, being able to pair up with someone like a Novaria, someone like a Franco as well, to be able to use that Bloody Hunt to be able to secure those kills. And Ocean Black right there, yes, volatile is the very, very right word. It's a high risk, high reward kind of thing, because Masako, there were a multiple amount of times, if he manages to get the crossbow off tag, it could have been a very totally different story. But the thing is, he couldn't. The 1-1 could not fly over the clouds and managing to get a few kills. Hence why the aggression from Ocean Black was a bit dull, just because 1-1 could not take flight.
Yeah, unfortunately, even if you are able to fly over the clouds, you're still going to lose to the vastness of space. And having the Novaria here to just open up the map all the time, paired up with double catch in Kalea and Franco meant that Ocean Black was always on the back foot. They couldn't set up ambushes. They always had to react, and that means that Vamos just had full control.
I think, unfortunately for Ocean Black, playing around their jungler is a good idea, but you need laners that can supplement that can win out the lanes, and a draft that also makes sure they can do exactly that. Rich Guy going over the nets, no problem there. 8-1 and 8 with his GPM. Clawkun, though, best wingman as well as the carry. His Novaria has been looking very, very nice. He isn't landing as many shots as Storm, but that's only because he's opening up the map more than anything else.
I mean, he's opening up the map for Zorn. He's opening up the map for Arrow 404 to be able to go on the backside, be more aggressive, and of course, dealing out a good amount of damage. But Team Vamos, we can see when they win, one biggest factor is gonna be Nespresso not getting disturbed. He gets his farm, he gets the space as well to be able to dish out the damage that he has, and that is the vital point on how Team Vamos won first game as well as second game. So I think any other teams right now facing up against Vamos, I think Nespresso should be the main focus for them. But don't forget, they do have the Wonder Kid, the Arrow 404 effect. As you can see right now, this is the biggest play that he did throughout game number 2. Getting triple kills without any single death. But that retribution, Sadafa did point out early on, managed to get a bit more health for him to be able to did what he did, the dances that he does just now. And Masako, even, okay, I agree with Sadafa. Even if you be able to fly amongst the clouds, I mean, to what effect? I mean, if this happened early on, again, different story.
You can't fly higher than the stars.
Can't do much about that, and especially with Team Vamos, just at the perfect moment, they already reached the 42k mark. They already had winter. They already had winter truncheons already ready to go. They also had wands ready to go. So they were ready to deal if that scenario actually happens. Yes, they did lose that initial fight, but then on the clapback, Team Vamos is one of those teams where the first engagement, if it goes bad, they're very good at improvising afterwards to find those bigger punishes, like the flicker bloody hunt. And again, Zorn was just holding on for like God knows how long. He could have done it very early on into the fight. He could have immediately jumped onto Diff if he wanted to. There's not a lot of CC for them to actually work with after seeing the G Kundo and the way the Dragon come out. So I gotta give it to them. Really nicely done by Vamos this time, but they didn't get pushed to the edge.
Is that the experience that Zorn has, holding on that flicker bloody hunt? Because as you mentioned, he could have done it very early on, but holding it very much longer paid off very big time. With that one movement, they won.
Well, I think he got a little lucky there, to be fair. You know, I think he was worried about Jun. Jun was, sorry, not Jun. With Shop, there was moments where it's like, okay, who do I go on? Do I want the jungler? Do I want the roamer? There was an indecision at that point. At the same time, the Cho was hopping around, holding the third hit to G Kundo, and you're like, it's gonna get cancelled like anytime.
I mean, the draft does do him some favors, though. Franco tends to be very weak if he's meant to be the main initiator, but that wasn't a problem here because they have Smooth on Kalea who can just jump forward, and Clawkun to open up the map for him. So he can
doesn't have to waste the iron clock.
He can wait as long as he needs to pop his abilities.
Nuclear option just ready to go. I'm not in Mr. President. I'm ready to push the button.
Just give me the command. I will launch that missile right there. But congrats to Arrow 404 grabbing 2 MVPs right away, making a very strong case for the Rookie of the Season. But not to forget, EXO as well have a very good jungler within them, which is Kimin. Be able to grab that title away. So Rookie of the Season is going to be a very interesting award for this particular season with the most rookies that we have throughout the seasons. But right now, we're going to take a little break before moving on to game number 2. But don't worry, we're going to give you guys the mic check. Game number 1 between Vamos and Ocean Black. So let's hear it from them right now.
Nice one.
Ada tak kating dapat. Hari. Nice. Kating. Bagus ke situ, guys. Boleh. Target, guys. Target. Selena weh. Maju Selena. Nice. Lagi. Nice kill. Target. Depan tadi. Pusat dari situ. Maju tu. Nice. Hidup. Mi, sabar. Mi. Bisa ambil min dia. Rompak semua benda. Hati-hati ya, chill.
Aman. Aku aman.
Bawa dapat. Tarik shadow.
Ya.
Bawa tu kalian. Nice. Goreng. Boleh end tu. Chill.
Nice.
Bisa end guys.
Nanti. Nice one.
Ini Chow dulu. Chow dah first. Ini aku scan.
Kat kau. Ni.
Jom aku scan.
Dah gigit. Tadi
Dah boleh.
Aku gigit dia.
Nice.
Betul enggak?
Tak ada kick guys.
Aku dah
Boleh.
jaga wan-wan dah mati.
Boleh lock guys.
Dah, pre-lock.
Pecah gua. Kabur. Aduh, garas keluar.
Depan. Bisa lagi.
Gadawan.
Mati.
Gadawan.
Boleh bola guys. Claim dulu guys.
Awas poking dulu. Ada mereka sakit pelan-pelan aja.
Sakit dah, sakit.
Kalem ya. Bisa langsung lagi.
Boleh lagi nih. Ni.
Mati dia.
Nice. Lagi mati.
Cici guys. Respect.
Cancel. Aduh.
Dah.
Depan. Cor dulu.
Boleh ambil guys.
Ya. Kejar dah, aku kejar Chow. End.
Wih, kau nak ambil semua ke? Kau tak nak end ke?
Saja bagi diorang.
Alhamdulillah menang.
Alhamdulillah. Nice guys.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチみんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ力を貸してくれよっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ
menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくるやかましい奴らだ
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
Jiwa perwira setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini 5 sebab 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
は俺に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Hello guys, kami daripada Todak. Saya Zaim Sempoy. Saya Zaid. Dan kita orang akan rating makanan dekat bazar ataupun makanan di bulan Ramadan ataupun Raya lah. Okay, first aku ada serunding. Serunding aku tak minat. So aku bagi F. Tak suka. Dekat tangan aku ada sate lah. Ini kira favourite lah.
Favourite apa?
Favourite aku. Kenapa kalau tak ada S lah?
Oish.
Dodol. Tak menarik lah. Bawah.
Kau kenal John? John dulu jaga roti. Ni kat aku ada roti John. Ni makanan bazar ni. Aku rasa aku letak D lah. Sebab ada, tak ada sudah.
Aku sirap Bandung cincau ni.
Sirap Bandung cincau.
Bandung cincau. Aku letak S juga. Sebab aku rasa ramai orang cari juga air manis time bulan Ramadan. So atas S.
Dekat tangan aku pula ayam percik. Kenapa kau semua dapat ayam berbakar man?
Memang healthy. Aku kurang lah dengan ayam percik ni. Jadi aku letak dekat.
Kau kurang?
Ya, aku tak suka sangat.
Okay, next. Ini normal, semua orang tahu.
Ketupat. Nasi impit. Okey, nasi impit dengan nasi impit.
Nasi impit.
Si biasa-biasa.
Kat aku ada ni, Pan.
Ada apa?
Rasalah ketupat ini dengan remangnya sekali.
Oh, lemang.
Oh, tukar lirik. Ni aku kurang minat sebab dia macam sticky sikit. Aku tak minat lah. Aku letak E juga.
Aku ada murtabak lah. Kalau aku kurang, aku kurang juga sebenarnya. Tapi okey lah. Sebab kadang dapat murtabaknya tak sedap. Isinya tak banyak. Aku next daging rendang. Daging rendang. Favorite.
Last, ada makanan bazar ni tepung pelita lah. Stapler ni jangan Yang buat gambar ni boleh Jangan jual ke stapler. Kau tahu stapler tak boleh Pan?
Tahu.
Bukan dia cakap tak tahu.
Tak tahu. Kenapa tu kah?
Aku tak tahu. Okey. Jadi sebab dia biasa-biasa je aku letak sini lah.
Makanan last untuk go. Apa? Last. Ketupat. Ni baru betul lah ketupat. Sama lah dengan ni. Kurang-kurang. Itu saja rating kita orang untuk makanan raya guys. Betul.
Memandangkan bulan ni bulan raya lagi, kita orang nak mengucapkan selamat hari raya kepada MPL MY.
Selamat hari raya, maaf saya dah batin.
Memandangkan aku tak raya dekat rumah.
Okey.
Kau tak salah minta maaf aku. Okey. Tak. Lutut. Kau abang kau. Okey.
Selamat hari raya mak saya dah batin.
Okey. Aku tahu kau buat salah tapi jangan lebih-lebih lah. Season ni aku bantai kau.
Okey.
Terima kasih. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
6スイスウォッチ。みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班、ここに復活だってばよ。Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan kelumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために、私はもっと強くなる。やっ！なら！背中合わせでいくわよ。
Dengan 100 + 0 Coba, try, taste 100 + 0 Hey
は俺に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じたJiwa perwira setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Yang pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。 やかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Hello guys, kami dari Todak. Saya Zaim Sempoy. Saya Zaid. Dan kita orang akan rating makanan dekat bazar ataupun makanan di bulan Ramadan ataupun Raya lah. Okay, first aku ada serunding. Serunding aku tak minat. So aku bagi F. Tak suka. Dekat tangan aku ada sate lah. Ini kira favourite lah.
Favourite apa?
Favourite aku. Betul. Sebab kalau tak ada S lah.
Oish.
Dodol. Tak menarik lah. Bawah.
Kau kena John. John dulu jaga roti. Ni kat aku ada roti John. Ni makanan bazar ni. Aku rasa aku letak D lah. Sebab ada tak ada sudah.
Aku sirap Bandung cincau ni.
Sirap Bandung cincau.
Aku letak S juga. Sebab aku rasa ramai orang cari juga air manis time bulan Ramadan. So atas S.
Dekat tangan aku pula ayam percik. Kenapa kau semua dapat yang berbakar kan?
Memang healthy. Aku kurang lah dengan ayam percik ni. Jadi aku letak dekat.
Kau kurang?
Ya, aku tak suka sangat.
Okay, next. Ini normal, semua orang tahu.
Ketupat. Nasi impit. Okey, nasi impit dengan nasi impit.
Nasi beza.
Si biasa-biasa.
Kat aku ada ni, Ban.
Ada apa?
Rasalah ketupat ini dengan remangnya sekali.
Oh, lemang.
Oh, tukar lirik. Ni aku kurang minat sebab dia macam sticky sikit. Aku tak minat lah. Aku letak E juga.
Aku ada murtabak lah. Kalau aku kurang, aku kurang juga sebenarnya. Tapi okeylah. Sebab kadang dapat murtabaknya tak sedap.
Isinya tak banyak. Aku next daging rendang. Daging rendang. Favorite. Last. Ada makanan bazar ni tepung pelita lah. Stapler ni jangan Yang buat gambar ni boleh Jangan jual ke stapler. Kau tahu stapler tak boleh, Ban?
Tahu.
Bukan dia cakap tak tahu.
Tak tahu. Kenapa tu kah?
Aku pun tak tahu. Okey. Jadi sebab dia biasa-biasa je aku letak sini lah.
Makanan last untuk go. Apa? Last. Ketupat. Ni baru betul lah ketupat. Sama lah dengan ni. Kurang-kurang. Itu saja rating kita orang untuk makanan raya, guys. Betul.
Memandangkan bulan ni bulan raya lagi, kita orang nak mengucapkan selamat hari raya kepada MPL MY.
Selamat hari raya, maaf saya dah batin.
Memenangkan Aku tak raya dekat rumah. Okey. Kau tak salah minta maaf aku. Okey. Tak. Lutut. Kau abang kau. Okey.
Sama hari raya mak saya dah mati.
Okey. Aku tahu kau buat salah tapi jangan lebih-lebih lah. Season ni aku bantai kau.
Okey.
Terima kasih. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチみんな内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞクラマ力を貸してくれよっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよกระ
menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan kelumumur? Masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくるやかましい奴らだ
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Simpan kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Let me hear you say. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo. Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5 GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Players, Astro Arena, MPL merchandise, MPL ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Yo, Pibs, we're back to ruin your productivity for the day in the best way possible. More MPL action right at your fingertips here in MPL Malaysia Season 15, Week 2, Day 2. And I think we are in for another exciting series. You're watching the English broadcast with me, Stafa, alongside Adine and Gideon.
All right, I mean, we're going to continue on for the day of Homeboys up against JP Niners. It's somehow a weird reunion, question mark?
Weird reunion is kind of an understatement to a certain degree. I mean, to be fair, I think everybody has dabbled in with Homeboys players. The connection is extremely wide, but this reunion comes with, honestly, how much of a score is there to settle?
That's the thing. I mean, I don't see any bad blood between them, right? I mean,
how many years and generations of depth are we looking through? Yeah?
What do you mean? Hold on. It hasn't been that long, has it?
Where are you going with this right now? I'm intrigued to see because to the side of JP Niners, their coaching staff, I mean, yes, it used to be Homeboys, won with Homeboys as well back in Season 12, if I'm not mistaken. The dynamic duo of Pabz as well as
Antagonist.
Antagonist, correct. And now with a newer team, quote-unquote, because the players are still ex-Homeboys as well. So it's very weird to see. But talking about Homeboys, it's a very brand new Homeboys with a different coaching staff, a different amount of players. So I think it's not much of a reunion. It's more of a opening up a new chapter right now.
Opening up a new chapter is one way of putting it. I feel like, based off of what we saw last week, JP Niners and as well as the Homeboys kind of had like an okay start, I guess. You know, nothing too surprising, nothing too like crazy out of the ordinary. Not as much as a huge impact in comparison to the impression that we got from teams like MV, for an example, right?
Yep.
That's what we were trying to maybe see if they're going to start off strong, but it feels like, and it continues to be the trend of MPL MY, that we have a lot of slow burners. We'll see how much these teams have grown in that time.
I will say, though, just based off of the matches we've seen so far, Homeboys definitely feel like the more consistent team overall. I think a lot of their players are independently very skilled mechanically. And on the JP Niners side, I think they're still trying to build up a little bit more of that synergy. I think we all remember when their drafts were a little bit suspicious on the first day of the season. I don't think they're going to be doing that anymore. But going into this one, that is going to be tested.
I mean, JP Niners' 100th appearance for MPL Malaysia has been achieved. Back in Season 11 is their debut season under a different name, which is Madness Esport. In continuation, Season 12 is MPX NC, Season 13 is Niners, Season 14 and 15. Finally, they decided, okay guys, no more change of names. We're going to maintain with JP Niners, and this will be their 100th match. Is it going to be a sweet victory, or is it going to be a bittersweet moment for them if they lose this match?
I mean, it'd be nice if they were able to get their, on their 100th MPL appearance to win the series overall. That's a good way to kind of, boost yourself. Hey, we've hit a milestone. We got the win on top of that. Let's build more confidence as the weeks go by.
But there's also the scary thing, right? Where when you have one more game, when you're 1 star away from reaching the next rank, you always get a very hard game.
Yeah, we all been there, right?
Yeah.
It's either a hard matchup or you get a very questionable teammate. It's either one.
Yeah.
And, I mean, talking about teammates as well, I mean, looking at the background, right, we can see a lot of players come and go, right? You have PAs, we have the likes of the junglers as well. So I think as much as JP Niners have grown as a team, the coaches has grown as well. The antagonists as well as Pabz. Pabz, coming from Homeboys with Antagonist, they built up the reputation, getting the victory, their first ever championship for MPL Season 12. And, Pabz moves on forward with Vamos as well, bringing Vamos onto international stage. But right now, going back to JP Niners or going back with Antagonist, trying to build the same kind of momentum with JP Niners, it's a very sweet reunion between both of these coaches. But is it going to be a similar ending for both of these coaches?
I think it's tough to say, right? In week 1, we already talked about the fact that both of these two coaches have very different pathways and things to learn, but now coming back to reunite, it's a good balance of, we're playing for our team, but Antagonist has some interesting and creative ideas to actually add in addition to that conversation of drafting and team compositions.
Because the dynamic worked really well when they first paired up together in Season 12 and went all the way to become champions of that season. But ever since then, those paths have diverged, right? And I think Pabz and Antagonist have both definitely developed their coaching and drafting style in their own specific ways. So even though they're back together now, there's no guarantee that you just immediately jump back to that old synergy that worked for them all that time ago.
But that's one part of the story, right? Because as much as we're talking about, you know, the overall coaching staff, it's still the players that have to execute. And I mean, homeboys, after last week, it's clear that they have much better synergy amongst their 5 when it comes down to team fighting. In terms of raw macro, we haven't seen the full extent yet.
I would like to see a bit more from Zidane as well, the jungler from JP Niners, to be able to carry his team to victory, be it with assassin picks or any other picks out there. But here's a snapshot of the ping test, you know, brought to you by official gaming smartphone Infinix. Both teams looks ready to battle it out on the land of Dawn. As much as, yes, Zidane from the side of JP Niners as the jungler, I want to see MLBB as well. He's been popping off since week 1. I know that he likes to play this aggressive kind of playstyle, but he has to remember the discipline has to be retained as well. He can't go overextending, you know, trying to get a lot of kills or a lot of farm. So as much as he wants to be aggressive, he has to carry in the factors of where are the opponents? Am I able to farm up really well? Am I be able to go more aggressive as I want to be? Because JP Niners, again, going back to the coaching staff, Antagonist and Pabz, I'm pretty sure they are well aware of what MLBB can do.
Yeah, actually, I'm a big fan of MLBB. I really like his aggressive style. I like that he's very outspoken on stage as well. Always a fan of these type of players. But it's funny that you bring up the aggressive style of gold laning that MLBB likes to play, because on the opposite side, we have one of the original aggressive gold laners here in MPL, Lolil.
Yeah, I don't know. Lolios is like, it's a hit or miss for me. It really depends on what he's feeling that day. A very momentum-based gold laner. Like, I would like him to win at least 90% of his laning phases, but that's just not the case, right? And sometimes it's even a weakness to the teams, because we've seen, hey, ban out a majority of it, put him on Claude, and you've got a free win ready, you know, baking in the oven for you.
I mean, it really depends on what kind of heroes he's going to be able to use. Is he going to be able to use much more of a comfortable hero, the Haris as well? So drafting matters the most when it comes down to game number 1, of course game number 2 as well. So I would like to see, because Antagonist did mention in week number 1, he wants to bring a different kind of a playstyle, a much more, what's the word he used? I would say a much more entertaining kind of like draft. But then when I take a look at the Arlot EXP lane, it didn't work out for week number 1. So hopefully, you know, this kind of gimmicky draft has been sorted out by JP Niners. But even if they want to bring this gimmicky kind of lineups, I want to see what's the main purpose of it. Yeah. That's the whole idea.
I think it's funny you bring up that particular line from Antagonist, because like after week 1, I made a tier list about like whether or not these teams met expectations, and I did put JP Niners on the below expectations part, and someone in the comments brought up that comment. It's like, well, Antagonist said it's just going to be entertaining.
It was, to be fair. Depends on your definition of entertaining, right?
I mean, it gives like EXP laners a bad rep, I'm not going to lie. How many final slashes was whiffed in that game itself? How many flickers blown? I mean, there's definitely like an idea and a concept behind the comp, which I'm totally fine with, but the level of execution needs to be on par with how creative you can be in that draft. Those are the limitations that are set, especially here in Tier 1s and professional play. I think the scariest part about all of it is the fact that we haven't seen them play like a fundamentally strong game before they even get creative, right? Yep. It's like waking up in the morning and just be like, nah, I ain't gonna shower today.
Yeah, I mean, the fundamentals have to be clear out very much early on before you bring out this kind of like quote-unquote entertaining draft. But if your foundation is not as strong as of yet, so it's very questionable for you to bring out very different kind of like different drafting or different playstyle. But one thing's for sure, if you want to remain calm and collected, make sure you use Head and Shoulders, right? 100% free of any dandruff. I mean, I've been using it since primary school, I would say so.
Primary school.
So before that, you didn't shower?
Before that, I didn't shower.
Yeah, that was the issue.
Yeah, I was very entertaining back then. I was very entertaining.
Hey, now that you got that itch protection and the fact that you're 100% protected from damagers and itch, dermatologically tested, might I add, because it goes 5 layers deep. 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff. Get yours now.
My God, that's very deep.
5 layers is very deep.
Very deep.
It washes you down to your soul.
Whoa.
It cleanses you, mind, body, and spirit.
Should also get checked up if you only got 2 layers. It's already at your soul. I don't know. Where's your skull in that process?
To be able to penetrate through your skull as well. I mean, again, yeah, get Head and Shoulders at your nearest store right now. But going back to the matchup between the Homeboys and GP Niners, apart from the coaching stuff, apart from we did mention about Goat Lane as well as the jungler, in your own opinion, Gideon, is there any interesting matchup from different roles? Maybe the roamer side or maybe the jungler side as well?
I don't know. I feel like that's where it gets a little tough, right? Because JP Niners, we didn't get to see enough of them to really make those comparisons. I think right now, based on what we have seen specifically from the Homeboys, I think that Izanami was doing a pretty decent job, right? Even on Friday when we saw him face off against Storm. Not bad, but who else can actually challenge him in that particular role?
I agree. I mean, let's take a look at the full lineup for both sides, but we're going to start with Homeboys right now. Is going to bring out their main 5. It's going to be Izanami, Ivan, Malcuti, Emal, as well as Vel. Funny enough, Ivan and Vel, the only imports from the side of Homeboys, played really well week number 1 with the EXP as well as the roamer side. Moving on from the pieces to pieces, and there is this big narrative of Izanami back then. He needs to have a good roamer to be able to pair up very nicely. Before this, the amount of roamer that he had at his disposal is a bit, I wouldn't say bad, but it's a bit iffy in terms of timing. But right now, having a proper roamer, knowing what is the best timing to be able to combo well with Izanami, hence why we're seeing Izanami at, I would say, one of the highest point of his career right now.
I think we also have to give a bit of a shout out to Vel over there. I already shot up onto the MVP rankings. Very, very solid EXP laner, which Homeboys lacked last season, actually. That was one of their big pain points that made it difficult for them to compete with the rest of the squads. I think Vel has done an incredible job here, and it's really going to be up to Sabat to see how well he can compete, especially after the drafts we saw on week 1.
Absolutely. JP Niners with Lolios, Mal, Warlord, Zidane, as well as Sabat. If we're talking about pain points, yeah, I do agree with you that Vel is pretty good at the EXP lane. And Sabat used to be that pillar for the Homeboys previously. Now, joining the JP Niners on the opposite end of the spectrum, we didn't get to see much of him, and especially now in a meta where EXP laners, damage EXP laners, especially burst EXP laners, are not really the go-tos, it's a big adjustment, and some EXP laners have not adjusted that well.
I mean, Sapat are doing it quite well. I would say not to the perfect of execution, but he is getting there, right? He is becoming that EXP laner, trying to buy time, trying to create space, trying to play make as well, to be able to help Warlord, to be able to help Zidane as well, to be able to control the game, regardless of whatever hero that he uses, whatever hero that Pabz or Antagonist entrusts him later on. But before we move on to our game, let's take a short look at the video that we have prepared for you guys. Let's go on.
JP setiap season makin lama makin improve lah, sebab kita ada yang senior juga, ada yang rookie. Lepas tu kedatangan Pabz juga. So bagi saya ni roster balance kan.
It's good to be back with Anca. I head coach, I kena be more firm. Anca dia adalah middleman, so dia tak boleh terlalu strict. This combination between me and Anca is good because sometimes me myself can play as bad cop and maybe Anca can play as good cop.
Untuk season ni kami lebih prepare lah, cukup masa. Vel ni dia adalah player yang betul-betul bagus lah dari segi mechanics, dan Van pula dia memang player yang betul-betul makro dia betul-betul better lah. So itu memudahkan saya untuk perform season ni. Saya dengan Ivan ada chemistry yang bagus lah untuk season ni.
Bagi saya kali ini JP menentang Homeboys akan sengit lah, sebab dua-dua tim solid kan. Homeboys pun dekat Piala Esport Malaysia nampak solid juga.
Dia akan dikorbankan. Seorang pemain saja daripada pasukan Vamos. Oh my god, Ivan percaya dapatkan dua pemain.
Saya pun tak kena pressure sangat dekat tim. Saya just main as a team. Tak kisahlah bawa nama apa. Of course, semua orang pun target nak ke AWC. Tapi kita fokus dekat match yang terdekat dulu. Dan kita fokus untuk 2-0 atau 2-1.
Oh my god. Now goes in and they get the kill. It's a wipeout.
Dekat menang tu kita boleh dapat confidence untuk playoff nanti.
After dismantling Arrow last week, now they're back to silence the Warriors of Negeri Sembilan. It's more than a match, it's a statement. Homeboys, let's go!
After 5 seasons battling in MPL MY, at long last they break the 100 match milestones. The Warriors from Negeri Sembilan, give it up for the JP Niners!
Introducing the coach and analysts of the two teams and head of league ops, Franklin. They will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Thank you very much. We see to that. Let's keep it going with the fist bump between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship.
Good luck to both of the teams as they head on into their battle stations to get ready to play the game. Homeboys has decided on first pick. We're on blue side though, and I am a little concerned because after seeing all the games that they played, and especially after PEM, it feels like the team, and especially after the new patch notes, I would like to see how both teams have adapted to it, right? Does that change the position on where Granger is? Because we haven't seen Granger all day today, right? People have been moving away like there's been bug repellent on it.
I mean, yes, there is a nerf on the Granger, but I don't think it's a big enough of a nerf to be able to just pass him away from picking it. So we shall see whether the Granger is going to get picked up for this match or not. We take a look at the hit-to-hit matchup between both of these teams back in Season 13 and 14. Homeboys won 2-1 against JP Niners. Meanwhile, Season 14, JP Niners had the last laugh after they managed to defeat Homeboys in Season 14, bringing the score technically 1-1 right now.
A very important match here because this is basically their cross-season best of 3, and it just so happens to be JP Niners' 100th match in MPL 2. But an interesting trend to note is that both these teams have been able to reach a full series in both of their previous encounters, indicating that their power levels have remained fairly equal throughout the seasons of MPL.
Well, I think that this season we might just see that full best of 3 one more time, right? We're expecting either one of these teams to show a little bit of inconsistency. Overall, Homeboys just seems a little bit more mature when it comes down to decision-making in the game and especially around team fights. JP Niners, on the other hand, feels like they are the ones to show and prove that their veterancy comes at a big cost, and they're going to try and punish Homeboys at every step of the way.
All right, I want to take a look at Homeboys right now. We know that they have Malcutie. We know that they have Izanami, two, I would say, aggressive kind of players who can be the main damage dealer for their own team. Does this mean Homeboys have the option to pick someone like a fighter jungle or a tank jungler for Emal, the likes of Alpha, the likes of Barats, the likes of Fedrin, to be able to put the position for Emal, just be the utility jungler. Let the damage comes from Malcutie or Izanami.
That's a very good question, and I think as we start heading on into the drafting phase, we're about to find out. I do think that Amal in particular, the Barat, I don't think that is going to be as meta. The Fedrin, now that it has received a good buff, I would say, a pretty decent buff, he might need a little bit of time, but I don't think that leaves a player after playing, like, what, 2 years worth of Fedrin, technically?
I agree. I mean, with the changes from Fedrin, I just would like to see it get picked up at least once to be able to just see how far the power spike have gone into this Fedrin, as well as the Granger. I mean, yes, has been nerfed, but honestly, I mean, he's still usable. Sky per se is still a thing, so we shall see whether it's going to get picked up either by Homeboys or JP Niners.
Yeah, but even though Amal does have tank jungle experience to fall back on, his core is still as an assassin. He is that DPS, he wants to hyper carry. And honestly, even in the current meta, I don't actually think you need to have that tank jungler for Malcutie and Izanami to be DPSs. The Granger Sicilian meta existed for quite a while for a reason, right? Alongside assassins like Suyo and Haya, it's definitely possible as long as the rest of your draft is able to fill in the gaps.
Well, technically, counterpoint, during the Granger Sicilian arc, as some may call it, of that meta, Fredrin ever popped up once in a while and has won games on it. Technically, right? If we're talking about the technicalities of it, at the same time, I think it really just depends on what type of support you actually want. Because, I mean, things like Matilda, its band obviously does kind of enable these sort of immobile style of heroes to have that extra bit of mobility, faster on those rotations, and bigger on the support to have more influence over the map. And that's why we're seeing that Pabz is saying, hey, if we're talking about influence over the map, let's get rid of that chip. Ooh. Also the alpha?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand because Emal does play a very decent alpha, and this is why I brought up the first conversation, right? Emal to use this kind of utility jungler, and somehow Pabz, I wouldn't say reading my mind, but he's kind of feeling the same way. Or maybe he's just want to pick up a very much more secure jungler for himself to be able to farm out well for Zidane. But before we take a look at the picks, did you know Izanami is known as one of the Uchiha clan's ultimate dojutsu in Naruto? As for his IGN, it is inspired by the Japanese goddess of both creation and death.
Did you know that Izanami is actually a Japanese goddess of both creation and as well as death? It's overall...
Well, I mean, it had to come from somewhere.
It had to come from somewhere. Look, there's only a few things that Indonesia can't claim from us. Now the Loyi gets banned out, and it looks like they don't want to deal with global ultimates overall. I am a little curious, though, whether or not either one of these mid lanes, Warlord or even Izanami, both would do pretty well on something like that we've seen earlier today, the Novaria, for example.
They should ban out the Fanny, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there is a world where Pabz or even Antagonist would allow Emal to use the Fanny. If not, although there are some ways to handle it, but up against it,
they're challenging it. They're challenging
Interesting draft.
No, I think this is a good idea.
Okay.
Now the question goes over to Erpang. How much do you believe in Emal to deal with the Kalia possibly still open? And they can even supplement it with a Badang or even Cho. So there's plenty of options for Pabz to play around now that they've gotten rid of the Jushin and said, hey, Kalia is open. If you do pick it up for yourself, that's fine. There are still other ways to manage it.
Or Erpang just avoid it entirely. Pick up a Kalia or...
Gentlemen's agreement, no Fanny.
That's just no Fanny for this game, right?
It's not impossible. We haven't seen Zidane play the Fanny yet. So in the same way, Erpang could say, okay, I challenge you instead, right? Because this is the first game of the season that Fanny has been led through the ban phase. And it looks like he's doing exactly that. Kalea first pick.
Erpang is like, this is not my first rodeo, Pabz. I know what you're trying to do, and I'm ready for it. So right now, the ball is in a Pabz court right now, or is in GP's hands. Are they gonna pick up the Fanny for themselves and pick up a Badang to follow it up, or maybe just avoid it entirely? They pick up a Joy for themselves for the first two picks. So Badang and Moscow just to prepare. Just to prepare.
They're like, show me the money. Show me the money here. And I think overall, at the very least, Moskov is one of the better performing heroes for Loliel. You're not putting him on the clock, thank God. However, the fact that Harith is wide open, it is a bit of a skill matchup. So this works out in Loliel's favor.
Yeah, they go for it because the Moskov and Badang are both pretty solid counters to Fanny if Homeboys decides to lock it in now. And there is innate synergy with that Spear of Misery with Badang's wall as well. So it's a pretty good cover-up, not to mention, as you previously already said, being not too bad in a lane against a Harith. So right now, JP9ers trying to cover their bases, but if Fanny actually just goes through without being contested at all, this is going to be interesting.
Oh my God. Both sides are using Fanny as a... honestly, they're like, no, do you want the hostage? No, I'll hold on to that. No, but you, sir, you can have the hostage. I'm trying to negotiate. And no, Erpang goes in for the Lucas, takes away the Valentina. They've done this before. This is starting to become a clear draft pattern for the side of the Homeboys, and now Pabz, he's left with the option. Even if you do pick up the Fanny, yes, there is Kalia to deal on the other side, but Lucas is one of the few early game heroes you kind of don't want to mess with.
I agree. I definitely agree. And with that being said, this still pick it up the Fanny as the third pick. Question about can Zidane play the Fanny? My answer is definitely yes. I personally have not seen it yet, but as we all know, all Malaysian young junglers out there, they can play a very nasty assassin, especially the Fanny. So I would like to see if he can perform it well. Even there is a Kalia on the opponent's side, but let's take a look at the ban as we progress along.
Yes.
Ruby is gonna get a ban out. I mean, another destruction, or another wall to be able to withstand the Fanny being used by GP9ers.
This is one of the best points in the draft to pick up the Fanny because you immediately go into the ban phase and can get rid of notable counters like the Ruby. So we'll see what else they decide to get rid of here, because there is actually still a good amount of CC in the pool that could mess with this hero depending on where this Kalea goes, right? Because we don't know for sure if it's going to be in the roam position or EXP, so heroes like the Cho could still pop out.
I think right now JP should be holding on close to the chest as many flex picks as possible. Keep them questioning where this Badang really is going to go, because since they're on that red side, they get that very last pick and gets to see the entire composition from Homeboys. Ooh, a CC ban from Erpang side though.
Is that an indicator somehow Kalea is going to go on the EXP side? Because we saw on the previous matchup how CC can, I would say, dominate against the Kalea on the laning phase. But shall see as we progresses along. Masha is going to get banned out as the 5th ban before we move on to the 4th pick for GP9ers. Last ban from the side of Homeboy should ban the EXP or the flexibility. Gatot is still open. Xiao is still open, even if they can pick it up. Apart from that, maybe a mid laner here. Okay, Farsa is gonna get banned now. I think it's a very, very good ban. Yeah, combos well with the Badang as well.
Very, very good combo. And I think Lucas does pretty well into the Eve overall, especially in the earlier stages of the game where he kind of just doesn't care about the RWM and kind of can bulldoze his way into that back line. Regardless, Pabz, he's running out of mid laners to decide upon, right? Not having access to the Loyi, not having access to things like Jushin as well as Farsa might put him into a Sicilian scenario, and I don't think that's going to be the great... Actually, you know, Sicilian's all right. I just think they shouldn't reveal where this Badang is going just yet.
I think Sicilian is not that bad of a pick. Again, can combo well with Badang. If they want to go, again, quote-unquote entertaining, Novaria is still a pickup, Selena is still a pickup right now, but they're going to keep guessing between the flexibility of the roamer and EXP laner by picking up the Gatot Kacha. So anybody who is on the back line is going to get disrupted by the AOG. For that, Homeboys, last 2 picks right now, they need a good lane, they need a quote-unquote roam or EXP right now, or even a jungler.
Yeah, I think Erpang has realized very quickly that, hey, even if they switch up the drafting pattern, CC would have been able to dominate majority of their matchups. Now, whether it's Badang or Gatot Kacha, Kalea does lose a little bit of effectiveness, especially against the Badang. Not so much against the Gatot, but there's no way of actually knowing. So they got to be really honest with the rest of their draft from this point onwards. They could get a high loss just to say, we don't care about the laning phase, it's all about the utility in the middle of the team fight to get Lucas into position. They go for the Harith, they also go for the Edith.
Ooh. I like the Harith, of course. It is the best gold lane option you'll have left open right now, but the Edith has been a little bit up and down, this hero, because it's definitely not as strong as she used to be in the past. While the CC chain is still pretty high up there, the overall damage potential and staying presence, now that DPS numbers have just risen across the board, makes it so that Edith does need a certain degree of skill to pilot.
Now that looking at the full lineup of Homeboys, I am leaning towards the pickup of Sicilian right now, because looking at the draft, I don't see anybody apart from Lucas or even Kalea to go on the backside to be able to disrupt the Sicilian. And even so, you have to go through a Badang, a Moskov, a Gatot Kacha as well. So that's not going to be an easy task for anybody to go onto the backside if Sicilian is going to get picked up. But they're going to go for a Faramis, doubling down on the team fight. And of course, having the capability of the Ghostbusters as well. I'm not too sure it's a good pickup, but hey, I mean, if Pabz and Antagonist trust the Faramis, I'm all for
Faramis into the Valentina.
I think that's fine. I think overall, it's just he's comfortable with it. I think he was given the option of Sicilian, Novaria, or go back to comforts on the Faramis. I think Faramis, unfortunately, might be the weakest option of the 3. And the only reason why is because there's a lot of counterplay on the opposite end. We look at the full drafts all over again. There's a lot of decent AoEs coming from the side of the Homeboys. And if they stick too close together, or if somebody's able to force out the Netherrealm super early on, it's actually quite punishing for the JP Niners. So a lot of dependency on Suppot and Mal to make things happen across the map, maybe even win out their lanes for Lolio so that Fanny can get started.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the Homeboys just has a lot of early game curve and good late game scaling to play around, while on the opposite side, it's a Zidane show. We gotta see a good Fanny here in the land of Dawn, because now we are going to return to a rivalry many seasons in the making. Homeboys versus JP Niners.
Hold on to your seat. It's going to be a very interesting matchup between both of these junglers right now. Zidane up against Emal using a Lucas jungle as well as the Fanny jungle. We shall see who would have the advantage on the early stages. Homeboys right now, their game plan, I would say level 4, definitely trying to get as much as ultimate as online as possible. And with the EDs as well, can disrupt the back line, and hopefully Ivan and Izanami's duo mid combo can work well so that they can survive. Not only survive, but they can get a very good lead early on.
Really interesting here. It looks like Warlord wants to be able to trade pretty heavily in the laning phase with Lethal Ignition, but he also takes Pull Yourself Together. He's not going for Wilderness Blessing. He's not making sure that he is not really rotate. He doesn't need to rotate as fast because he's got Maul to help him clear that lane really, really quick on top of the Ghost Bursters. But he wants to make sure that he has Purify up more times than not to deal with Ivan in case he gets engaged upon. Because keep in mind, Farmis is that if you do decide to go for the Shadow Stampede pull, you put yourself in a lot of danger.
I agree, hence why I wasn't too sure about the Farmis pickup. I was thinking someone like a much more safer distance, hence why the Sicilian, hence why the Novaria, where you don't even need to go in front, put yourself in a danger position to be able to dish out a good amount of damage. But hey, the draft has been done, the draft has been settled, so we shall see how Warlord performs with these farmies. It could be a case of JP Niners playing defensively, just waiting out Lucas ultimates to finish off, and then they counter-engage back inwards or any particular team fight.
I think JP Niners choosing to play a bit more defensively is a good idea, especially in the early stages, because Homeboys just generally have more catch and a bit more damage potential. But now, Trail being contested, Maul gets the taunt in. Meanwhile, Ivan on top of Warlord. Amal going to be doing a lot of damage, but the Revitalize just cancels it all out. A really well-timed Netherrealm, but it's not going to be enough as Amal is still stuck in the wall. Gets the pushback! The knockback first blood goes to Bell instead. They're going to trade double kill! And it's a 3-for-1, but here comes Zidane. He picks up his Tsunami but gets caught, and that is going to be, somehow he is able to escape. But Homeboys coming out on top.
Homeboys got super lucky there. Wow. Super, super lucky. If Zidane had enough energy, because he was in the middle of taking that purple buff. Wait, hold on. The fight's not over just yet.
Zidane, that's going to be Tsunami Slam right into the AOG. Going to be canceling it out. Screws the Turtles. That's a lot of damage to Ivan and Amal. Ivan going to go down, but Amal picks up the revenge kill on Zidane. Now he's going to be able to just about walk away. Spins the shockwave back to help out the rest of his team.
Worth it. Zidane ends up dying, but so what? He got the Turtles. He also got a kill in the meantime. Whoa. Let's calm down there, Vel. Let's calm down for a moment here. As the teams go back into their neutral states, overall, Vel is walking away with 2 kills. Now, a majority of the kills going on with Vel is good for only 2 reasons. One, he's able to take more aggressive angles. When he gets that flicker available, he's looking to engage upon Warlord and catch as many people with the Earth Shatter as possible. But the tankier he is, the more time JP Niners have to waste dealing with him.
I agree with you right there, but it was a very massive skirmishes between both of these teams, and to be fair, I would say it's quite 50-50 for now in terms of the goal lead. Homeboys are only enjoying about 300 goal lead, meanwhile in terms of kill, it's still quite stable for both of them. Zidane played immensely well despite having a lot of crowd control coming over on his side, managing to get the turtle. Yes, he did manage to get a few kills on that particular moment, but to be fair, it could have been so much worse for JP Niners right there, just because of how Amal managed to withstand very much long, despite the parameters on JP Niners side. Mal.
Mal gets a 3-man taunt actually, and Revitalize comes out as well, so he'll be quite healthy. Zidane doing a lot of damage, chasing down Amal as Amal gonna have to use the flicker to get away from the Niners.
Look at the hesitancy from both sides. Battlespell for Battlespell, and Mal comes out of the trade pretty happy with it. They got Ivan's flicker out of there. All he had to do was lose out on his Revitalize. No commitments of ults from either side. And I mean, Izanami, yes, he does have that Netherrealm, but we saw saw how it breaks really, really fast in the middle of these fights.
I mean, looking at the top side as well, MLBB having a good amount of time farming up, but right now Mal is nearby, trying to disrupt a bit.
Slam pulls back Mal. He doesn't have Revitalize. AOG actually going to be cancelled, but he should be able to survive. Still going to commit the ultimate Fist Crack. Going to actually miss on MLBB, so they commit the Nether Realm, stolen by Izanami. JP9ers takes that as a sign to get out of there.
Good call for the side of the JP9ers. I mean, if they wanted to double down on that fight, Mal probably would have looked for the re-engagement, but knowing that they don't have AOG, this turtle should fall into the hands of the homeboys.
Yeah, I mean, looking at how homeboys are playing, they are not being too much aggressive. They know that there are a certain line that they should not cross. Hence why the Izanami using the Netherrealm very early on to just give an indicator, okay guys, we should not fight, we cannot catch Zidane, let's just take the neutral objective, which is the turtle, because we know the AOG is not online for JP9ers. So I think homeboys called it really, really well, as much as JP9ers did the same thing as well, not pursuing further, not pushing the agenda. But speaking of agenda, there is a bit of agenda on the bot side. Vel is gonna get a bit of disruption, but it's okay, it's still fine, and he still is alive.
Yep, I mean, that's Edith for you, the Swiss Army knife of the EXP lane. We haven't learned anything from the side of M6 Super Fam. Man, that Edith can do so much in the middle of these fights. The disruption, the CC, especially when she has Flicker, is the most dangerous.
Zidane trying to hold the mid side, gonna use the retry to get the minion out. Purify force out of MLBB. He's right in the middle of danger. And he's not gonna be able to survive. Ivan as well gonna follow as JP9ers surrounds the mid lane and punishes homeboys.
Not only the EOG was land upon MLBB, but the Sphere of Destruction as well, hitting MLBB and forcing him to walk very much slowly. And it was an easy kill for JP9ers. And they are on the top side right now, although the goal lead is still in the favors of homeboys, but Zidane clearing out the bot wave as of now. Homeboys gotta regroup back again. Izanami just now unfortunately did not have the Netherrealm. If not, he could have survived, he could have saved MLBB on that engagement on the mid side.
Well, to be fair, MLBB shouldn't have been there in the first place, right? He shouldn't be in the... I mean, he was looking for that initial kill, but they didn't get rid of the support ults. And in this case, that's Netherrealm. Good punish and good conversion coming in for the JP9ers, right? Oh, this is dangerous.
Vel trying to chase, but JP9ers doing a good job of keeping space. They know that they do not want to fall behind in terms of farm, and the more space they can create for Lolil and Zidane, the better they'll scale later into the game.
I would like to say, hold on, Warlord.
Netherrealm.
Out the Netherrealm, so no Netherrealm should be an easy turtle for homeboys.
Zidane's looking for MLBB, but he's able to dash out of it with the last remaining duration of Zaman Force, while homeboys secures a turtle.
Yeah, that's to be expected here. I think that in the minds of the homeboys, the Netherrealm is going to be their biggest problem, and I have to agree with them on this, right? Even though Mal and Sapat are great engagers, the last turtle fight, Mal already chunked out like 80% of A-Mal's health. They don't want him to have any vision over the pit, so that's why homeboys are so adamant on trying to take away this turtle from the JP9ers before they can get and find that position. So the mid lane is why there's so much contention here.
I mean,
Tsunami Slam gonna find one. That Sapat just pulled out and he cannot even respond. Even the Zaman Force to make sure he is dead. Zidane gets a top tower in exchange for it as the rest of the Niners play safe, but homeboy's gonna get some good map control here.
I think this is what JP9ers can rely upon, the split pushing capability of the Fanny, because head-on, team fight-wise, it's quite difficult for them to be able to engage on anybody from the side of homeboys, even with a Netherrealm from the Paramis, because who are you going to rely upon to catch anybody from the side of homeboys? Yes, you have the EOG, yes, you have the Fist Crack from Sapat, but Sapat is going to look from an off angle. Meanwhile, Mal is just going to react towards the aggression from homeboys. So JP9ers, this is what they can only do. A very passive gameplay. They can't initiate, they have to re-initiate.
Fist Crack finds two though, knocks Vel and Amal, but he just pops the Unleashed Beast form. Meanwhile, in the backline, Tsunami Slam finds Zidane. Netherrealm pops on both sides. Zaman Force comes in. It is absolute chaos in the purple buff pit, but homeboys are coming out on top and they're chasing them down. Izanami takes no prisoners. Double kill for the pillar of the homeboys.
It's such a pleasure to watch Izanami cook, man. I mean, when he has that steam rolling, when he has that roamer on his side, look what he can do. Look the aggression that Izanami can provide for your team.
Yep, I mean, it is really good to see Homeboys in these types of fights. As soon as Mao is out of position, he taunts too, but unfortunately doesn't catch Amal, who disrupts that AOG channeling, canceling him out, doesn't give him a free buy out of prison. I think that the Niners need to respect that the mid-game coming in, the mid-range fights coming in from the Homeboys is a lot stronger. They can stick a lot longer because of how Ivan utilizes his passive. So, if they engage on Vel, it is not a good idea. They have to keep eyes on Ivan and keep moving positions until a majority of the ults have been expanded, and that's Holy Crystal from LQT.
I mean, not only that, Gideon, I mean, with the NetherRealm stolen by Izanami as well, that adds on to another layer of protection, but hold on.
All gonna be wailed on by the entirety of the Homeboys. Mega kill for Izanami, and Sabat even used his ultimate to no avail.
A textbook gameplay when you have a Kalia, when you have a burst on your back, just stick anybody up front. Even if it's a Gata Kacha, even if it's a Badang, doesn't matter. You carry that target backwards and you immediately eliminate him off the map. Once it's done, it's a 4 versus 5. You can take all the neutral objectives that you want. This is what Homeboys are doing from the minute get-go.
Yep. Despite Zidane as well as Imal both trying to outdo each other in terms of gold and EXP, I think we're starting to see the difference in the side lanes, right? Vel already 3 levels ahead of Sabat. Sabat is called upon every single time, and Vel doesn't necessarily have to be there because he clears the waves decently fast, especially after the very first kill, the first 2 kills that he got. The next 6 assists were very easy for him because he has so much gold that it takes too much time for JP Niners to take him out, even with the Primal Wrath. Now we look at the gold, right? Yep, a huge difference. Huge difference. 3K worth on top of the extra 1K coming in from LQT.
I mean, I feel bad for Badang right now. I feel bad for Sapat. What can he do right now? Even with a surprise attack, a surprise flicker fist track combo, I don't think it's going to do too much up against Homeboys because they are too tanky, number 1, and they have a NetherRealm by Izanami's side. Not only that, Ivan can counter-initiate with the Tsunami Slam, so JP Niners are in a pinch hole right now. I'm not too sure how do they get out of this?
And Homeboys, it's really difficult to punish them at the end of the day, as long as they have that NetherRealm, right? I mean, look at this. Good amount of damage, and now they're trying to push through into the inhibitor.
The field play comes in. Ivan just buying space, just zoning, and just doing a great job of keeping position. And as Armand Force is committed, AOG comes in offensively, lands on Melcutie, but the rest of the team cannot follow up. NetherRealm gonna save Vel inside the base as Maul is bursted down. Tower is low, but the minions have been cleared up. JP Niners have spent their resources to make sure it stays alive. Zidane looking for a kill here, not gonna be able to find one, but just dashes through. Gets picked up with the Tsunami Slam. Amo with the kill. Amo, the shockwave in the backline, double kill for Amo.
Tail Beast bombed, headshots him straight away. I was not expecting that damage to kill him, but man, Loliels got really, really close. In this chase, you're seeing that Loliels finally finds an angle to free hit, but Izanami chunks him out, and it allows Amal to also capitalize on that angle thanks to the Terrify. That being said, now we see the full extent of how these compositions want to fight. JP Niners, the biggest AoE that they have are the Ghost Bursters, the AOG, but most importantly, the DPS coming in from Loliels with that piercing shots. He's got to be in the middle of that fight. He needs that space to work with, and the only person who can provide that to him is Sapat. The only issue is that they can't be the ones to engage.
I definitely agree with you right there. I mean, JP Niners, we finally managed to get to see to what extent they can do in terms of damage-wise, but with the amount of crowd control that Homeboys has, with the Kalia, with Veil as well, with Imal as well, be able to slow down Zidane. We can take a look. Just now, Zidane tried to do something in that team fight, but immediately getting the Tsunami Wave upon Ivan before he got knocked out. But this just showcased how Homeboys, especially Ivan, knowing that, okay, I'm gonna die, but before I do, I'll take you with me. At least I did something. At least I have provided somewhat of a crowd control to be able to take out Zidane. So Zidane gotta be careful, especially when he goes into this very close combat team fight on those pushes, on those purple buffs. So that JP Niners can do much more with the time that they have offered.
Well, he might be in some trouble here.
Yeah,
he's thinking about it.
Whittling him down. Loliel comes forward, but gets caught out with the Tsunami Slam. NetherRealm a bit too late to save Maul. In the meantime, NetherRealm gonna be popped by Izanami in the first place as Elimal jumping into the back line, catching out Warlord. Sepad just barely able to get away, but Zaidan jumped into the Lion's mouth and is punished. Mega kill! Valkyrie gets shut down, but the job is done. It is a team wipe for the Homeboys as Warlord comes back through his passive. But they just have the map for free now.
Yup, Homeboys, they do have a good roamer, but at the same time, Vel, he's not making mistakes here. He's using the Chaos of Battle to make it work. Subpod, he's gonna try.
Why are you here, sir? Tsunami Slam purified by Warlord. Lord taken by Amal, and Subpod is running for his life. Homeboys with a huge lead.
Crowd control again. It goes back to the crowd control and the focus that Vel as well as Ivan are using against JP Nanos. Holding on the Tsunami Slam, holding off the Earth Shatter. They know that this small skill set can turn it big time if it lands upon the right person. That is going to be Zidane or even going to be Lolial. Just not Lolial, I'm not too sure. The positioning of himself, I mean, as Gideon mentioned, he has to be near at that particular team fight to be able to do a good amount of damage, but at the same time, it's a double-edged sword because you are putting yourself at a very, very dangerous position, but if you don't, there's no damage from your team. So I'm not too sure Lolias right now, they have to do something. They have to open up that space for Lolia to be able to do a good amount of damage.
They got a big chill for a second here. Oh my god, where did Lolial's health bar go? They're going to lose inhibitors, but they're not going to lose the game just yet. They still have plenty of wave clear.
Really nice spreading. Positioning from the Homeboys is clean. They're not getting an AoE catch. Some Fizzcrack comes out with the crowd. NetherRealm denies all of the damage. NetherRealm comes out from JP9ers, but a massive burst of damage comes in from the Homeboys, and JP9ers just melts away as if they never existed. A triple kill for the Homeboys closes out Game 1.
Oof, the gold lead was too big. The situational items and even item swaps coming in from Amal to guarantee victory in that match. Well done to the Homeboys utilizing their lead, because had that game gone on for 2 more minutes, it would have been a rough battle against JP.
I have to take you back to the draft, my guys. The Faramis pickup was very questionable because if there is no NetherRealm in that particular team fight, for the side of Homeboys, it could have been so different. But the fact that JP9ers had their own NetherRealm and it allows Valentina Izanami to steal that wonderful ultimate, it just enhanced more Homeboys' ability to prolong the team fight and to prolong the damage that they can do up upon JP9ers. Vel did a fantastic job just trying to disrupt the opponent, withstanding all kind of damages and just being a nuisance in that particular team fight, but it all thanks to Izanami timing of NetherRealm. The timing is perfect, the execution right there. Prolong the team fight, Ima can go forward, just do whatever he does on the backside. Vale and Ivan just wait it out. Okay, Zidane is coming in, we got a stun. Lolial is out of position, we go in, we get a stun. And MLBB is just, okay guys, you've done your job. I'll open up the carpet of Zaman Forest and I'll just deal a good amount of damage to anybody who is ever in front of me.
I think this game is just an example of every single player shining from the side of the Homeboys, from executing their responsibilities perfectly, to the extent where we can't even point out a single MVP because everyone was just doing such an amazing job. And that includes the coach, by the way. That draft set them up from success right from the beginning.
Oh yeah, they definitely did. Let's have a look at our MVP in just a short moment, because overall, I think it's a very tough ask to say who played the best coming in from Homeboys, because everybody had a very good role to play and some game-saving moments, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about like Ivan, as soon as he got that fleeting time, this game, that mid-game was kind of done for. Izanami, great timings. Vel, great timings. Even Amal, after dying at level 4. Izanami, gonna be taking the MVP award here. Well done for game number 1.
Very aggressive gameplay coming in from him, getting that double kill on that mid side. The timing of NetherRealm perfectly executed by him, knowing when to press that button, knowing what's the right timing, because if both teams have the same skill set, it's just a matter of who is going to open up the NetherRealm the faster or the sooner. So Izanami just hold on a bit longer, knowing that, okay, my team can withstand a bit more. Now only I open it. Now, technically, it's a win once that NetherRealm has been opened up by Izanami.
The extra bit of Terrify is always great, but the fact that he went for Lightning Truncheon this time around, usually we would have expected an Enchanted Talisman to get that CDR. Nah, he's like, hey, now that it doesn't give mana and just a wee bit more HP, that's probably why we saw him just kind of solo that mid lane now, right? Easily just clearing it up.
Yeah, he's just going for full out burst, right? This is full DPS build without the Enchanted for comfort, which means that he may run into issues with spamming abilities and maybe mana down the line, but he knows that his team already has enough damage without needing to rely on consistent DPS output. So better to just go for straight up burst at the beginning to whittle JP9ers as much as possible.
I mean, overall, looking at the builds, pretty standard all across the board. I think nothing too out of the ordinary here. Unfortunately for Mal, and I think when it comes down, if there's a couple of criticisms, I don't think the Farmus is the worst option out of all the possible mid laners. There is some benefit to having the Netherrealms, especially in tight scenarios, and we even saw some of the benefits. When you are in these tight areas, that Ghost Burster does so much. Oh my god, Amal got melted. People like even Vel in the Primal Wrath also got melted pretty hard. However, he didn't get to that final part, and that's why the Lightning Truncheon over the Lightning Truncheon over the Enchanted Talisman made the difference for Izanami. You got Ghost Bursters, I have Lightning Truncheon to compensate.
I definitely agree with you right there. It's just the fact that you are bringing up a Farmis up against a Valentina, hence why it's another disadvantage because you're giving the same set of skill to Valentina to be able to enhance the ability of Homeboys as a whole. But Ghostbusters up against a Shadow Strike, I would say quite similar in terms of close combat team fights. But the difference maker, going back to what Gideon said, the Lightning Truncheon proven to be able to showcase how Izanami managed to one-up Warlord in these particular small skirmishes in a very, very tight space. Even so, we can see that how Sepat, once he had fallen off at what? 14-minute, not 40-minute mark, 8-minute mark,
earlier,
even earlier, right? I mean, to the extent of 3k goal lead differences, that is when it's I wouldn't say it's game over, but it's so hard for Sepat to get a good position off from the Fist Crack, or even for the Flicker for that matter.
Yeah, this trap from Homeboys already did them a lot of favors because it allows you to open map more easily. You have enough crowd control to deal with a hero like Fanny, and then you have other sources of early and late game scaling of burst. In comparison, right, JP9ers needed to pull Sepat away from his lane quite frequently because they needed him to initiate team fights because AOG is still a little bit unreliable in that regard, and they went for the Faramis into the Valentina, so you're immediately giving a tool to your opponent as well and making it a 50-50 play, which didn't pay off.
It's a coin flip at the end of the day, and that's why the side laners made all the difference here, right? Rich Guy going over to Amal, kind of surprising. I really thought that Melcuti would have gotten him on the GPM sector, but to be fair, he was already in max build, so what am I going to complain about, right? 68,000 damage. Sandbag going over to Amal, for Mal, of course, and Izanami, the best wingman with 17 highest assists in that game, with a final score of 21-8. Now, looking at these highlight moments, can you believe this? Look at how crazy this particular situation was, because Zidane was able to steal it away, find a kill for himself early on because there was a previous fight where Amal ended up dying, and then they find a secondary punish in the mid lane.
This is more of a Malcuti's mistakes being out of position, but apart from that, I don't see any kind of like error coming in from Homeboys. Played it very well. The timing of Netherrealm is perfect. Melcuti is not going to get focus on the backside, being able to open up the Summon Force, and Izanami with the Flicker going ham, going aggressive. Vel as well, just being a nuisance in this particular team fight. And again and again, Ivan getting a good pick off from Lolial before he is getting knocked out. But that Bijudama bomb immediately eliminated Lolial out of that team fight.
I mean, you can definitely see the idea of what JP9ers wanted to do. If Homeboys are too close together, we could look for a big punish, but that's only if we can catch like 3. 4 is a blessing, 5 is a miracle.
It's not really going to happen. You can see it from the way that Homeboys split up as well. They're staying just far apart that Badang will never catch more than 2 players, but just close enough that they can all gather from the Netherrealm once it gets popped. It is so much good forethought happening here. And again, every single fight, their positioning is so good. I feel like this is like one of the best examples we've seen of how to do a good roam. Kalea, Ivan, masterclass. Every single time a fight starts, puts himself in between, catches a core, pulls them back. It is So good. Such a good game.
Really, really good. Great showing from both teams as well. I think that this might actually go 3 games. We'll see whether or not that hopefully the mental from the JP Niners side is still intact. Again, this is very hopeful, right? Because again, it's a lot of these players coming from Homeboys, and Homeboys in that variation was very momentum-based, some may say.
Agreed. I like to the point where they know that, okay, Sepat is out of the picture. I mean, the farming rate of Sepat is very low. The goal lead from Sepat is very low as well. And when they notice that moment forward, look at what Ivan does. No matter whoever is in front, he's just going to swim his num back and then get a kill. Regardless if it's Sepat, if it's Small, if it's anybody, because they know we do have the damage already, we do have the pick-up potential is so much more valuable for us, and forcing it a 4 versus 5. So before we go for game number 2, we shall take a break, but not alone. We shall be with Poji and Daddy Hood. Let's hear what they have to say.
Stay true! Itulah laungan kebanggaan untuk Homeboys. Tapi saya tak berseorangan sekarang. Terima kasih kepada caster kita. Kita ada orang yang istimewa dengan saya hari ini.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Sihat
Alhamdulillah sihat. Daddy sihat?
Baik, Alhamdulillah. Baru sihat.
Baru sihat? Tak apa.
Baru sihat, biasalah. Dah ada umur, dah suku abad ni macam inilah.
Dia bukan suku abad. Dia rasanya demam tu sebab takut kalah bang dia.
Sebelum nak ke sini saya dah telefon Faris dah. Saya minta aminkan doa saya. Jadi dia dah aminkan doa saya untuk Homeboys menang mudah 2-0 hari ni. Tak sangka dia aminkan pula.
Alhamdulillah. Jadi soalan yang pertama saya nak tanya.
Boleh silakan.
Ramai yang jaga untuk line up Homeboys yang sekarang ni line up yang paling solid. Pada pendapat Daddy sendiri dah kan, apa rahsia dekat sebalik kejayaan ni? Sebab kita nak daripada PM semua kelayakan, ini dah tengah sedap sangat.
Line up paling solid, semua line up pun solid. Semua pasukan pun ada preparation masing-masing. Tapi
hopefully they keep it up. I think they're genuine competitors this
dari segi
season.
preparation,
Like,
saya rasa kredit saya patut berikan kepada Abe, manager Abe and the gang. Abe, diorang punya team, coaching staff, players sendiri pun bagi a very good commitment. Kita scrim pun kadang okey, kadang tak okey, tapi saya yakin dengan apa yang ada, dengan sinergi yang diorang bina, inilah resultnya insyaAllah.
Alhamdulillah. Dan sekarang juga kita tengok line up yang ada sekarang dekat pasukan lawan JP Niners dulu pernah ada dekat dalam satu tim Homeboys tu sendiri.
Itulah.
Jadi bertemu sebagai lawan, apa perasaannya?
Perasaan saya happy tengok ada Pabz, ada Anca, Ipan, ada Warlord, Mal, semua pun anak-anak buah lama, pernah sebantal, pernah sebilik. Tapi hari ni kita sebagai lawan, lawan mungkin dalam gelanggang je, luar kita still respect each other. Masing-masing ada fasa kehidupan masing-masing, and masing-masing pun ada hala tuju masing-masing. So good to see.
Good to see. Dia bukan pernah sebantal, sepiring, sekuali, sepinggan. Dia juga pernah se-champion sekali sebenarnya.
Itulah coach saya dua-dua kat sana tu, coach yang bawa kita kepada champion. Tapi tak mustahil untuk Jasmine dan juga Erpang boleh bawa kita ke champion dan champion lagi. InsyaAllah.
Faham. Sebab kita nak tengok kan bila pertemuan line up yang baru tengah solid bertemu dengan line up champion Homeboys. So perasaan tu sendiri nak bertemu dengan macam diorang dah tahu ideologi Homeboys tu sendiri. Panik tak panik?
Saya mungkin kekuatan dia pada itulah tadi. Macam saya cakap tadi kan, doa saya diaminkan oleh saudara saya Faris. Faris aminkan macam tu je. Jadi saya rasa dengan doa dia tu kita orang menang lah insyaAllah. 2-0 lah.
Amin. Okey, musim ni untuk Daddy sendirilah kan. Apa harapan kepada pasukan tu sendiri masuk dalam segi perancangan untuk melalui satu proses yang baru?
Homeboys dalam fasa restructure, kita nak betulkan banyak perkara. Bukan mudah. Kita start daripada 2020 kan. 3-4 tahun kita dah biasa dengan culture yang sama. By this year kita start ubah sikit culture. Quarter 1 kita macam mana, quarter 2 kita macam mana. Mungkin quarter 3 nanti baru kita mula stable balik. Siapa yang masih percaya dengan Homeboys, stay true. Tapi kalau dah tak okey, just terima kasih atas segala sokongan selama ini. Memang Homeboys perlukan sedikit masa. InsyaAllah kita akan sentiasa memperbaikilah apa yang kurang.
Baik. Perasaan Daddy lah tentang pencapaian untuk pasukan Daddy sendiri. Ada pasukan yang ini tengah macam Daddy cakap tengah nak revamp. Perasaan yang untuk keduanya untuk pasukan lawan sebab anak-anak sendiri kan tadi katanya.
Terharulah. Dua-dua pun saya happy tengok mereka masih lagi bertanding, masih lagi ada dalam arena, masih lagi dalam MPL. Cumanya saya harap penyokong-penyokong setiap pasukan datanglah support diorang kan, support JP9ers, support Homeboy, siapa pun datang support insya-Allah. Dengan support itulah yang membawa kepada semangat lah kepada anak-anak buah masing-masing.
Dia support yang macam ni. Kalau boleh lah saya nak minta Daddy kan. One more time lah Daddy. Sekali je stay true untuk diorang semua. Boleh tak boleh?
Gua dah tua, gua punya dada dah sakit.
Orang nak tak Daddy Laung? Stay true. Semua nak Daddy, semua nak.
Alright, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Sekali kalau JP9ers pun nak pun boleh je sebab sama je. Lebih kurang sebantal. Okay, stay true. Alright, insyaAllah. Mudah-mudahan.
Terima kasih Daddy.
Okay, insyaAllah.
Thank you very much untuk Daddy Hood. Good luck untuk kedua-dua pasukan untuk Homeboys 1.0 bertemu 3.0. Let's go to Caster.
Oh, it's very good to see Daddy back on MPL. I mean, he's taken some time off to focus on, the business aspect of things and, of course, his health as well. So it's good to see familiar faces back in MPL MY Season 15. Talking about how the current sons and the ex-sons.
The estranged son.
The disowned.
The prodigal team.
Not only the side of players, but of course the coaching staff as well. But now, let's take a look. Malcutie, how are the new coaches like? Both coaches are quite similar actually. Sometimes as players, we also have our own POV. And the coaches are okay to discuss and talk things out. It's nice having two coaches who aren't egoistic. Is this a shot at previous coaches of him?
Hey, Mel QT used to play in the MAL, so I don't know what's going on down there. But, doesn't happen here as often, clearly.
Sounds like he's throwing some shade somewhere.
Right. I mean, to be fair, coming from MAL, he has the fundamentals quite good already. The mechanics is there. It's just a matter of facing a few issues of discipline and not overextending. And kudos to Coach Erpang finally, getting hands on Malcutie and shaping up to become a very, very talented and a powerful gold laner here in MPL MY. But as we take a look at game number 2, JP9ers is gonna get the benefit of the first pick. Meanwhile, Homeboys is gonna be on the second pick. We shall see similar banning style right now. Chip as well as Zushin is gonna get banned out. Are they once again gonna let the Fanny off, or not gonna ban out the Fanny? I would say.
I think we have to note now, Fanny no longer has a 100% ban rate, but she does have a 0% win rate. So, an interesting statistic to have at the start of the season here. And Erpang has already shown that he was very effective at countering the hero in the draft. But now that they're on opposite sides, will that change anything?
I don't know if that's going to change much. I definitely think that Pabz is going to be rethinking of how he's going to tackle this potential Fanny gambit. I got to give it to Zidane, right? The only issue in that game was that Vel was really sharp. Yep. Very, very sharp on the positions on those cables to catch out Zidane, because there were moments where he could have gone for very big chunk outs had he not been hit with the Earth Shatter Onward combination. So Pabz, I think, is trying to set up the gamble once again on saying, hey, Fanny's still out in the open, we'll do the Kalia trade, we might see how this plays out at the end of the day, because the Chip and as well as Lucas are already out of the pool. Now Erpang is saying, sure, we don't mind that. If we get that Harriet, that's totally fine with us, because we're already getting rid of the foe.
Man, I agree. I definitely agree with you right there, because it does look like it's going to shift up to the gambit of Fanny right now, because it has not been banned out by both sides. And once again, JP9ers banning out the Alpha twice already. Game number 1, banning it out. Game number 2, banning it out. I'm, again, not entirely sure, is it a respect ban, or is it something like it's gonna disrupt whatever Pabz or Antagonist has in plan for JP9ers.
Now here's the thing. I think a lot of us can agree that Amal's performance last season was not stellar, and he oftentimes depended on pocket picks like this Alpha. This was one of his most consistent jungle picks, so it does kind of make sense that Pabz would decide to get rid of it since he's quite familiar with the player. But I think we've also gotten the scene already this season that his hero pool is not that limited. He's definitely done some improvement, and I'm not too sure if this is a hero that you really need to get rid of.
Once again, The Fanny is still available, but somehow looking at game number 1, I don't think it's gonna be a first pick for both sides. So Kalia should be the first pick right now. Yep. On the side of Homeboys, you still have Suyo, you still have Badang, or they open up the same thing, Badang Moskov right now, just to prepare.
They technically could if they wanted to. I think the most important part when dealing with the Kalia is how are you going to stop everybody else or deter them from positioning to attack whoever Kalia catches. And now that they've locked in the Matilda, which I've been waiting for a long time for, but do they also want to pair it up with the Loi? No.
Oh!
That's what I was looking for, right? Both, again, this alpha ban is super weird. Nobody does this in that first phase unless you want to open up the pool to say, hey, it's either the Suyo or even the Fredrin, especially when Matilda hasn't been touched by either side.
This is very interesting. Looking at Fredrin gonna get picked up by Homeboys and being paired up with Matilda. You know, the Fredrin Airlines is gonna be online for game number 2. But just a fun fact for you guys, G5 ID managed to secure their first game against Na'Vi using Fredrin plus Florin combo.
Ooh.
So it's a different kind of style right now. But GP, they answered back with a Hanzo and a CC. Meanwhile, Homeboys with the Masha. This is, I would say, counter one and another.
Amazing.
Yeah. This is... I have to agree with you. This is really, really smart from both sides. It feels like they have been like deep scrim partners, and now it's like, okay, we figured out the answer sheet, guys. We're gonna get our A's in SPM or IGCSE or whatever you guys study out there from across the world. SATs, why not? But I think that this CC pick in particular is highly volatile, right? This could go either way. Main counters are already, main counter matchups are already out. So they're expecting some sort of tank in that EXP lane. It could still be the Badang, but they can instantly ban it out as well.
And well, the Masha has already been shown as well, so it's most likely we're going to be seeing the Masha versus CC in the EXP lane, I get the feeling, which means that Homeboys are going to need to have a little bit more burst damage now, since they're going to be relying on Matilda Fredrin for their jungle pathing. Now, while Matilda does offer you some safe ways of getting out of the Tsunami Slam, Fredrin is also a hero that can be pretty vulnerable to Kalea CC combo. So that's what I'm worried about right now.
That's why they got that Masha and Matilda, right? I'm guessing that they also want to have a strong mid laner with artillery, but Hanzo threatens kind of everybody. If you have a large health pool, once he gets that Trinity built, he can kind of do it for free. So therefore, the question is, how are they going to deal with Matilda and her rotational, as well as the raw sustain coming into mid lane?
Good ban by Homeboys for the last ban, cancelling out the global presence from the Loi. If not, it's going to be very, very annoying having to deal with Hanzo as well as Loi on the same team. Looking at Masha, I'm just wondering how would this Masha plays out after the laning phase. Is she gonna mainly focus on Hanzo wherever Hanzo is gonna be? The Masha is gonna stand nearby, or is the Masha gonna just drop very much closer with his own teammates? So it's gonna be more of a protect the president kind of style. So we shall see right now. Harit's gonna get banned out, so leaves out very minimal option for
Moskov.
Malcuti?
I think that it's Moskov here, for sure. For the side of the Homeboys, they need some kind of disruption, and it's way worse giving the Moskov over to JP because of the way their composition wants to work. You can cancel out the Thunderclap coming in from Masha, you can peel away the Fredrin, and most importantly, having the Moskov on your side makes Hanzo just a little less viable to buy an extra bit of time for Matilda to get you out, or even Fredrin if he's caught in a really rough spot.
Yeah, I agree. Moskov would be a pretty good pickup here, and then it even gives Homeboys the option to go for macro play by just having Moskov and Masha go for split push and just generally have global presence.
Okay, the last pickup before we move on to the side of GP.
Okay.
Barca, more aggressive lineup right now. I mean, it kind of makes sense, I would say so. I mean, yes, there are the danger or threats coming in from Hanzo, Kalia with the Tsunami Slam, as well as CC. Just be able to just put the damage on the Farsa, but you gotta remember this is Izami who's gonna be using it, so pretty sure he is gonna position this Farsa very, very well behind from any kind of threats. Sisinan is still there.
Actually, I think this is... Oh, man. I think Urbank, he had two paths to choose. It's either he picks up that mid lane or picks up the Moskov. He'd rather gamble with the Moskov because Farsa is a lot harder for Masha to go for those big one-shots. And now we say that even the JP is like, all right, Masha's going to be a bit of a problem, so let's say really, really far away, but they don't have a traditional frontliner, and they're depending heavily on getting to mid to late to get Hanzo and Granger online, even the Novaria once she has enough items.
So last pick for the side of Homeboys right now, Moskov is still viable to be played. Irital is still there. I'm not too sure if they want to go for that pickup or very, very out of the ordinary pickup something like a Lunox, but I don't think it's going to happen right now. It's going to be a very stable marksman for them. It's going to be the Irital. Going to get picked up, just run and gun down the opponents right now. I like the idea, what Gideon said, how JP don't want to close combat them very much early on. They rather stay away from them and just let CC try her best to be the frontliner.
I mean, Homeboys are just straight up the challenger here. This is a rundown composition against the Niners who, like Gideon already mentioned, doesn't have your traditional frontliner. They're really depending on Kalea and CC to take the damage in, but when you have Matilda, Fredrin, Iritel, Masha running straight at your Novaria Granger, can they actually hold?
I feel like the game is going to be determined by first turtle. I think unless we see Homeboys be very, very disciplined on these upcoming neutral objectives, we'll see how far JP Niners can actually get. Because Subot technically has a winning matchup. We see that Loliel's, his matchup is very skill-based. I don't know how hard the nerfs are going to affect it overall. It will definitely hurt him, don't get me wrong. But until when is he going to scale? That's the real question.
Well, this rivalry has persisted across many a season of MPL Malaysia, and every single time it has gone to a full series. Can Homeboys break that curse and take their first ever decisive victory against the JP Niners?
The way I look at it as well, I think Homeboys is gonna try maintain a similar playstyle as game number 1. Once they have the level 4, once they have the power spike, whoever is in front of them, they're just gonna take it away. And right now, Loliel.
Loliel in a lot of trouble already. Ivan even taking the tower to get a bit more poke in. Loliel will survive, but that's a lot of lane time now for MelQT.
He's gonna, I think he should lose at least one minion here. Izanami gets chucked low, but as long as he doesn't die, it's totally fine, right? Interesting jungle path, because it looks like Zidane wants to match up towards the top side of the map. He readjusted. Technically, he instantly clears his orange buff. He could have gone to his purple, but instead decided to full clear bottom side, wasting precious time, even though technically he out-farms Emal in the earlier stages of the game.
Alright, as we take a look right now in terms of emblem pickup, nothing too out of the ordinary. 2 Wilderness Blessing is gonna get picked up by the side of Homeboys, with Izanami having it as well. So early rotation is to be expected from Izanami, but hold on.
Oh, Emal in trouble, runs into 3 members, but Guiding Winds gets him out. That's why Matilda is such a good combo with tank junglers.
Yeah, and honestly, really good that Emal was able to hit an energy eruption on 3 people at once. No cats there. Right now, I'm more worried about Izanami because Warlord, clearly, he's clearing these waves pretty easily.
Mal jumps in, title strike on Izanami, but just pokes him out. Ivan is still there to provide shields and healing to his mid laner.
Right now, we are talking right now, the turtle dance is gonna begin or started by Emal, but focusing on the orange buff first. Meanwhile, on the side of Diviners, but hold on, Vel.
They engage here, that they're gonna tie up Ivan and Emal, but in the bot lane, the Farsa, Izanami already ganked, took advantage of the opportunity to get a free kill. First blood on Loliel, and JP still not able to take control of the turtle pit. Mal now trying to buy some space, fell to the left HP bar, but pops the thunderclap, and Mal goes down. Praises Wrath into the vengeance. Sapat will survive, but JP Niners have lost too many bodies. So the Homeboys will get this one for free.
Oh no, this is bad, this is bad. The fact that JP Niners had the upper hand in terms of manpower, and yet they still could not do anything. No kills, no neutral objective taken. Meanwhile, Homeboys gets a bigger upper hand, getting a kill on bot side, getting the turtle, and another kill on the turtle side.
I think Homeboys understands one thing. As long as we have bush control and we can see where Mal is, there's less of a threat. Because taking skill shots, sure, we can heal back up and Ivan could protect us. If he takes big shots, that's totally fine. He's got Purify. So they have dedicated frontliners to kind of do the dirty work and get deep, knee deep into the mud. JP Niners, I think they need to make sure that they have stronger bush control. They have a poke composition. Let Warlord and Lolios kind of get to that position where they can keep on harassing the homeboys while Ivan doesn't have Flask of the Oasis available, and more importantly, before those roam boots activate.
Yeah, I'm very much afraid of when homeboys gets too much of a
Looking
tanky
for
item.
Valkyrie to flicker title strike. They can pull him out. Does he get out? He actually escapes. Runs away with the sprint. JP9 has committed so much for that, and MLQT just gets to go home.
Oh man, that was one opportunity to equalize that lane.
That hurt a lot. I mean, Sudafa did mention about how the Guiding Winds is a very good counter to the Tsunami Wave or Tsunami Slam, but I did not thought it's a big counter. But as we can see how homeboys are playing right now, yes, they are able to catch certain targets, but they are not able to finish it off. One, because the power spike is not there yet for JP9ers, so the burst damage is not there yet. Second of all, of course, the biggest counter to that is Ivan with the Guiding Winds. Time and time again, the timing, the position of Ivan, he knows when Mal is going to use that Tsunami Slam.
Sabat actually trying to commit this fight. A bit scary. Izanami's here. Fended airstrike comes down. Vengeance pops. Sabat, that was a bad idea, my friend.
I get it if you're jumping on Izanami specifically, but on Vel, I think maybe he might have thought that the curtain call might catch both of them.
Zaidan gonna pop into his demon form. Turtle gonna be secured by Zaidan, but gets Tsunami slammed out. In the meantime, Vel is in the backline, threatening on Mal, and Lolil gonna be chased down as well. Homeboys takes 2 in exchange for the Turtle. Zaidan, why are you chasing, sir? Gets stunned, gets picked off, double kill for Vel.
It's breaking down for the Niners, and it's breaking down a little too quick. Warlord is going to have to regroup the rest of his team. They gotta listen to his calls. They can't be making simple mistakes like this, especially at such a pivotal point of the game. A 2K lead for the homeboys, sure. You lose a little bit of farm, not that big of a deal, right? Oh boy.
Izanami is styling right now, the burn! And he is roasting the JP Niners for dinner.
Ooh, my, oh my. The Prince of Mage is back in town, my guy.
He's playing hot.
He is smoking hot right now. Izanami just can't miss as of now. Homeboys are functioning like an oil machine, but hold that thought, Vel.
Thunderclap gonna be committed onto Zaidan. Vel dropping to the last HP bar here. Will he be able to get away? Actually still survives! Kills the demon form in time, and here comes the homeboys! Zaidan, it is too late for you, sir! The taunt into the bitter airstrike. Even tanking the tower for him. Izanami gonna take some damage, but now Sabat in a lot of trouble. Vengeance will not save you, because here is MelQT! Tsunami Slam onto the Irritel, but the extra shield from Ivan keeps him topped up. The homeboys are flawless.
Hey, the goddess of death and creation right now. Homeboys can get the kills, and they can't die as of the 6th minute mark.
Jeez, this game is, I think this game is done for already. This is a very difficult lead for JP to actually take control over, right? Zidane is, he's still going equal with Amal, but I think homeboys can go even further with the current lead that they have. They win out in the 4v4, they definitely win out in the 5v5.
Got a goal lead right now between MLQT as well as Lolial. 5.3 on the side of MLQT. Meanwhile, Granger Lolial only 4.2. 1 key difference. That's a very huge difference as we approach the mid-game right now. Lolial only now picking up the Sky Piercer. So I don't... JP Niners gotta regroup back again. Gotta focus on who do they want to take off, because as a 5 versus 5,
my God,
it's super hard. They can't do anything right now. This mashup pick up, my God. Chill Izanami, hold on.
Tsunami Slam finds MelQT, but Vel stands in between them instantly, and Warlord is gone! Blown up! Like he's made of paper. Zaidan trying to go back in on top of Vel, but here comes the circling eagle, pulls Amal forward, energy resumption, gets the 2-man taunt. Ivan drops low, but he's alive, and Maul is picked up. Killing spree. Homeboys are playing a work of art right now.
Oh man, Amal, he has, after 2 years worth of pure Frederick, he has not forgotten the mechanics at all.
Nope.
What a monster. What an app. This team looking so good right now. And Ivan, now that he's got that favor already triggered, he doesn't care no more. He's topping up members who honestly shouldn't be getting out of these types of scenarios. And I think at this point, they've kind of solidified the next 5 minutes is going to be hell for JP Niners.
The fact that Ivan could drop the bomb of Fedrin in that middle of the team fight behind the turret as well. And the fact that they got a kill is an understatement, but the fact that they did not die at all in that particular effort is just phenomenal gameplay, phenomenal game sense by the side of Homeboys, understanding how much damage they can dealt upon the enemy and how much damage they can take upon themselves. Look like Amal just does not care at all right now.
Just got tickled, huh?
Yeah, it's like it feels nothing.
Just got sniped by a star and it just bounced off his rock hard abs. Homeboy is literally the definition of hydrogen bomb against coughing baby in this situation. 11-0 kill score in 9 minutes.
I like that one. That was a good one-liner. I'm gonna steal that one day. Amal right now in a phenomenal position. Ivan now getting an enchanted talisman. This game is pretty done for, right? We're now expecting to see the Guardian helmet already purchased on Amal. He doesn't even need the healing from Ivan. He just needs to sit there for a moment. Let him take a breath.
Just healed up again right now. And on the side of JP Niners, even if Mal used the Tsunami Slam onwards to anybody right now, it doesn't even matter, right? I mean, I don't think JP Niners have the damage to even take anybody off.
They don't.
Even Val can't even, they can't even touch Val with that 3 layer of health.
They're too strong at this point. They have too many items, too many base stats to work with. The JP Niners are so dependent on items, right? No Trinity build from Zidane. Last we checked, okay, second item finally complete. The Demon Hunter Sword, very useful, but he still needs that Corrosive Scythe to complete that build. And Amal, he wants it. He wants to be the sandbag.
Oh, it's like nothing right now. Like, Lolil, yes.
He's used to Lord dancing, but this time he's the Lord and he's dancing with Lolil.
Are you having fun, son? Are you winning right now, son? But right now, Homeboys are preparing for that final push with Izanami opening up the Feather Astride, allowing Homeboys to get that mid priority. Oh, hold on.
Boys are starting to have a little too much fun here. You're able to cut people off, but take the T2s. Come on, they're free.
This is very much Homeboy's game to lose. They can still drop it if they make a big mistake, but so far they've been doing very clean. Curtain Call will attach 2 together, but I don't think it's really gonna do anything. Everything Niners throws at them is nothing.
Right, but that's right, it's still online right now.
Oh, instant flicker, Thunderclap. Lolil almost dies in a single hit. Is able to dash away just barely. Bell gonna drop very low, but shield comes back out, which means Zidane cannot eat him. And Amal just buying so much space and time, tanking everything. Appraiser's Wrath will miss, but the damage is done.
First Lord, got an inhibitor. I mean, they're setting up. The checkmate angle is there.
It's so frustrating if you're the side of JP Niners, right? I mean, you did everything that is within your power right there to be able to at least get 1 kill, at least get 1 pick-off. But it just so happened that, as you mentioned, too much base stats on the side of Homeboys, and JP Niners just doesn't have the tool as of yet to be able to withstand right now. Sapa, gotta be careful.
Amal almost gets eaten, but what am I kidding? He is absolutely fine. Star Shatter collides with Vel, doesn't really do anything at all. As Homeboys continues tightening their grip on this game, a 9K net worth advantage.
Izanami, he is letting that flicker rip. He does not care anymore. And I mean, disrespectful behavior here coming up from Homeboys, but with a 9.5K lead, they kind of know that they've got this game in the bag. 40 more seconds, and as long as they play it, keep it standard, front to back, we should be all right. The power spikes are just not there for the JP Niners.
I mean, knowing that he has the escape ability coming in from the Matilda, so I think it's fine to use a few flickers here and there to be able to get a very much more aggressive positioning and at least get 1 kill off from the side of Homeboys. But as we take a look at the timer right now, approaching 13-minute mark, the next lot is gonna come at any time soon. So JP Niners, I don't think they are in a position to contest this. If they do, it's gonna be very, very ugly for them. So just try to hold your head on your high ground defense as of now.
Oh yeah, they're going to need their skill shotters, Loliels and Warlord to hit specifically MelQT while Suppot gets on him with the curtain call. No steal this time.
Vel.
Punch him!
Vel's just looking for an
Punch him again!
onto Suppot. Eats a lot of damage, will drop to his final health bar, but job's done. Lord over to the homeboys.
It's been so long since I've seen one particular individual member zoning out 5 opponents.
Hey, nobody's brave enough. Everybody's just like, whoa, calm down there, Vel, please.
Hey, Masha has 3 HP bars, you know. Vel is playing the raid boss here.
He is with 1-2 punch combination. Look at the health of like the likes of Warlord, Suppot. Half of their HP is immediately gone as of now. So JP Niners, this is gotta be the best defense I have to see from them. Are they able to pull it off? We shall see. Homeboys can't get too cocky right now. They gotta focus right now. They can't get too cocky as of now.
Definitely can't afford to get too arrogant here, but they've definitely built up enough of a lead to deserve some of it. Lord coming in, Astral Echo connects with all 5. Amal gonna get knocked off, actually takes a lot of damage. Tsunami Slap brings him back. He gets executed, but Vel also picks up the mega kill and double kill. Follows Zidon into the backline. Suppot trying to do his best, actually managed to shut down Male QT. But Vel is still there. The raid boss is in the face of the JP Niners. They've lost their goal laner, but the minions are still flooding in one by one, and Izanami's rejoining them. Warlord and Loleo are trying to hold on as long as possible, but the crystal is wide open. A beautiful performance, a beautiful demonstration of synergy as the Homeboys takes the series in a clean sweep.
Jeez, what a beatdown. An absolute stomping here coming down from Homeboys in game number 2. They did not give JP the time and place, but they definitely told them, hey, we're going to break your mental, and we're also going to take your names.
What a victory coming from Homeboys. But let's take a look at our MVP of the match. The one, the only, Izanami, Prince of Mage, is back in town, and he is styling his opponent left and right. Game 1, Game 2. Again, gotta remember, the goddess of creation as well as death. That is Izanami.
That was a nasty game coming in from Izanami. Big shout out to both Ivan as well as Vel, also known as Veldora. This guy really knows how to hold that lane, man. Great laning phases from everybody on the side of the Homeboys. One of the better showings against JP.
All right, we have to listen to the winners' interview, so let's hear over to Lafel and the winners, Homeboys.
This my boy, MVP Izanami. Berikan tepuk tangan kepada pasukan Homeboys. Izanami, congratulations, Tanya. Sekarang ni, saya nak tanya satu benda. Kita dah lama tak nampak Izanami perform macam ni. Apa beza season kali ni banding dengan season lepas di mana Izanami dapat menyelah sebagai damage dealer?
Sorry, boleh ulang? Boleh ulang, boleh.
Apa sebab season ni kau perform?
Okay. Bagi pendapat saya mungkin sebab kami season ni lebih percaya satu sama lain lah. Dan ya, kami ada chemistry cepat. Kami pun main dengan better lah. Main tak ada pressure. So ya, Alhamdulillah menang.
Maksudnya selama ni tim-tim yang lain kau memang tak percayakan orang lah?
Bukan.
Oh, bukan. Ya, aku rasa tu yang dia cakap. Okey, jadi lagi satu yang saya nak tanya. Pada musim lepas, pasukan Homeboys tak dapat result yang bagus dan Izanami juga cakap di mana itu menjatuhkan reputasi pasukan Homeboys. Jadi rasanya dengan 2 minggu pertama ni, adakah season ni pasukan Homeboys dapat pergi sekurang-kurangnya top 4 lah untuk season kali ni?
Bagi saya, ni masih terlalu awal lah untuk judge benda tu sebab kami pun baru lawan 2 tim. So, ya, saya pun berharap yang kami boleh still konsisten lah sebab bagi saya, tim kami ni kekurangan kami adalah tidak konsisten.
Faham. Tak apa, tak konsisten tapi still aku harap korang boleh sampai ke final. Dan sekarang, kita akan terus pergi kepada Ivan. Ivan, like kat sini kita boleh berikan tepukan kepada dia sebab Ivan, kita dengar daripada macam-macam interview, Ivan selaku seperti leader. Mel QT cakap Ivan bantu dia daripada segi rotation Even Izanami pun cakap banyak bantu dari segi rotation. Apa yang Ivan berikan pada pasukan Homeboys yang menjadikan mereka punya makro nampak kemas?
Ya kita selalu scrim kita efektif lah. Kita kayak benar-benar setiap hari try limit, terus ya semua pada saling percaya lah. Jadi kita bisa memberikan hasil yang bagus.
Dekat sini kita boleh dengar daripada Izanami dan Ivan, dia adalah disebabkan kepercayaan. Jadi Ivan, saya nak tanya. Sememangnya faktor besar untuk masuk dalam satu pasukan adalah duit. Tapi selain daripada duit, ada tak sebab kenapa Ivan pilih nak masuk Homeboys?
Ya karena feeling aja sih. Feeling sama pas trial juga lihat timnya ya ada potensial lah. Jadi ya dengan aku masuk ya semoga makin bagus.
Jadi nampak ada potensial dekat situ. Dan satu saya nak tanya, macam mana duo bersama dengan Izanami? Kerana he's my boy. Banyak kali chemistry tak ada. Macam mana awak cepat dapat chemistry dengan dia?
Ya sering ngobrol sih, kita sering ngobrol, makan bareng. Ya dia juga banyak bantu-bantu aku lah. Karena dia Prince of Mage.
Lama Prince of Mage. Sekarang ni Ivan, ada tak apa-apa nak kata kepada semua orang yang datang hari ini dan semua yang menonton di rumah?
Untuk yang support Homeboys, makasih udah tetap dukung kita. Kita bakal lakuin terbaik, tetap doain kita lah. Semoga kita dapat hasil yang bagus.
Alright, terima kasih banyak. Berikan tepukan. Dan sekarang, you guys boleh join you punya team. Alright. Terima kasih banyak. Jujur aku cakap untuk yang ni, aku lupa nak fikir sesuatu, tapi cubalah teka hero ni. Saya tak lompat, jangan risau. Production risau sangat? Okay.
Was that Lucas?
The answer is Lucas.
Are you sure?
I'm
guessing. If I was a betting man, I wouldn't bet on my answer.
I thought maybe that was...
Because Chow is going to be too easy. That's not Chow at all.
Chow, but then Lucas doesn't he doesn't do like the roundhouse kick.
Yeah, that's the thing, doesn't it? Unless it's meant to replicate the spinning of his tonfas or something like that.
I'm with Sudafa with this.
The spinning of the tonfas?
Yeah. I mean, Lafel is not a dragon. Is Lucas a dragon?
I mean,
he's not a dragon. He's like a beast. Yeah.
He is a beast, but give it up for Izanami, the Prince of Mage. 2 games in a row, near perfect scores. And now with a roamer that can back him up and give him that extra chemistry and a side laner who does not seem to break, Izanami, he's really feeling himself this season.
And what I like about Izanami is he's getting his hero. This aggressive playstyle of hero, the Valentinas, the Farsa as well. So Coach Erpang also understands what Izanami's strength is at, giving this mobility, high mobility heroes be able to move around the map really, really well. And with Ivan as well, as how we take a look at the interview just now, a lot of ngobrol, which means a lot of discussion has been done with Izanami, trying to understand his behavior, trying to understand, okay, how can we be the best mid duo there is in MPL MY? And so far, week number 1, week number 2, although only 2 teams have been faced by Homeboys, but they are shaping up to be the best mid duo in MPL MY.
Yeah, honestly, I really like what the Homeboys have done with their roster this season. Every single player just feels so complete, and the mid duo, the mid trio communicates together. Well, on top of all of that, I think a great example is literally, I think, the first turtle, where Izanami instantly rotated down to the gold lane when he saw the turtle dance starting, gets a kill on Loliels, and comes back to rejoin the fight.
In time!
Yes!
My god, the decision making is one thing, but the timing as well, to know that, okay, I do have the time to get a kill, and I do have the time to go back to the turtle because I know that my team are able to prolong the team fight with Fredrin, with Matilda as well. Just buy time, just zone them out a bit for me to be able to come back with Malcutie, and comes the cavalry, comes the damage to be able to take upon JP9ers just now.
Yeah, speaking of damage, I am curious about the damage numbers coming out for specifically Vel. Assassin Emblem, Lethal Ignition, Master Assassin plus Rupture, and a full damage build. POD, Heptases, he's got it all. He's got it all, which is why they were so nervous about walking through the mist and just seeing Vel on the other side.
Hey, the thunderclap was clapping just now. now. Look at the damage that he did upon the likes of Warlord, the likes of Lolia, the likes of Zidane as well. Even Support for that matter. Half or even more than half of their HP was immediately erased by just one Thunderclap from Vel. I mean, it showcased how he won his laning phase, and the itemization that he does works really, really well. Look at that.
God.
Look at that.
No way.
36k.
36.
That's a lot of damage. That's as much damage as Izanami was doing, and this Farsong was being very across the map. The fact that Vel was able to insta-explode 2 people behind your crystal in the final base push and then continue to hold off another is an indication of just how far ahead this man was. That's why Coach Erpang was just like, lock it in. This boy can play the Masha. And man, I mean, he's not even playing anymore. He's just embodying the hero.
I agree with that point. And it goes back to the question I did pose early on, that Amal can take up that utility jungle role. And my point was because of Izanami and Melcuti are going to carry the responsibility of the damage delayed side. And right now they have one more threat with Vel, with the Masha. So there's a lot of room for Homeboys to go on in the coming weeks, right? They can use this utility jungler for Amal and provide Melcuti with the amount of damage with a very good GPM. Or they could opt to go for Amal being the assassin and rely upon Izanami to just follow up. But to be fair, you know, as we take a look at the whole award right now, the best swimmer is going to be by Ivan from game number 1 up until game number 2. Just perfectly executed regardless of whatever hero he is using.
He's been playing a very strong game for the Homeboys overall. I mean, even Amal showing off 2 years worth of Fredrin experience. It's like, I still got it, boys.
Finally! It just doesn't leave, you know? It's like riding a bike.
Yeah,
you
like
just never really forget it.
Exactly.
But it's not just Amal, right? Like, Amal has proven he can play assassins, he can play fighters, that's why they banned the alpha, and he can play tanks. And it's not just him. Ivan has shown he can play setup frontline tanks and now also support utility, and his Matilda was among the best I've seen.
I agree. I mean, to be fair, JP Dennis did, a very questionable action as well. Just now, we look at how Wise Sapat wanted to take that team fight and just exploiting those mistakes by the side of Homeboys, allowing them to hold off a very good lead early on. Look at how they managed to just control the team fight really, really well. Let's just take a look at Vel. Right now, focusing on the inhibitor. And after that, just focus on the backside. Whoever is in front, I'm just going to thunderclap away.
And bang, he finds one. Bang, second one. And he holds it off. Oh my goodness.
You normally hear thunder before lightning, but in this case, they're dead before you even hear the thunder.
Dude, Lolios had to even Wind of Nature to not die to Vel there. Good lord, what a game this has been. A really good showing overall for the side of Homeboys. You can definitely see that the chemistry is there, but I gotta give a big shout out to Erpang. Really smart on the way that he's drafted, both on blue side as well as red side. We're seeing a couple of the pocket picks actually working in the favor of the Homeboys, allowing Erpang to actually start gambling around with the Kalias on top of banning out Shujins, on top of leaving Fanny open.
And it goes back to the question of, okay, is it worth it enough to ban the alpha out? I feel like it's a very, I would say, maybe you can let it go. We're not too sure yet if he's going to play the alpha yet, although we know that Amal can play a very good alpha. So I'm not too sure about the side of coaching staff of GP9ers. They have to go back to the drawing boards, figure things out. Is it going to work well with them? And what kind of identity they want to bring out for week number 3 later on?
I personally think...
Hello.
Hello.
He's
yeah, boy.
He is the boy. And
yeah,
he shows
boy.
no mercy
Honestly,
for JP.
Nope.
That's the best showing I've seen from Izanami in a long time. And like, it's not just LaFell. I think all of us here have been fans of Izanami for a while. We've just been waiting for the chance that he gets to have the right teammates. And ooh, they're looking spicy.
I like it. I personally like it. I like seeing the growth. I like seeing the extended hero pool as well. It's good to see that from draft to in-game decisions are looking really, really nice. And to answer your question about JP and why they banned out Alpha, I think they actually wanted the Fredrin to be fair.
Oh, okay.
And that's why I think everybody was like, nope, I'm a yoink it first. Give me Matilda on top of that.
No way. No way you're going to get the Fredrin on their own side just now. But to be fair, I feel like not only Izanami, Ivan is still playing very, very well. So I would like to see more of the side of Homeboys for week number 3 and onwards. They could be a very, good showcasing of Homeboys for their journey in MPL MY Season 15. But we have to take a break right now before we move on to the last game of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break, but we'll brought to you by the mic check for the game just now.
Ada aku. Hari tu
kita boleh get drop. Aku quality. Tengok adik. Adik nupuri. Nice one.
Kalian. No dish. Jangan kata
nice one.
Aku ambil bawah. Lukas ada ulti guys. Lukas ada ulti, careful.
Menit 7 guys. Ultinya kalian.
Okay.
Hit mid.
Delty.
Gat gua enggak guys. Gas. Let's get funny. Menang. Dapat funny gua. Nice one. Sini. Kelas, aman, santai je bro. Aman aja bro. Kasih tahu lah bro. Aku belum malas. Kata dia. Jadi guys. Posisi. Kita menang. Pecahkan Emal, nice.
Pen ya?
Ini kata dia Fanny yang mana dia lagi. Ada gua. Nah, dan bisa ini.
Nih. Nice.
Nah. Tapi dong ada 2 orang. Enggak bisa. Lot aja. Ini garda dulu guys. Tuh. Loyal guys. Dapat gua. Oh, udah puri ya loyal. Depan. Nice one. Gua traffic.
Traffic.
Nice. Terbang dong. Boleh. Terbang sekarang, Ir. Jom. Matilah itu. Aku ada.
Aku. Ini kalian sini, Ir.
Ada cici guys. Cici guys. Aman. Lihat gua coba. Ini kode DP lagi Mas kan. Aman je. Bisa tengah nggak guys?
Tengah gua, Bang.
Aman. OTB. Aman ada gua.
Santai men, OTB men.
Dah gua balik ya, gua ke atas. Bisa tengah, bawa aja. Gua ke atas. Boleh di guys.
Masya tadi pick guys. Dia nak gas sudah.
Masya nak. Tengok Masya guys.
Burung.
Bunuh Masya. Minin. Minin dulu.
Coba aku nawan. Boleh deh guys. Ada minion spawn. Dia nak end tu. Insyaallah.
Asal. Tengok aku Afan.
Tu cuci dulu. One. Cuci dulu.
Dah aman mati nih. Tarik gua Van ke Granger Van.
Jom.
Boleh end enggak tu?
Boleh end enggak?
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 水素 チみんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan kelumumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっじゃあなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Shiver, drive, chase, 100 plus, 0, hey! Rasa, pagi, tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Jom hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus, 0. Shiver, drive, chase, 100 plus, 0, hey!
ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。 やかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Hello guys, kami daripada Todak. Saya Zaim Sempoy. Saya Zaid. Dan kita orang akan rating makanan dekat bazar ataupun makanan di bulan Ramadan ataupun Raya lah. Okay, first aku ada serunding. Serunding aku tak minat. So aku bagi F. Tak suka. Dekat tangan aku ada sate lah. Ini kira favourite lah.
Favourite apa?
Favourite aku. Sebab apa kalau tak ada S lah.
Oish.
Dodol. Tak menarik lah. Bawah.
Kau kena John? John dulu jaga roti. Ni kat aku ada roti John.
Roti John.
Ni makanan bazar ni. Aku rasa aku letak D lah. Sebab ada, tak ada sudah.
Aku sirap Bandung cincau ni.
Sirap Bandung cincau?
Bandung cincau. Aku letak S juga. Sebab aku rasa ramai orang cari juga air manis time bulan Ramadan. So, atas S.
Dekat tangan aku pula ayam percik. Kenapa kau semua dapat ayam berbakar, Man?
Memang healthy.
Aku
kurang lah dengan ayam percik ni. Jadi aku letak dekat...
Kau kurang?
Ya, aku tak suka sangat. Okay, next. Ini normal, semua orang tahu. Ketupat. Nasi impek. Okey, nasi impek dengan nasi impek. Nasi impek. Sini lah. Si biasa-biasa.
Kat aku ada ni, Man.
Ada apa?
Rasalah ketupat ini dengan remangnya sekali.
Oh, lemang.
Oh, tukar lirik. Ni aku kurang minat sebab dia macam sticky sikit. Aku tak minat lah. Aku letak E juga.
Aku ada murtabak lah. Kalau aku kurang, aku kurang juga sebenarnya. Tapi okeylah. Sebab kadang dapat murtabaknya tak sedap. Isinya tak banyak. Aku next daging rendang. Daging rendang. Favorite.
Last, ada makanan bazar ni tepung pelita lah. Stapler ni jangan Yang buat gambar ni boleh Jangan jual ke stapler. Kau tahu stapler tak boleh, Man?
Tahu.
Kenapa ni cakap tak tahu?
Tak tahu. Kenapa tu kah?
Aku tak tahu.
Okey.
Jadi sebab dia biasa-biasa je aku letak sini lah.
Makanan last untuk go. Apa? Last. Ketupat. Ni baru betul lah ketupat. Sama lah dengan ni. Kurang-kurang. Itu saja rating kita orang untuk makanan raya, guys.
Betul. Memandangkan bulan ni bulan raya lagi, kita orang nak mengucapkan selamat hari raya kepada MPL MY.
Selamat hari raya. Maaf saya dah batin.
Memandangkan aku tak raya dekat rumah.
Okey.
Kau tak salah minta maaf aku.
Okey.
Okey. Tak. Lutut. Kau abang kau. Okey.
Sama I raya mak saya dah mati.
Okey. Aku tahu kau buat salah tapi jangan lebih-lebih lah. Season ni aku bantai kau.
Okey.
Terima kasih. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチみんな内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ力を貸してくれよっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ
menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくるやかましい奴らだ
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなるやっなら
ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
Jiwa perwira setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Hello guys, kami daripada Todak. Saya Zaim Sempoy. Saya Zaid. Dan kita orang akan rating makanan dekat bazar ataupun makanan di bulan Ramadan ataupun Raya lah. Okay, first aku ada serunding. Serunding aku tak minat. So aku bagi F. Tak suka.
Dekat tangan aku ada sate lah. Ini kira favourite lah.
Favourite apa?
Favourite aku.
Betul.
Sebab kalau tak ada S lah.
Oish.
Dodol. Tak menarik lah. Bawah.
Kau kena John? John dulu jaga roti. Ni kat aku ada roti John. Ni makanan bazar ni. Aku rasa aku letak D lah. Sebab ada, tak ada sudah.
Aku sirap Bandung cincau ni.
Sirap Bandung cincau.
Aku letak S juga. Sebab aku rasa ramai orang cari juga air manis time bulan Ramadan. So atas S.
Dekat tangan aku pula ayam percik.
Kenapa kau semua dapat yang berbakar, Man?
Memang healthy. Aku kurang lah dengan ayam percik ni. Jadi aku letak dekat...
Kau kurang?
Ya, aku tak suka sangat. Okay, next. Ini normal, semua orang tahu. Ketupat.
Nasi impit.
Okay, nasi impit.
Dengan nasi impit pun
Nasi
tak beza.
Sini lah. Si biasa-biasa.
Kat aku ada ni, Man.
Ada apa?
Rasalah ketupat ini dengan remangnya sekali.
Oh, lemang.
Oh, tukar lirik. Ni aku kurang minat sebab dia macam sticky sikit. Aku tak minat lah. Aku letak E juga.
Aku ada murtabak lah.
Kalau aku kurang, Em.
Aku kurang juga sebenarnya. Tapi okey lah. Sebab kadang dapat murtabaknya
tak sedap. Isinya tak banyak. Aku next daging rendang. Daging rendang.
Favorite.
Last, ada makanan bazar ni tepung pelita lah. Stapler ni jangan Yang buat gambar ni boleh Jangan jual ke stapler. Kau tahu stapler tak boleh, Man?
Tahu.
Bukan dia cakap tak tahu.
Tak tahu. Kenapa tu kah?
Aku pun tak tahu. Okey. Jadi sebab dia biasa-biasa je aku letak sini lah.
Makanan last untuk aku.
Apa? Last.
Ketupat. Ni baru betul lah ketupat. Sama lah dengan ni. Kurang-kurang.
Itu saja rating kita orang untuk makanan raya, guys.
Betul.
Memandangkan bulan ni bulan raya lagi, kita orang nak mengucapkan selamat hari raya kepada MPL MY.
Selamat hari raya, maaf saya dah batin.
Memandangkan aku tak raya dekat rumah.
Okey.
Kau tak salah minta maaf aku lagi. Okey. Tak. Lutut. Kau abang kau. Okey.
Selamat hari raya mak saya dah batin.
Okey. Aku tahu kau buat salah tapi jangan lebih-lebih lah. Season ni aku bantai kau.
Okey.
Terima kasih. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
モバイルレジェンド M6 スイスウォッチ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班、ここに復活だってばよ。Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan kelumumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Triple, drive, face, 100+0, hey! Rasa, pagi, tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Kau hebatkan harimu dengan 100+0. Triple, drive, face, 100+0, hey!
ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak sedang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too.
Terasa api tak kunjung padam.
terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak sedang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5,200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Players, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSN.
It's been an interesting day of matches here in MPL Malaysia Season 15. But it's not quite over yet because we got one final match for week 2, day 2, and it's between none other than Todak and Team Array. Welcome back to the English broadcast one more time. My name is Stafa, joined once again by Adin and Gideon.
Yeah, we have come to the last match of the day. Todak up against Team Ray. Both teams are gonna battle it out just in a little bit. So far, in terms of performance-wise, I wouldn't say the best of performance for both teams, but I will give a bit of a shout-out to Team Ray. So far, showcasing quite good draft, quite good gameplay as well, and especially Trap, when he is with the 1-1, we can see that Team Ray excels really well in terms of team fight. But Toda, still a bit iffy right now, still trying to find their footing, still trying to find their momentum in this current season.
I just think we haven't seen enough Todak, right? I mean, last week we only got one best of 3 to check out what they kind of generally have, and it feels like it's very standard, very procedural style of gameplay, a very must follow the steps by the book.
Yeah, that's not very classic Todak, but I think we'll see something a little closer to that today because we got Yan Lord and Sihin stepping in to take over. And well, I am a believer in Yan Lord's supremacy. I'm a big fan of Yan Lord, actually. I think he's a great roamer despite like not having that much experience in MPL, and they've got Zyme Senpoi as well. So I'm hoping Todak is looking better.
If they're feeling lethargic, they need to energize up their gameplay. They need to energize themselves up. Why not use 100 plus? I mean, refresh with 0 sugar, 0 calories, with the same great taste. 100 plus taste that you always love. I mean, after a good day of sports, regardless of playing futsal, basketball, badminton, or even a jog, 100 plus will always be my go-to drink afterwards because the energy that you get from it is just, you know, you can't get it anywhere else.
You got to make the most out of those moments.
This one is edible, right?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Drinkable, I would say. Not edible, but you do you, my friend.
Yep.
You do you.
Keep in mind that this has zero sugar. This is the version that we're going for. If you are worried about those calories and are counting those macros, this is going to save you a lot of that time. Don't forget to pair it up with some water as well. The electrolytes are always great, but it still doesn't change for pure hydration. Speaking of making the most out of every single moment. Oh, wait. Speaking of every single moment here, so far it feels like Team Ray, we've got a lot of, so much about them, right? We haven't even hit the halfway point of the MPL, and we've seen a majority of their games. Coming into this week as well, after losing to Arrow, and honestly, I would say it was a pretty tight loss overall, against a team like Todak, who, again, plays standard procedure, this will be interesting to see, right? Because the previous matches we've seen from Team Ray, it's either super scrappy, super early game oriented, very EXP, you must be a second roam, doesn't matter how much gold you have, and usually with Eevee, he leaves his lane very soon. Iris, the difference we've seen so far, can't really play those tanky EXP laners. He's looking to win out the match as much as he can.
I mean, if we talk about lineups, right, even Toda are bringing up a new kind of lineup for themselves. I mean, having Yanglon in the main lineup right now, as well as Shaheen, replacing Hazelnut as well as D. So is this combination is going to provide a differences in terms of gameplay and of course the end result, because this would be the main local lineup. And I would say maybe a better chemistry, a better communication can be forged upon to Toda for this match.
If I'm not wrong, this was the lineup that Todak used to become our representatives at IESF. So it's definitely their stronger lineup, right? And so far, this is the first match they're going to be fielding it, so we'll get a real good look at how it adds up to the rest of the MPL cast. As for the opposite side, I agree with what Gideon mentioned. It felt like Team Ray was just a little bit more solid with Eevee around with the kind of playstyle they usually aim for, and Iris seems to unfortunately be falling into a similar pitfall to a lot of like old aggressive EXP lane players, similar to Rippo, where like the hero pool in the meta right now doesn't really favor them.
I mean, to be fair, it's a different case or a different scenario for one of the players from Team Ray, which is Danish right now. Coming in from MAL Season 1, he started his journey with Red Riot, where he helped the team to reach the playoffs. However, their run was cut short by none other than Toda Legion back then, but showcasing a very, very good performance in MAL, where he, again with Red Riot, debuted his performance really, really well. In MPL Season 14, he joined Red Esport, but spent most of the season on the bench. He was also loaned to Team Ha as a sub during the regular season. In total, he only played 4 times only.
Yeah, we didn't get to see enough of Dinesh, and the fact is, originally Team Ray, we were expecting the Eevee, the AJ to be part of that lineup, but AJ fell sick and Dinesh had to step up to fill in that role to make it work. And I think that so far sort of fits the playstyle, hasn't fully come into his own being just yet.
But I think it is pretty impressive that he has been able to impress his teammates as well as the coach enough to decide to keep him on the main lineup just to see what he was capable of. Because if it had gone according to initial plans, he would be playing an MAL instead. So it's a big step up. It's a big proving ground to show the world why he deserves to be here rather than the Academy League.
Honestly, I feel like he deserves to be in the MPL, but of course, once you're in MPL, it's a different kind of game, it's a different kind of beat. Right now, what he needs to focus on is establishing himself as the permanent lineup for the mid side on Team Ray. With that being said, maybe increasing much of his hero pool, the playstyle of his, and how he can synergize well with Virgie. That is the most important part, how this mid duo can help Team Ray to win much of their games up against Toda. It's not going to be an easy task, but hey, every step of the way, every single effort counts for Danish.
I think it does count. However, I can't even say what is his identity overall. If I had to associate him with the heroes that we've seen him play so far at the MPL, nothing really stands out. An abysmal win rate so far on the Selena that he's played. Zushin even, I don't think it's the worst, but I definitely think that he is more prone to mistakes in terms of just raw positioning. We saw it on Friday, we saw it the week before that, and even then, every small mistake counts, especially in a Tier 1 league where everybody's looking to exploit even the slightest weaknesses.
We've already seen earlier with the Homeboys matchup that when every single player is firing on all cylinders, the gameplay just looks so clean and it's impossible for your opponents to really do anything about it. I think Team Ray has really strong synergy, which is why they often try to play death ball compositions. They like snowballing off of them early into the mid game, but that means that their players kind of lack a bit more identity as individuals, and that can be a good or bad thing.
It all comes down to the drafting as well. I feel Coach Ars and Zinhan are doing quite a good job of leading Team Race in terms of the draft as well as the composition, but it all depends on the players as well to execute all those game plans. But talking about the players, why don't we take a look at the lineup for Toda first main five? We know there is changes between Yanlon and Shaheen coming up from the gold lane, as well as the roamer, Zaim Senpai, Zayed Momo. So the tree remains as it is.
These three are veterans within the league itself. Yanlord has had his on and off season. Shiheen is going to be brand new. And considering his performance during IESF, I think, the IESF qualifiers, okay, sure, that's one tournament down in the books for you. Coming into MPL, let's see whether this is going to be a consistent performance or is it only just going to heat up from here on out.
I just hope that it's not a one record wonder. You know, just one performance from the ISF qualifiers that he performed well, and then it's just straight on just mediocre player. I hope he builds upon that momentum from ISF qualifiers coming into MPL MY Season 15.
Yeah, it's great to have a bombastic start to your career, but you gotta remain consistent to remain relevant. So, looking at their opponents, we've got Team Ray with Trap, Virgie, Dinish, Lazir, and Iris. So it looks like they're still gonna be sticking with Iris in the EXP lane rather than Eevee. They're gonna need to make some adjustments then to their drafting style and their overall gameplay to make sure that this new style can mesh.
Hopefully, I am hoping that Iris at least expands his hero pool in the meantime, right? We only saw CC and as well as Hilda, both of which, I mean, Hilda is pretty straightforward. The CC, unfortunate, did not get a draft built around it on top of trying to win a pretty difficult lane in itself. It's going to be a tough matchup here, especially considering Team Ray, they need these points.
I mean, Lazar is performing really, really well with the Lucas jungle, as we can see from week number 1. Hopefully, he builds up on that momentum in coming into week number 2 up against Toda. It's really 50-50. Very hard for us to decide who's going to win, but let's take a look at the players that walk up for both of these teams on the main stage.
They're back today, hungry for their first win of the season, with Yanlord and Sihin stepping in to shake things up with new style and strategy. The Kings of the Ocean, Toda!
Shaken by yesterday's defeat to Arrow, but not broken. Today, they return with one goal: defeat the Ocean King. Make some noise for Team Ray!
Introducing the coach and analyst of the two teams and head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Whoa! It's not Franklin anymore. It's gonna be LaFell. Why is he there?
LaFell question mark, head of League Ops.
Okay, never mind. Let's keep it going with the fist bump between the two teams. You know, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is the Malaysian sportsmanship right now. My God. The Malaysian sportsmanship. This is it.
That's what we want to see. LaFell ensuring that every fist bump makes connections here to ensure that it's fair play on all sides. Although, I don't know if he's going to be submitting. Oh, wait. It's Franklin. It's Franklin.
Whoa. What's going on? Don't
give it
you
back to him.
steal my job. You do your job. I'll do my job. That is what Franklin trying to say right now. And off. LaFell go to wherever he wants to go, I guess.
The Ninja Smoke out of there.
Yep.
Good luck to both of these teams. They're setting up in their battle stations, and now we're going to be heading into the draft real soon. In the meantime, though, Kuja, he's got to be able to see this, right? He sees Iris. He wanted to see Iris initially.
Yeah.
Eevee is the one who walked up. Does that mean that he has to take out the other portfolio? Where are the other documents?
Guys, don't let LaFell replacing Franklin distract you from the fact that it's Eevee instead of Iris up on that stage there. So they're gonna be sticking to what's actually more comfortable to Team Ray.
Honestly, I mean, all credits to Iris. I think he is a phenomenal player, but to be fair, in the current meta right now, in the current stages of the heroes for the EXP side, it's not a damage dealing kind of hero. It's more of a setup kind of hero. It's more of a open up the map kind of hero. So I think it suits Eevee better. As we can see from week 1, he plays phenomenally well. So right now, having him in the lineup once again, hopefully he can provide somewhat of a different playstyle for Team Ray.
Well, here's the thing, right? We don't know what Todak is willing to bring to the table. And I'm hoping that Sheehan, after all the experience that he got to play in the MAL, he's not too nervous to be on this stage itself in front of the Todak crowd. Now, given the fact that, you know, Todak, in terms of their fan base, has been on the slight decline, I think they really need to get invigorated for this next generation. And this game is going to make the difference.
All right, let's take a look at the Beyond the Arena stats for Danish right now. History MPL Season 1 with Red Riot. Bench for MPL Season 14 by Red Esports. 9th place, MPL Season 14 Team Hut was loaned halfway through the season. So honestly, it's not like he does not have the experience in the MPL, where he did play a bit back in Season 14, but it's not a full season, I would say, lineup or a full season experience for Danish. So right now, coming into Team Ray, I hope that he builds upon more momentum, and this could be a start of a good career for Danish.
Yeah, he is effectively still a rookie at this point because he has not played for a proper full season of MPL. So there's a lot to prove, and I think he's already done a pretty good job of meshing in with the rest of Team Ray, but being able to create those moments, being able to stand out on this stage is very important in order to make a name for yourself, even internationally.
I mean, it's going to be hard, especially when his teammates so far have been looking pretty good. Despite Trap making a couple of mistakes, he is eager to fight, especially when Team Ray fall into their element. Their team fights start to look very, very good if they put Trap on a marksman that can make plays of its own, or at the very least is scaled up enough to be able to be a dominant force. Something that Sheehan has to be aware of in these matches.
I mean, talking about Sheehan as well, from Todak Legion ML, a few speculated heroes that he might be able to play is going to be the Beatrix, the Harith, and Nathan. And speaking of Nathan, we know that in the current patch, Nathan is viable to be able to be picked up, but is he going to get the luxury to be able to use one of his, I wouldn't say signature, but one of his comfortable heroes, which is going to be the Nathan. But if, let's say, the Harith is open, the Moskov is open, I think Kuja as well as Anga is going to opted to go for this kind of more viable heroes or viable marksmen, the top 3 marksmen, your Harith, your Moskov. I want to say Granger, but to be fair, today Granger is being a bit, you know, not what I've expected.
It feels like a lot of teams have either strayed away from the Granger or are more willing to try other marksman heroes at this point of time. Now, Team Ray do decide to take first pick. So Todak, on the other hand, we'll see whether or not they're going to be the ones who are looking to kind of gamble away with the potential matchups. Again, Kalia has been a hot topic at the moment in terms of that particular gamma. The Zhu especially has been a big part of that conversation, but we've seen a lot of first pick Harris at the beginning of Server Saturday.
And not just that, we're starting to see Fanny being used as a form of bait in the draft itself, with coaches starting to figure out how they can use it to manipulate the heroes being picked up in their own favor. So having wide hero pools is becoming more and more prevalent and more important, especially as the teams are still settling in and figuring out what truly is the strongest options in the current patch.
Talking about Fanny is very interesting as well. Are they going to ban it out, or are they going to use it as a tool to be able to beat each other out in terms of the drafting? So all of this question is going to be answered as we hop into game number 1, where the drafting is going to begin right now. Again, Team Ray is going to have the benefit of their first pick as well as ban. Fovius as well as Louis. So no global threat from Louis. I don't think Team Ray wants that available for the Todak side. Meanwhile, Todak banning out the Fanny immediately, as well as the Zushin. So not entirely showing much from the side of Toda, but for Team Ray, we know that, okay, they don't want global presence, meaning they want to go for a silent engagement or a backstabbing kind of playstyle.
Now, a couple of things to keep in mind here. Again, this is Zayed we're talking about. One of the few picks that I'm hoping that he's going to get his hands on, because Kalia, I think Cypher might just let it through. I think they've talked it over, and there's only one jungler that comes to mind, and especially in Zayed's pool, that might be able to potentially outplay the Tsunami Slam, and that's Lancelot.
I do miss some good old Zayed Lancelot, one of the best Lancelot players we have here in MPL Malaysia. And you're right, the well-timed iframes can avoid the abilities coming out of Kalea, so I would really love to see it, but I think the teams are still going to end up leaning towards the more popular pickups. Suyo, Joy are both still open, Hayabusa still out there as well, but I think we're already starting to see the trend coming from Team Ray here. Loi and Chip are both very strong team fight options with global presence that can really deny Team Ray's preferred approach to the mid to late game.
So right now, Kalia is open for the first pick. Harith is open as well if you want to give a much more comfort hero for Trap, but in terms of hero pool, I am not too worried about Trap. He can still use the 1-1, he can still use the Beatrix to good effect, or even the Moskov if the Moskov is available to be picked up. So my gut is seeing Kalia as a first pick right now because it opens up a lot of ways for you to go in terms of the draft. So Kalia is going to be the first pick. Question is, Toda, are they gonna go for that Lancelot?
No, not yet. Not yet. They gotta hold it off, right? They gotta bait ours into baiting 2 more junglers in that second phase. I think they're gonna start setting up for everything else. Harith is now open for the side of Todak, something that, again, Shihin, if he's comfortable with Natan, I wouldn't be too surprised if he's also comfortable with the Harith.
I think Harith would be a great choice for Todak here, not to mention the Phobius was already banned out by Team Ray, so that's one counter you don't have to worry about. The Joy can also be picked up initially in case the Suyo comes out from Team Ray. It's a very comfort pick for Lazer. So Todak has a lot of options open, actually.
Let's see. They've got 6 seconds left on the clock. If they go for the Moskov, that means they could be setting up for the Lance. Oh, they go for the Gatot simultaneously as their flex, and now the Joy. So they're not too concerned about Suyo on the opposite end.
I mean, they do have the opportunity to pick it up on the third pick before we move on to the banning phase. But right now, it opens up Team Ray to get their hands on Harith, and giving it to the likes of Trap is going to be very strong pickup. But ooh, this is very interesting. Picking up the Lucas early on and the counter to Lucas Valentina in the same team as well. But did you know the last time the Danish faced off Zayed was in MAL Season 1 playoff where he fell 0-2? Did he finally get his revenge? I mean, will he get his revenge? So that is the biggest question right now.
That's pretty funny because, yeah, Zayed also did play in the MAL for Todak Legion for a little bit of time. And I think Dinesh, he's gonna be remembering that. He's gonna remember that real well, especially if he's gonna win this game. Now, as you mentioned, the Lucas as well as Valentina pick has been the, well, I wouldn't even say signature combo, but the hot double pick here on the first phase of the game. Let's see how Saiful as well as Kuja are going to think up a plan. They've already got the Gatot as a means to disengage from the Kalia. Lucas has CC immunity, so neutral objectives. It's going to be a bit of a coin toss. It looks like they're going to lean into the carry instead to just burst down Lucas if it ever comes down to it.
Carry! When Harith is still wide open, and we are actually seeing Granger just straight up ignored a lot of the time now. I think teams are just not really bothering with it now that he's not quite as busted as before, but I'm not really sure if carry needed to be picked up this early. There's still quite a lot of safe goal laners you can go for.
Yeah, also I'm not too sure if it's a comfort pick for Shaheen because in terms of the fact that I've gathered is should be or opted to be Beatrix, Harith, or Nathan. That is like one of the 3 heroes that he can play it very well. But okay, fine. I think it's because of facing off the Lucas. They do want that burst of damage to be able to take that Lucas down immediately and become a non-threat. So doubling down on the carry is the option for Saiful. Good ban coming in from them. I mean, knowing that Trap, one of the signature heroes of 1-1, we've seen in week 1, he can perform really well. So I don't want to give a lot of headache towards their own players, so banning out the 1-1 is a good choice.
Yeah, interesting bans here because Saiful is trying to make a couple of hard predictions. The 1-1, it makes a lot of sense, right? But they want to force the carry into the Harith matchup because it boils down to whether or not carry can out-trade the Harith and dash out of the way before the Synchro Fissure. Now, with its speed up on its animation, collapses, right? Now, the Jawhead as well, Seifel's making the hard prediction that you're most likely going for Suyo, and Lucas is just a bait.
in the world.
This depends on what the next ban is coming from TR, and it looks like it's High Loss as well as the Cho.
Yeah, when I saw Todak ban the Jawhead, I had a suspicion they wanted to get Cho for themselves since that is a Yanlord signature, but looks like Team Ray not going to allow that to happen, keeping things a little bit more open on their side and forcing Todak to dig a little deeper into their pockets.
I would like to see I want to say Farsa, but then it's going to be a stationary target for Lucas, and Valentina can easily steal the Fedes, right? I don't think you want that, but then again, what other options are there? Sicilian maybe? You know, just play it very safely, focus on the late game potential, be able to get a lot of stacks from Sicilian, but right now they're going to be focusing on Hilda as their fourth pickup. So still flexibility between the Gatot as well as the Hilda. My guess, this is going to be a Gatot EXP lane. Meanwhile, Hilda is going to go on the roam side.
Actually, I think it's the opposite. I think that Hilda is going to go on the EXP. I think Seifel's trying to deny Eevee potential picks. And even if it does end up being like Lucas EXP, right? You know, that this is ending up to be a flex pick. Oh, Harith gets locked in. That's the matchup that they were hoping for. And Badang going to go into the EXP sector. So I think for Hilda, it's totally fine, but that leaves Gatot in a bit of an awkward spot, right? Gatot does pretty good damage early on. And considering that majority of it is magical, Lucas does, we saw it in our previous matchup, he does get a little chunked if you kind of sit around him for too long.
Yeah. We do have to note that Team Ray's early mid trio is actually pretty solid overall, and Gatot doesn't have a lot of tools of stopping straight up invades at level 1. So if this is a Gatot roam and Hilda EXP, there's gonna be some pressure onto Momo to make sure he unlocks himself early on so that he's able to assist the rest of his team. And Selena last pick, wow.
Very interesting. Don't want them to have any valued ults, and Valentina wants to steal anything the most is probably just the AOG. So now they've got disengage. I feel like the Selena is a bit of a risk here, but let's see how Zaim Senpai plays it. He is a legacy player. He's been playing since Season 2 of the MPL, and even further, arguably, he's played since Season 1 as well. So Selena, one of those signature picks that used to be meta, now went out of meta, and now back in meta.
We have to see if the Selena by Zaim Senpai is going to work out for the side of Toda, because the way I look at it, Team Ray, I like the composition that they have. It's very clear-cut. You have the Badang, you have the Kalia, you can play front to back very easily. Whoever is in front, just take him away, pick him off, and immediately eliminate him from the team fight, and it's going to force you to fight a 4 versus 5. So Toda have their work cut out for them.
They certainly do have their work cut out for them, but this is going to be a very interesting matchup here as both sides have elected to bring in their main rosters. After experimenting with slight changes to their lineup, it is the full force of Team Ray and Todak entering the land of Dawn for game number 1.
Based on what we saw in the drafting phase, it's clear that Todak want to have an accelerated speed for Zai to hit level 4, right? Clear the jungle as fast as possible, try and super farm as much as you can, and look for those early kills whenever Zaim Senpai is able to make it happen. They have small combinations with the mini stuns coming in from Momo and the taunt coming in from Yanlord to allow Zaim Senpai to create those opportunities, but regardless, right, it comes down to decision making. With the use of the Abyssal Traps, they have to be able to capitalize on these rotations from Team Ray, because they know for a fact that Eevee wants to be around these neutrals.
Yeah, I mean, Selena picking up the same emblem setup with the Joy. I think he wants to farm up for Joy as well, to be able to let the Joy farm up immediately, getting both buffed very much well. But right now,
Yanlord in danger, getting dived early from Team Ray. A 4-man gank in the jungle, and that is first blood.
Yeah, but silly mistake coming in from Yanlord. He has revitalized, he doesn't have pressure down by the bot side with Momo, and not to mention that mid, again, not going to get cleared out very, very fast. So it's all about rotating with Zaim Senpai, because again, if he gets caught out like that, it's not like Zaim Senpai can bail him out of the situation.
Yeah. Definitely, and right now with the Season Hunter by Zaim Senpai as well as Zaid, I don't see much differences as of now. I mean, in terms of farming rate, Zayed as well as Lazir is quite similar. I would say Lazir is definitely up ahead because of the first blood that he's just gotten on the bot side before the first turtle arrives at the bot side. Look at how they're doing right now. Momo gotta be careful right now, not taking too much damage right now.
They're going to try and rush this down.
Good two-man taunt from Yanlord, but the fist break right into the crack. Zayed secures the turtle for Todak, and now Virgie has to flicker out, gets pulled back though. AOG comes in offensively to be able to defend his team, and another wall comes up, trapping Yanlord in place. He's gonna get picked off, but he trades for Lazir, and now the rest of Team Ray are so low, but Virgie's able to jump away just in time. Eevee stopping Momo from the chase.
Very nice peel coming out from the side of Team Ray. That could have been so much worse. Zayed, again, he's wishing like, dude, if only my electrifying beats did a little more damage. The temporal rain came in handy, but not enough to get a double. Honestly, could have gotten a triple kill as well.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been so good for Zayed right there if he had gotten that triple kill off. Just unfortunately shy away from a kill, but Toda, it's still okay. He managed to get a turtle right there and get one kill on their own side, but right now, they are forcing the issue, forcing away Zayed and managing to steal the buff right there, but at what cost? Yeah, I mean, you're not still fine.
Okay, not enough burst. Virgie decides not to Tsunami Slam Yanlord straight away. Trap kind of wants to hold Chin as long as possible in this lane just to scale up. In the meantime, the decisions being made by Todak, they've got the vision game down, right? If Momo leaves that lane, reconfirms where Lazir is, Todak can do these steals.
Yeah, having Momo around with Zaim Senpoi means that Todak is able to set up in bushes pretty easily and at the very least offer vision to the rest of their team, because they are definitely trying to play for a little bit more of that early priority. They don't want to give Team Ray that snowball.
Ooh, good retribution by Zayed right there, securing that neutral objective and allowing himself to be a bit of a hit at level 8 right now. Meanwhile, Lazil still level 6. So right now we are seeing the double Season Hunter coming to effect as Zayed managing to increase his own level up against Lazir. But it really depends on what you do with the advantage that you have right now. And Toda is trying their best to find certain ways to be able to catch someone off guard.
Gotta chill for a moment. Momo can open up this map.
He's diving in against Tree, gets pulled out with the Tsunami Slam. AOG a little bit too late to follow up, and now Yanlord in an awkward spot, getting ganged on by the entirety of Team Ray. They pick up Lazir though. Yanlord gonna be traded 1-for-1 currently as Zayed chases the backline. Double kill for the Joy. Dinish taken off the map, and that means Todak gets a turtle.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. That's what you want to see. Yanlord can tank the damage, especially in the earlier stages of the game with the help of that revitalize. That's why he's so hesitant to use it. Oh!
Virgie gonna jump in once again, trying to punish Zayed for looking for another purple buff steal. Here comes Lazir as well. Momo might be abandoned here. Zayed actually still trying to see if he can take it. Goes for the other camp instead. No casualties here.
Actually, this is very beneficial for Todak. Now they know for sure that Lazir doesn't have his ult. He's going to be less deadly in a smaller skirmish. But on the opposite side,
perhaps just committing the Zaman Force to take out the tower. Doesn't even care that Yanlord is here. That's going to be a tier 1 down bottom taken, but Todak actually trades for a tier 1 up top too.
I feel like it's very back and forth right now. Although in terms of goal lead, it is in the side of Toda, 1.9, almost 2k goal lead right now. But Team Ray, slowly but surely, they are trying to find ways to be able to pick off Toda. It's just a matter of Toda reacting much more faster as well, especially pulling or pushing Yanlord at the front end. Yes, deal all the damage to Yanlord. It's fine for Toda because they still have people on the backside.
Full combo onto Virgie into the Abyssal Arrow, and he is gone, removed from plays. And of course comes out AOG, gonna be knocking up, but Yanlord gonna be sacrificed. In the meanwhile, Eevee catches Zaim Senpoi in the backline. Momo re-enters, but that might be a bad choice. Gets pulled back, gets terrified, gets trapped by the wall, right into Trap himself. That's a double kill for the Hari.
And the mobility! Oh, Zayed gets out, but they don't get that mid-tier 1. It's basically one ticket as good as gone, and this is what Todak are trying to do, right? They don't mind trading against Team Ray as long as their core stay alive. As long as Zayed is in play, and as long as Shein are in play, they can farm, they can find gold across the map.
And for the side of Team Ray right now, they are heavily relying on prep right now, not securing any particular death, but securing a 3 amount of kills is pretty much good for Team Ray to be able to dish out the damage that he has. But Lazier gotta step even further right now. If not, he's gonna fall behind Virgie.
It's a 1v1, Yanlord, Virgie. Virgie gonna get jumped on. He gets picked off. Fist crack actually misses. Yanlord, though, trapped inside Zaman Force. AOG defensively gets him out to safety as the rest of Todak reposition.
They have to reset here. They can see that Lazier is about to get his ult back up, and Zyme Senpai trying to slow this down.
The Abyssal Arrow comes out. Lazier gonna be able to dodge it, but Todak does not have Yanlord. He has to recall the heal. Looks like they'll surrender the turtle over to Lazier.
This is so that Zai can at least run to the top side of the map while Lazier is securing this turtle. And yes, it was sacrificed. He's still a level down on Zaid. And honestly, after Zai full clears his side of the jungle, should maintain his 2-level lead.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right now, Toda, even though they let go of that turtle, but they're not losing too much right now. They are still in lead in terms of the goal lead. They are still in lead in terms of map control. And 1 level ahead between Zaid and Lazier. So that is going to be the determining factor for the next team fight. Meanwhile, Shaheen 2-0-0 right now. I mean, farming up really well. Even better than Trap, I would say, just positioning himself in the right spaces because he knows that once he opens up that lightning blade, he can dish out a good amount of damage. It's just a matter of the positioning right now for Shaheen.
Okay, Kodak, Holy Crystal secured by Zaid. Shaheen still needs his 3 items before he becomes deadly. Unfortunately, Lazier, with his current emblem setup, he has no choice taking Queen's Wings, which is technically counterintuitive against the carry.
Yeah, it's not the most ideal weapon pick, but Lazier wants to be aggro. He wants to be in front, so he's gonna need some way to keep himself alive against all of Todak's burst right now, because Zihin and Zayed, neither of them have died yet.
Bait this is...
Oh, okay. Lord, that's risky, sir. He actually goes for it, gets the tower, can get out. AOG finally!
Wow.
Just goes for it, the man.
Woo! High risk, high reward. And the reward is definitely high because not only the mid turret has been gotten by Toda, meanwhile on the bot side as well, Shaheen did a good amount of effort trying to gain a big momentum and more importantly, the map control, allowing Toda to move or to roam freely right now.
Must be roaming freely. Almost going to sniff out EV at first. I mean, EV will eventually get his ult a lot faster than Yanlord, but the Lord is going to spawn. Team Ray just escorting Trap to make sure that he can get to that bot wave and still be relevant in these fights. They're going to have to take their time. They have to play slowly.
And Lord going to miss that taunt on Dinish in the mid lane right now. Lord going to be at the forefront of both sides' minds. The waves actually slightly pushing in favor of Todak, so they're going to try and wait until someone shows themselves.
Just trying to bait it out right now. The Lord then is going to begin with Shaheen. Dishing a amount of damage. Still play.
Flicker forward, Tsunami Slam, but AOG counter straight away. Meanwhile, in the backline, Trap gonna be shut down by Zion Senpai. Eevee not gonna be able to stop anything, but Zihin is traded over. Meanwhile, Zihin is gonna be exploded in the backline. Absolute chaos in the jungle as Eevee picks up a double kill, but Zion gets his very own, make that triple, and the Abyssal Arrow connects with the final standing member. It's a maniac for Zion.
He made it look so easy. Todak understood the exact sequence they needed to do. If we get engaged upon AOG as a counter, and not to mention that they managed to cancel out Dinish's stolen AOG as well, which allowed Yanlord to kind of say, oh, I'm charging out my taunt, I can turn back now.
That is a very good counter engagement from Yanlord as well as from Momo, as well as from Zaid, knowing that, okay, there's not much crowd control. Zaid can roam freely, can just dance away with the electrifying beats, and Momo just withstanding a lot of damage from the side of Team Ray. And again, just the timing of Yanlord, just waiting and waiting, wait for the right moment. Okay, Tsunami Slam has been used, now it's my time to go for the AOG, and immediately Team Ray could not follow up from Virgie's Tsunami Slam just now, so it was a waste entirely.
It's going to be a really difficult game here. I think Lazier has to find a super play where he catches that backline and pushes them back into Team Ray somehow, other than just the Tsunami Slam, because we've seen this sequence at least 3 times already. You're expecting the AOG to connect.
Right now, Todak just putting the pressure on. Team Ray gonna purposefully keep the Lord outside of the holy defense so that they can preserve it for as long as possible. That's the last one they have here. Momo though jumping forward, AOG stolen away. Team Ray trying to engage on this, but Yanlord and Momo are both still alive, and the Wind of Nature keeps the hit alive. He gets the 1v1 against Lazier, and Trap gonna be run down though. Double kill for the carry. Zayed setting things up with that damage.
Beautifully done by Sheehan. He had the gold. He was just waiting for the moment that Lazier double checks the items, jumps right at him thinking that he doesn't have the Wind of Nature in time, but doesn't realize that he was just holding it off until the perfect moment.
Talking about the perfect moment, the perfect arrow was thrown by Zayn Sempoy and it landed perfectly on Trap, allowing Todak to push on forward and get the kill against the marksman of Team Ray. 12 for 7 in terms of kills, 6.2k gold lead in the favors of Todak right now, and I feel like they can just rinse and repeat. If, let's say, once again, Team Ray's initiation is gonna start it by Virgie using the Tsunami Slam, Todak can answer it immediately with the AOG from Yanlord. So I'm not too sure how, once again, Team Ray is gonna go about it. Maybe try to find a pick-off away from Yanlord, but easier said than done because Todak is just gonna group up against one and each other.
Yep. I mean, Zayed is never going to go in first. Momo and as well as Yanlord are the only ones who are going to be targets for Virgie's Tsunami Slam overall. Zayn Sempoy, he's making sure that he has vision over the map, that he has an idea of what's going on. And this is falling into the new Todak playbook of just following protocols, right? We want a specific sequence to happen. If we get that sequence and we don't make too many mistakes, we will come out on top.
And they definitely have the leeway to be able to make that sequence happen as well. Yanlord and Momo are able to eat so much damage because Team Ray just doesn't quite have enough burst yet. They're quite wholly relying on Trap, and he's already completed 4 items, but if Todak is able to pick him off first, then Team Ray can't really do much.
I like what Todak is doing right now. They are not forcing the issue. They're just playing it safely. They are playing it very, very patiently, waiting for that right moment to engage. But the concealed play from Team Ray is going to get caught out by Momo right there. Good stun is... Okay, I thought Zayed was going to go in for Virgie, but it's just a warning shot coming in from Zayn Sempoy. Still, they are playing it very, very slowly right now.
Very disciplined indeed.
The wall connects again. Lord Momo zoning Virgie at the same time. Lord getting very, very low. Team Ray wants to engage. They're going to go on Momo. Tsunami Slam pulls him away into the Zaman Force. Virgie going to be picked off. Legendary streak. But Sihin doing so much damage. Trap as well. Both gold laners dismantling their respective opposing teams. But Sihin coming out on top with just more bulk on his side to keep him alive. And now Trap is left alone all by himself. Zayn Sempoy jumps in, picks him off. Officially a team wipe for Todak. And that means game 1 goes over to the Swordfishes.
Beautifully done by Todak. Systematic. Robots, they have to be disciplined. You're not going to make too many mistakes. And even when Team Ray tried to adapt to the scenario, oh no, they're going to AOG in one of the choke points. Let's pull him closer to Harith. It was a good initial bait. However, there's just too much damage on the opposing side and a clear line of sight for Selena to hit arrow after arrow after arrow.
I mean, there was no threat at all coming in from the side of Team Ray to be able to move Shaheen away from that team fight. Shaheen is just gonna roam to the left, roam to the right with the amount of damage that he has, be able to dish upon Team Ray. Secondly, there was no prior crowd control to be able to stop the Joy from using the electrifying bits or to be able to zone him out of the fight. So Todak is just a waiting game of trying to find the best possible scenario or to find the best possible situation for them to go in. If they can't find that momentum or if they cannot find that gap, it's okay. We're just gonna wait it out. Deal a bit damage to the Lord dances a bit. Zayd is gonna split push on top. Zayd is gonna come back, get some farm on the opponent's jungle. Meanwhile, they are posing the question to Team Ray. Are you guys gonna move in? Are you guys gonna move forward? Are you guys gonna try to engage? If not, fine. We can do this all day long.
Yeah, I think that Zayn Sempoy has really implemented the macro, a hard macro aspect to Todak, which has been missing for a very long time. Todak was very chaotic, very creative with the little pockets of space that they get from their opponents. They take advantage of overlooking some of the fundamentals. Now, it seems like Todak are sticking to the fundamentals. I don't have to interact with you when I am ahead. You have to shake me off of my positions.
Yeah, it's a new era of Todak here because that's exactly right. Todak has so many tools, has so much HP overall that they can wait for Team Ray to start the fight every single time. They know that Yanlord and Momo will take a long time to remove. So once cooldowns have been spent, then they can come in and finish the job.
All right, let's take a look at our MVP. Is going to be the one and only Zaid right there, getting the Maniac with the Joy. Again, not much of a problem. No one is going to disturb him. Plus, with the double Season Hunter, having that level advantage proves a point to how the Joy from Zaid able to get the items quickly, levels ahead, and without any prior crowd control. It's just a field day for him.
He is a lethal bullet for Torak. They built this draft to make sure this Joy stays ahead and is a efficient cleanup tool. Again, a lot of these fights, by the second team fight, had he not been able to find 2 kills in that fight itself, I think this would have been a very different game. And overall, I think so far, as disciplined as they are, and Yanlord making the initial first blood and that mistake, if we look at the stats, I think it's very evident. Hey, I don't have to steal all of your buffs. I just need to maintain vision over you, and I can make the correct decisions every single time.
Yeah, I think this is a draft that's pretty suited to countering Team Ray in particular, because they want to play off of early game leads and just kind of deathball their way into a mid-game victory. And Torak have just drafted a comp that slows the game down, creates that space, forces Team Ray into uncomfortable situations. I actually really like that second Season Hunter. It's not a strategy you see often, but they know that Team Ray is not going to be able to invade them too often, so they can actually do the opposite and consistently set up farm acceleration for Zaid.
Not to mention that even in the drafting phase, right, this is why they're looking to ban out things like Jawhead, for an example. They don't want Team Ray to be able to keep up with the level of farm that Zaid and Zaim Senpai are able to give. Not to mention, this Gatot, a very clear answer, especially when you've got good communication on that Tsunami Slam.
I mean, it's just one call away, one Tsunami Slam away, immediately AOG on the right spot to be able to just clear the pathway, not be able to teammate to continue on those team fight. And it's very evident looking at the neutral objective that is being taken by Team Ray. There was no lot, of course, only 1 turtle, and in terms of the buffs, look at how ahead Zaid is. 8 orange in comparison to 6 Lazils, and purple buff 10 for Zaid, only 4 for Lazil in the entire match for 14 minutes just now. So not only in terms of ahead, like in terms of the itemization, but in terms of the farming rate as well, Lazir could not go anywhere. He wanted, to try to get some kind of farm, but his jungle is being invaded. The amount of kills he's gotten is not that high, so it's super hard for Lazil to be able to crawl his way back into the game.
Hey, not to mention that I think that Torak, playing like the CIA right now, they've tapped into the phones of Team Ray. They're basically saying, hey, Momo, go check out this bush for us. Can you double confirm the position of Lazir? And if you happen to see, maybe Virgie or even Dinesh, that works perfectly for us. That's why they had so many purple buffs in their hands. You come on over to Turtle, okay, we sacrifice it, we'll steal your buffs on the opposite side of the map. And I think the worst part is that Team Ray thought, by mid-game, we've got this in the bag. We just need one good team fight. And unfortunately, every single time that happened, it's either Torak completely let go of the rails or they punish Eevee in lane. Momo maintained his level lead for a very long time against Eevee, and you can see the disparity every single situation. Momo is coming out with more assists, Momo is coming out with more gold, and gets a free push on the lane.
Giving Momo lane priority in this matchup is very, very effective because it just gives you an extra body to start roaming around and getting information. When we look at the highlight players here, Zaid nearly breaching the 900 GPM score on a jungle is very, very impressive. But Zihin getting to just pelt damage from the backline as well, becoming the carry for his team, is a great showing for his first game.
I mean, we can't even talk too little about Yanlord, right? I mean, the sandbag absorbing the most damage out of all, and of course the best wingman is him as well with 15 amount of assists. The amount of times that Yanlord uses the AOG either to initiate or to disengage from any team fight or to counter the Tsunami Slam, he will always follow it up with a good amount of crowd control, and he will always know that, okay, even if I die, but I ensure that Shaheen is alive, I ensure that Zaid is alive, I've done my duty. I've done my job to the best capability I could.
despite the early game not exactly working out too well. Well, I would say that, but that's mainly just Yan Lord getting caught out in the middle of the Tribe Rush, right? But these are the fights that matter. Trap initially dying in the middle of that fight really set the tone for Todak to get crazy with it, right? They understand that Zayed is just too far ahead for Lazir to kind of keep up with that sort of damage, and not to mention that even if Virgie was looking for these engagements, it's always sniffed out by either the Abyssal Arrow or by Yanlord or by Momo, which is probably why Todak decided, all right, if you ban out Cho, that's totally fine with us. We could still do the same things.
Just now, it's just showcasing how Shaheen, although this is, I would say, his debut in MPL, but showcasing somehow of an experienced player. He knows that he's gonna get gunned down by Lazir on the back end, right? But he just remained calm. He has that Wind of Nature. He still has that Purifiers to be able to move around. So he's not afraid at all. And despite having a lot of pressure, he can still perform really, really well.
Yeah, I think the carry definitely is a comfort pick for him. That's the reason why Todak decided to go for it, even when there were other gold laners present. And they had drafted this specifically to allow it to happen, right? The goal of every hero in this draft is to prolong a fight as much as possible so that Zihin can keep DPSing, so that Zaya can go in and out as many times as he wants to. The Abyssal Arrows, the Revitalizers, the overall bulkiness all add up to that because they know exactly how Team Ray wants to play.
I think the only other interaction that we didn't cover is the fact that Kerry just blows up that Kalia. How many times have we seen like 2 to maybe even 3 Tsunami Slams just not even reach the ground because he happens to be in the right place at the right time?
I mean, we can know that the carry is definitely a tank killer, and Kalia, in terms of layer of protection or layer of armor, is not that high. So hence why it was so easy for Shaheen to just gun down the health of Kalia, even when using the Tsunami Slam, even when landing from the Tsunami Slam. So for game number 2, in terms of draft, is it a draft issue for Team Ray, game number 1? Is it something that they have to fix for game number 2?
Slightly.
Is it?
Because they kind of... this is not the first time we've seen the Lucas Valentina combo on the blue side. And it can work, but it also kind of locks you in, right? You have to play around this Valentina and Lucas, and it can work if the opposing side decides to give you good ultimates to work with. But here, Todak very strategically only gave Dinesh AOG. And as a Valentina, he cannot AOG the backline because if it doesn't work, then Zihin just melts him down. So the only person that can catch carry is Kalea. And we already pointed out the issues with that too.
Oh yeah, Purify. Just too good, too good. What can you really do about it, man? Hopefully they're going to be able to adapt, but more importantly, don't miss a single moment of the MPL MY Season 15. Because now you can catch it all the live action on your TV screens only with Astro Arena. From epic clashes to highlight-worthy plays, experience the thrill of esports like never before, right from your living room. Hello to everybody watching on Astro Arena if you happen to be catching the English broadcast.
It's a pleasure right now. We can watch esports or watch MPL MY regardless of whatever platform that you have right now. And now on traditional media as well. So it's good to see the growth of MPL MY, the growth of esports being introduced to the eyes of the public. So hopefully this trend keeps on moving on forward, and hopefully we can see much more participation from the traditional media for esports. Going back into the game, I do agree with what Sadafa has been said just now. Although there are some instances of the execution was not done well, then again, the execution was going back to the draft of how Kalia using the Tsunami Slam, hoping that the Valentina has the good amount of damage, has the good amount of burst to be able to, you know, just eliminate whoever Kalia Tsunami Slam. But then it's hard because there's gonna be AOG to be followed up. So Valentina does not want to stay in that area, right? So if Valentina is not within that area, how would she burst any target Kalia has taken flight from, has used the Tsunami Slam? So again, it's going back to the draft. So yeah, draft issue a bit here and there.
I would say at the very least, this is really taking advantage of the identity of Team Ray, right? Put Dinesh on something that's a little utilitarian, make sure that Eevee plays like a true secondary role and store to roll. punish it every single time, right? Now we need a second carry from the side of Team Ray. Because if you're looking for a second carry and you're looking for a player 1 to your player 2, well, guess what? The MPL MY Season 15 exclusive merchandise sale is now on. More designs available at MPL MY Arena merchandise booth. So come on over. If you're watching from Astro Arena and you want to experience it live, check out our marshals. They've already got the swag on, and you can buy it for your player 2 to come with matching outfits.
I like the colorway of that merchandise right there. I mean, it can fit with so many
yeah, it looks really good actually.
Yeah, with so many sneakers as well, and you can definitely style it out. So make sure you grab the MPL merchandise before it's sold out. Right now, taking a look at Shahin's stat from MAL Season 2. In terms of KDA, 4.9, average score per minute 754, DPM 3000, kill participation 62%. Okay, not the stats that blows you away, but I think it's good enough from coming on from MAL into MPL and trying to evolve his gameplay even further.
So far, things I've noticed about this man, number one, his laning phase, pretty decent, right? He didn't get solo killed. He definitely is very disciplined and with high respect to maybe even Zyme Senpai, who's probably warning him, hey, you've got some threats coming your way. Let's chill for a second. And he still maintains a good amount of farm against the Harith.
Yeah, I think the Todak roster has a good number of veterans who are quite used to holding back very aggressive personalities. And speaking of one of these personalities, we asked Zayed in Todak's first match, was it the draft that caused the loss? And he said, for me, the draft wasn't the problem. It fit our gameplay, but the reason we lost the MV was because we didn't make the first move, and they did. So it ended up blocking our movement on the map. It was more like MV acted first, and we were just reacting.
It makes sense. Again, I feel like Todak overall, we don't see those snap decisions anymore. It's very step 1, step 2, step 3. Let's follow protocol. We win the game off of the system. And if it breaks the system, that's when they have issues.
Especially with this lineup, with Shahin as well as Yanlord, we can see the textbook gameplay from Todak coming into play. As Gideon mentioned, those robotic kind of playstyle coming into play. So I think this could be the new identity of Todak. No more aggression, no more Langar kind of style. More, I would say, professional, more clear, and more safe. If it's not safe, we back off, we find a different angle. So let's take a look at a different angle in terms of game number 2. Drafting wise, Todak is going to have the benefit of the first pick, but before that, we take a look at the bans. 1-1, respect ban towards Trap. Matilda just not allowing, I'm guessing, Team Ray to move much more freely. If, let's say, you want to go for a very cheesy kind of a pickup, Fedrin Matilda, just how we've seen it previously from the side of Homeboys. Meanwhile, on the side of Team Ray, banning out the Kalia, banning out Chips, so no global presence, no pick-off potential from the Kalia.
I mean, we're not getting much from the draft so far. Ooh, okay.
Blue side ban.
Why doesn't Zayed want to play Fanny? I guess maybe this is Todak trying to re-simulate what happened in game number 1 with the draft and trying to achieve it on the blue side instead of red.
Fair enough. I think that's a very, very good point. Still, it's not showing us too much of what will Todak do or what can Todak do right now. Joy is going to get banned out. So first pick. It's very interesting. Normally we would say Kalia is available, but right now Kalia has been banned out. So Suyo is still there. Lucas is still there if they want to go for much more of a flexible pick. In terms of roamer, there aren't many roamers that is worthy enough of a first pick. So I'm guessing, is it gonna be a jungle?
The most obvious would be like Zusin, or they go into like Suyo, Hayabusa. They could also subvert and go for the Loyi that was banned by Team Ray previously.
True, true. I just don't like the Zushin pick. I would hope it's a different pick. It's gonna be the Xiao.
What?
Really?
Very prio, huh?
Real? Okay. I mean, if Yanlord's comfortable on it, I mean, the big question a couple of seasons ago was whether Yanlord had a big enough hero pool. I mean, don't get me wrong, his trio is pretty decent overall, but like, to be first pick worthy on blue side when there's so many powerhouse picks as well, let's see how Team Ray is going to respond. I want to see them really punish this pick.
They could, by picking up a Suyo Badang, they could by picking up a Suyo Harith. But then again, you are showcasing a lot on your own hands, right? You're showcasing who's going to be your jungler. You're going to showcasing who's going to be on your marksman or your gold lane as well. So maybe they want to keep it.
Really want to focus in the early game. Jawhead Zusin, right? I think that's what they're planning as well. So this way, they can go for the snowball style that they're more used to and still match the mobility of Cho somewhat.
Actually, with the Jawhead as well as Zushin in their hands, it's kind of telling Torak, hey, either you have a solid solution to a fast farming Suyo or you pick up Suyo for yourself. And as soon as they do, at least it guarantees Team Raid that they can lock in that Harith and still have enough of a damage profile to deal with the Suyo after the changes.
Are Todak gonna go for the Lucas Valentina combo here? I mean, you can put Lucas in the jungle and Valentina, I mean, in the hands of Tame Senpai, I think it's a very, very strong pickup. But it's gonna be the Harith and the Farsa. Even there is a Jawhead, it doesn't matter. You know, Tame Senpai still realized.
Skin.
What's that?
Oh, he's done his role. He's got enough currency. Neo Beast activated.
Nice.
Neo Beast Ling right there. I have a fan in my chat who's maybe too big a fan of Ling in this outfit.
Dang, that looks so good, so good. I wish I had more diamonds to get the rest of the Neo Beast skins. But now, Suyo gets locked in, a guarantee for the side of Team Ray, and they don't mind it. And I think that Cypher really respected it. It's like, okay, you can have Suyo, but we're going to have more magic damage to handle you.
Alright, bans wise right now. Team Ray, I feel like can focus on banning junglers right now. Lucas, Hayabusa, or maybe Lancelot as well. Just just to be safe. Who knows? That might be able to be picked up by Todak. So they're gonna opt to go for the Hanzo ban. I think it's a very, very good ban. Disrupt Zushin very, very much on the backside. So no worries right now because Team Ray got that covered.
I hope that Ars gets rid of the Hayabusa, so we might have an opportunity to actually see that Lancelot in the first place. And I mean, the Moscow ban also comes out. It's coming, baby. I'm waiting for it.
Either Lancelot or Ling. I'm not too sure because I think Zaid can play a good Ling. It's just that Ling is not that viable enough to be played at the current patch right now.
I mean, to be fair, all of these assassin type junglers, other than the Suyo, really struggle without having those first few items, man. Lancelot without a snowball feels so bad.
The Nolan ban.
Wow. Okay. Sure.
Interesting. Because they want to get rid of heroes that give Zayed a non-committal way of engaging team fights and taking objectives. Because if he walks forward, Zusin, Jawhead, that's the big issue, right? And they're going to be looking for him all the time. So I was also wondering, do you get rid of Lancelot, right? With some of the most iframes in the game, but they get rid of Nolan instead.
They ban the Ruby, and then it's just clear cut. Oh, there's going to be a Lancelot right now. But I'm guessing they're gonna focus on the marksman right now, Iritel, or banning out the they ban out the 1-1 Beatrix as well. Could be a good.
Rid of the Hilda, right?
Hilda?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They're less worried about the Hilda. Unless Momo's confident in playing the CC into Hilda matchup.
Fair enough. I think Barang is still quite scary as well, having the Zushin, having the Jawhead as well. So you don't want another layer of crowd control in the hands of Team Ray right now. Fourth pick. Is it going to be the marksman or is it going to be the EXP lane side right now? Because they do have the flexibility. And then again, Jawhead I think is mostly going to go for the roam. So they want an EXP lane right now for EV. Ruby is still there if they are afraid of somewhat of a Lancelot coming forward right now.
I suppose, but are they even thinking about it, right? Especially considering, they go for the carry at the very least. Any tanks that show up, we're going to melt you down, no problem. We can really capitalize. If there's not enough burst damage from that Zushin, carry is going to fill that spot.
That's a lot. Everyone, that's
so fun. I do feel like Todak would be able to benefit from a comp that just doesn't play your typical front to back here.
Yeah, I mean, they've set it up perfectly, right? They've got rid of the Moscow, they've got rid of the... Oh, okay, look, wait, come on. Dang it, darn it.
We were so close.
I was hopeful that Zayed would look at his coach in the eyes and be like, please.
Coach, please.
Annabelle did it. I can do it too. Please.
Alright, so no Lancelot is gonna be the Lucas jungle. Meanwhile, Hilda is gonna go for the EXP lane for Momo. So what matchup does EV has in store to be able to withstand the Hilda right now? Is it gonna be the CC? Is it gonna be...
The safe pick would just be like Hylos. Yeah. Hylos is the safe pick. If he really wants to win lane, there's like Kali. Oh yeah, I guess so.
We completely forgot about Phobius. Just entirely slipped. We just expected Phobius to be banned out this entire time.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, regardless, it does mean that at least for the side of Team Ray, they have a way to kind of disrupt that backline. Especially once Harith starts getting going, at least Phobius will have multiple ways to, you know, hopefully land some CC onto him to buy some time for the rest of the team to kind of collapse.
I think for the side of Toda, they do have the firepower to push forward in terms of team fight with the Lucas, with the Farsa as well, being able to use the Feather Astride, and Lucas is just going to finish them off. But Team Ray, they can counter-engage back with the Zushin as well as the Jawhead, picking up anyone apart, as well as the Phobius. So the main threat for the side of Toda right now, they have to focus on the Phobius. If the Phobius has not been killed yet, is going to be a problem for Toda.
Honestly, Todak has a very universally balanced draft. You could see this draft and it could work pretty much into any sort of lineup. Whereas Team Ray definitely wants to aim for those early game catches with the Jawhead, Azusin. They should be able to clear jungle pretty fast as well. And they're gonna need to make something happen to keep themselves in this series, as Todak is 1 game up.
All right, now as we can see, Wazir is going to be slightly faster on that initial push, but Trap, very, very smart, walking deep into the lane to chunk out Xian very early on, knowing that he does not have the Chrono Dash to stop that Light Wheel. Now we look at the battle spells and emblems. Master Assassin, Trap is confident that he can win this out.
Yeah, I like the confidence that that Trap has right now, being able to try to win that laning phase up against Shaheen. But we shall see whether it pays off or not. In the mid side, Virgie and Danish right now establishing dominance up against Zaim Senpai and Younglord, where they were getting chunked out a bit of their health right there.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Zaim Senpai, hold on.
Careful, Virgie.
He's all right. He gets the live. He gets the live to see another day. He's going to take his back. But pull yourself together coming in from Zaim Senpai.
Oh, yeah.
I think that he's realized that, okay, he's probably going to be a big target here, right? If they don't see Zayn and Momo is able to kind of open up the map, it's probably Zayn as well as Yanlord plus Momo as the main trio to kind of work around the map and see where the push and pull is going to be.
Blade Surge actually connects there. So he's gonna have to dash out. Flicker from Trap. They're committing for the kill. But the extra shield keeps him topped up. And now Todak is here to make sure there's no extra bodies.
Oh no. I mean, good play coming in from Trap, flickering forward, dodging the Synchro Fisher, but also getting the Light Wheel right on top of Xian, especially after that Chrono Dash. Really nice exploit, but better yet, he misses out pretty much half an entire wave down bot side because of that, and now he can set up a freeze.
Oh, Predator's right comes in with the combo from Yanlord. That's first blood on Danish. Virgie's just throwing Momo. Meanwhile, Phobius on top of Zayed, but he's not gonna be able to stop him from taking that turtle. So Todak gets the first objective.
A very nice team fight coming in from Toda right there. He got the first blood on the mid side where Younglord managed to kill off Danish. Therefore, there's no Lantern Flag coming in from the Zushin. 1 man down, and it allows Toda, especially Zayed, to just all in with that turtle. Almost getting another kill as well. And look at Momo just now, zoning out Virgie without any
3-man gank combo onto Eevee, and the kick into the feathered airstrike is the most classic kill combo you could ask for.
Beautifully done by Yanlord. I was wondering why he didn't go for the third hit Jikundo flicker on to Eevee earlier, right after the neutral take, but this is why, right? Get the whole team together, spread out those assists, distribute the gold amongst the team.
And knowing that he would require more than just one person to help him out to be able to kill the Phobius off, because he knows that Zaim Senpai does not have the damage yet with the emblem setup, right? With pull yourself together, it's not an offensive kind of emblem, so he requires a bit more.
Dragon finds the jungler. Lazier is stunned instantly. Iframes out, but Yanlord flickers after him, picks up the kill. Now Dinis jumps in with the ultimate. Yanlord gonna be pulled into the tower, but should go way out. And Feather is right with the 2-man stun, stops the follow. Eevee trying to buy time, but he's 1v2, and Todak takes out 2 members with no question.
Ooh, Trap. Gotta be careful right there.
Oh, no.
Okay. still had the flicker.
Thank God. Thank God. Dashing back into the light wheel probably wasn't part of the plan, but he got pretty close in the 1v1. Unfortunately, didn't win it out. Regardless, it's a big win for Todak. 4-0 on the board so far.
Yan Lord is looking for Trap. He has Way of the Dragon, sets it up. Sihin, can he find it? Flicker away, Trap! Just barely survives, but Dinish does not in the mid lane.
We were too focused on the bot side. Mid side is where the action was at just now, getting a kill off, but it's not over yet. Virgie trying to find a pick off with the ejector. EV up front, Lazar on the back side.
Zayed initiates on Virgie. He's so low, he has to flicker away. Jawhead is out of the fight, and Yanlo is just zoning away Lazar, which means EV has been abandoned. He has the flicker. Shockwave nearly takes him out, but I think he's gonna get chased down anyway. Even commits the retry just to finish him off.
It doesn't matter, right?
Yep, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I mean, the fact that they've already lost pretty much all of their battle spells, Lazar could try and go for a steal, but the most important part for Todak is they get big shmoneys. It's all about the turrets. This neutral objective is just a means to an end to find kills on Team Ray, whether they get it or not.
Yeah, I mean, even if they had not gotten that kill on EV, they couldn't have gotten the top turret. But the fact that they got the kill, they got the top turret, and it's going to be an easy turtle for Zayed right now. So overall, a big W for Todak in the 5-minute mark. 3.2k gold lead. Team Ray right now still trying to find their footing. We have not seen yet any ejector coming in from Virgie that can be followed up either by Zushin, EV, or in fact for anyone from the side of
Momo
Ray.
and Yan Lord on the map.
Yep. I mean, these are critical attacks from Todak, right? It's not just
instant response. Dinish doesn't even know what hit him. Has to commit ultimate, but the shockwave finishes him off. Yanlord still chasing EV down. Flickers back, gets knocked away, but the Way of Dragon still connects, and that means another one down. EV is gone. Double kill for Zayed.
We talk about how Todak playing a textbook style, right? A very robotic style. But right now, this is back vintage Todak. Just lungaring away, just being aggressive right now.
I mean, that's what their comp wants to do, especially when you have Lucas as your jungler. But also, Team Ray is making some pretty hefty mistakes. What is Dinish doing there in the first place?
Oh my goodness, look at that damage.
He's just chunking them out, and he's doing it for fun. He's just like, I can do this. You want to do, try me again, test me.
Come forward and feel my wrath of the feather as strike. You talk about Shaheen's laning phase, right? I do have to agree right now. Although there are no kills or no death, but he is sustaining really well up against Trap. But so far,
the kick side on the EV right into the jaws of the beast, and Todak picks up one casualty already. Steals the purple for Sihin. Zayed just waiting for a chance to flank, but they don't even need to force it.
9-0 Gideon, 5k gold lead, and it's not even the 10-minute mark. Team Ray right now are looking very disorientated, and they're just not sure what to do or where to go right now.
It just feels like whatever Team Ray does, there's like 3 other Todak members ready to...
and the flicker backwards. Yanro going to miss the kick. Gonna get dragged back, shut down by Trap right there. But Todak clears the mid lane of towers.
Man, it's so... I really wonder what the calls sound like for the side of Todak. Is it Yanlar being like, I might be able to catch somebody, or is Zaim Simpoy just like, die for me? You get somebody or you die, we get objective regardless.
You're in too deep already, so might as well go for it right now. Momo is gonna be the man up front. Virgie,
he flickers, throws him backwards, and meantime EV is 1v2 in the backline. Zion Force comes in from Zihin, forces the flicker from Dinish. He's now 1v4, and he's actually doing it. He's killing Virgie, and that's a killing spree from Zion Simpoy as well. Todak wins on both fronts.
I've never seen someone of 4 people could not do anything about a single Harith right there. Opening up the Zaman Force, forcing them in a very confined space without being able to counter-engage back on the Harith just now.
Hey, this little boy's got some hands, man. He's got some hands. That's for sure.
Oh, beautiful flicker kick from Yanlord. That's his signature. Blade Surge right to iframe. But you cannot escape. That is the beast himself. Killing spree for Zayed.
Dear Lord, Dinish lost like 90% of his health to just the beast bomb. Yanlord
gets thrown into another country and he decides... Looks like he ran out of dashes there. That's a bit awkward.
Hey, man, TSA is stopping you right when you get off your flight. It's like, sir, no. Stop right there, sir.
You don't have the right papers, sir.
Security check right there for the side of Team Ray, managing to get one kill off from Yanlord. But Toda right now, they have to calm themselves down. Yes, they are in the lead right now, and it looks like it's a one-way traffic, but you know, those kind of mistakes here and there are just what Team Ray need to be able to crawl their way back. Although it's a humongous lead that Team Ray has to crawl their way back, because we did mention about just the Beast Bomb itself. The health of Dinesh is not good.
No, he is really under-farmed at this point. Last time we checked, he only had components, right? The most is just the Gleaming Gem. I'm pretty sure he's pretty done with at least that Glowing Wand by now. Jihin with the only crystal, 9 minutes, 30 seconds into this game. Team Ray has a very tall hill to climb.
I mean, we take a look at the level as well. EV level 8, Momo level 10, 2 levels apart. Lazil level 12, meanwhile Zaid level 10. Okay, 1 level apart, so not a big of a difference. But still, on the EXP side, it's also losing heftily right now. So I'm not too sure how Team Ray is gonna frontman this, because their frontliner is not as tanky as they want it to be. So it's so easy to just pop them out.
Honestly, with this comp, Team Ray kind of had a timer here, just like the timer we see right now, where they needed to be somewhat even, or preferably ahead early on. Once Todak denied that and got like, what, a 6k gold lead in like 8 minutes, the game was pretty much over. Now, the only way they lose is if they choose to lose.
Basically. Oh, looks like it's a Type 1. Okay, Type 1 issue on Zaid's side. It's minute timer put on the clock. In the meantime, hopefully you guys can get your water break in, stay hydrated, and focus with 100+. Because this game is straining on the eyes, let's say. Very, very straining. Because again, there's not a lot of outs coming in from Team Ray. And I feel like minimal mistakes being made by Torak. The most you can say is just Yanlord feeling himself. If he can reach further, by all means, they do it at no loss.
Yeah, I mean, because when I take a look at Team Ray, right, EV cannot be the front line. He's just gonna get melted down. So if EV cannot even front line, how would Dinesh position himself by using the Zushin? And even if Dinesh cannot position himself well with the Latent Flare, I mean, Trap won't be able to just move forward to try to dish a good amount of damage. Lazir as well, if he gets caught out by either the Beast Bomb or just the basic of the Lucas ultimate, it's just gonna be over for him. So all in all, this is, I'm not even talking about yet about Bad the Airstrike. I'm not talking about the Zaman Frost from Shaheen. Yanlord definitely is gonna go on the backside and try to find a kick. So it's a lot of threats coming in from Toda, and I don't think Team Ray has any outs of how they're gonna approach the high ground defense later on.
Honestly, how do you even deal with Zaim Senpoi just calling down missile strikes whenever he feels like it?
Hey man, you gotta go for those flanks. You gotta stay under the radar, bro.
Under the radar.
That's the only way. If not, you won't be able to cross these rivers.
It's a pretty big radar.
It's a pretty big. I'm not gonna lie, I have to agree with you on the pretty big radar, but it looks like we're getting into game. I think so far the only answer that they have is maybe Virgie making a flicker play.
Yeah.
EV making a flicker play, but they're just too under-farmed to make it happen.
I mean, not just the missile strike, right? I mean, the bazooka from Zahid as well. Don't forget about that. And all of these are long-range attack that be able to kill them without stepping so close between one and another.
So they're all just like heavy weapons at this point.
Basically.
We have Zahid with a bazooka, Zaim Senpoi with missile strike.
Yep.
Zihin is like some kind of shotgun.
Shotgun.
Semi-automatic?
Yeah.
Semi-automatic?
No, he's an LMG waiting for orders, right? He's a heavy turret. And then there's UAV Momo here, just scanning out the map, all right? Yanlord just ready to drone strike somebody, kick him back into the team. It is not an easy position to play from, especially since the mid-game went so poorly for Team Ray.
Oh, here comes the concealed Yanlord once again. This goes for Tao. Wow! How do you even do that? The Purify comes in though, so Yanlord actually ends up dying. Dinesh able to survive. But Todak have taken an inhib They're trying to aim for another, but they don't have the minions for it.
Okay, second wave. Second wave is going to come in. Zaim Senpai still has his ult. I think based on the battle spells that we can see, Team Ray, if Todak make another attempt, it's not going to go well. Good punish coming in from the side of Team Ray, at least.
I mean, good engagement, good idea from Todak, but Team Ray expected somehow that movement was going to come out from the side of Young Lord, and they were able to answer it immediately. And right now, Todak can just go back to game number 1 style, which is, I don't have to do anything. I'll just have to wait it out, wait for the next Lord. I just have to freeze the wave. I want you guys to come out. I want you guys to reinitiate back on us so we can counter-engage back. So will Team Ray bite the bullet right now? Trap!
A bit far out. Flicker has to be used. Even better than come in. Oh, so close. But they throw someone. That's Yanlord again. Maybe a bit deep this time, sir.
Yanlord. Gotta be careful right there. I mean, a few more of those mistakes. I mean, we can see Team Ray crawling their way back once again. So, Todak, let me repeat again. You don't have to do anything much. You just have to wait it out. Only 50 more seconds before the next slot arrives on the top side. Flicker play, Virgie.
Flicker, Virgie not able to find Zaim Senpai. Finds the Hilda instead. Momo tanking everything down the head. The LMG in the backline. Double kill for the Harif. And Eevee will fall as well. Mega kill for Zaim Senpai. And that is officially it, ladies and gentlemen. There is nothing you can do against that. That was basically the equivalent of Todak dropping a nuke on top of Team Ray. Lazir trying to escape. You can't iframe a nuke though. That's a mega kill for Zihi, and Momo still alive after all this time. They finally pick him up, but what is it worth? Because that is going to be 2-0 for Todak.
Oh my goodness. That could have been a moment right there. Had they just caught Zaim Senpai, they just needed to chain into him. Either Phoveus or Jawhead, didn't matter. But that's a 2-0 victory, and that is textbook Todak.
Like I said, wait it out, wait for Team Ray to make a move, and then you re-engage. And that's what happened, right? Team Ray engaged with Jawhead, and then the Todak just counter-engage immediately. But to be fair, our MVP of the match gotta go over to Zaid. Played phenomenally game number 1 and game number 2 with a full of assassin on his hands. But overall, Todak, week number 2, stepping up intensely, immensely, and looking like a great contender for that one or the first place spot.
I'm wondering whether he's doing so well because of his size and the fact that we're using the Note 50 Pro, bro. Bigger screen, it makes it all happen. But let's have a chat with our MVP and as well as Todak with Lafel up on stage.
Jangan risau, yang ni aku memang serius. Tapi macam mana sekalipun, tahniah kepada pasukan Todak berjaya untuk menang perlawanan tadi. Dan sekarang ni, Zaim, ada beberapa benda yang aku nak tanya, di mana pertama sekali adalah pada minggu lepas, kalah lawan dengan MV, tough match. Tetapi hari ini menentang dengan Team Ray memang nampak sangat-sangat kuat. Apa perbezaan yang besar antara minggu lepas dengan minggu ni?
Okay, minggu lepas mungkin kita orang first match, biasalah first match kan. Dan kita orang ada mistake-mistake yang kita orang buat lah. Dan kita orang perbaiki dan kita orang execute this match.
Okay, ini adalah soalan yang penting di mana saya rasa semua peminat Todak memang akan tanya, iaitu pasukan Todak akan wakil Malaysia dekat ISF dan sememangnya korang nak pergi ke MSC. Soalannya, kau rasa dengan keadaan tim sekarang, boleh tak bertanding dekat international?
Untuk sekarang kita orang pun masih prepare ke ISF. Kalau nak cakap boleh ke tak, mestilah of course boleh. Sebab kita orang pun setiap hari, setiap minggu kita orang try hard.
Sememangnya kalau kita cerita pasal confident, kita kena sentiasa ada confident tu. Tapi pendapat daripada Zaim, kalau apa yang perlu diperbaiki lagi untuk pastikan boleh menjadi juara dekat mana-mana international event?
Mungkin paling penting dekat international ataupun tournament mana, first thing first is confident lah. Sebab mungkin kita kadang-kadang kita pergi tournament, kita tak confident, itu yang kadang-kadang membuatkan kita jadi ragu-ragu, takut. Bagi saya confident is number 1.
Alright, sekarang ni pergi kepada Zaid, di mana kita nampak Zaid cakap kena confident. Jadi Zaid mulanya season 15 ni, macam mana mentaliti Zaid? Adakah Zaid lebih confident pada season ni ataupun season ni rasa macam masih ada benda yang perlu dibaiki?
Nak kata tak confident tu, of course saya confident untuk main MPL. Saya main pun dah berapa season kan. So dah tak ada waktu untuk gugup, nervous atau segala benda lah. So memang sentiasa ready untuk tournament MPL dan ISF. Dan apa tadi lagi?
Jujur cakap, aku pun lupa apa aku tanya.
Apa dia?
Tak apa. Okay, Zaid. Last, aku nak tanya. Pada minggu ni, Kimi, Glue dan sebagainya tak boleh dimainkan. Dan kita nampak dari segi draft, korang ambil show terlebih dahulu. Bermaksud yang korang lebih confident pada draft korang daripada nak fikir sangat draft enemy. Jadi aku nak tanya pendapat kau sebab korang selalu scrim. Bila Kimi, Glue dan sebagainya dah available untuk semua pasukan main, adakah meta akan berubah ataupun meta akan nampak lebih kurang sama je?
Saya rasa meta still sama, tapi dua hero tu sangat annoying lah kalau main balik sebab Glue pun macam Sakai dia punya skill ni.
Alright, dengan tu Zaid sebab awak pegang mic, ada tak apa-apa nak bagi tahu kepada semua orang yang ada kat sini dan semua orang yang menonton di rumah?
Untuk semua yang datang meriahkan venue ni, thank you datang support kita orang. Todak lawan Ray punya fans ke, Todak ke, thank you. Dan yang tengok dekat rumah juga, thank you support kita orang. Teruskan support kita orang sampai playoff, insyaAllah.
Alright, jadi terima kasih banyak. Tapi sekarang kita ambil gambar dulu. Okay, ready? 1, 2. Alright. Actually boleh tak? Semua daripada Todak. Datang jap. Nak ambil gambar. Semua daripada Todak. Come. Mari. Nak ambil gambar. Aku pakai Infinite ni, jangan risau. By the way, Saiful, thank you tarik tadi, kalau tak aku jalan straight je. Terima kasih Saiful Tanya. Gambar. Tapi korang Todak, korang mesti. Ini phone Infinix Saiful. Oi, ini the best phone. Tapi kita tak boleh diri macam biasa je. Jadi style sikit. Tolong style sikit. Ni aku nak post. Okay, ready 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, last. 1, 2. Semua tim lain lemah. Alright. Thank you very much. Dan sekarang kita akan terus kepada caster. Dan soalan dia, tadi aku ambil selfie. Karakter ML apa yang ada selfie juga? Okay, tu je.
What character have their own selfie? Is that the question?
Yeah. Is there one?
Is it a skin kind of thing?
It might be.
Oh, dang it. Oh! Eudora, I think.
Eudora?
Oh, yeah, she has.
Oh, you're right, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, man.
All right, we'll move on forward.
Man, I love the Infinite skin on Eudora.
Yeah.
It's the best one. Give it up for our MVP of the match. It's Zaid. He fits our typography here. Fits the B Ninja B Legend tag. I mean, he's got some style, but he's also got a very consistent hero pool. Great joy game, even when he's playing on something of the likes of a quote-unquote fighter frontliner assassin build style of Lucas. 0 deaths, perfect throughout both matches.
I mean, no deaths in 2 games is actually insane.
I know, right? I mean, it all comes down to his own teammates as well, being able to support him, be able to protect him. And for the first game, I think it's a lot coming down to his own individual gameplay, individual capability of playmaking with the joy. But in game number 2, it all boils down to how Yanlord opens up the map really, really well. The feather airstrike coming in from Zain Senpai to be able to not just zone out, but of course, dealing a good amount of damage. And he himself understanding well the power of Lucas, how much damage he can deal upon the enemy, how much damage he can take on upon himself. So a perfect gameplay. I mean, what else can you ask for from Zaid, right? So far, perfect week number 2, and hopefully he can build on his own confidence going into week number 3.
I hope to God we see Lancelot sometime this season, man. Maybe not the playoffs, at least give us a test run, you know, before we purchase the vehicle. I think that so far, Todak, it is clear why this lineup works. Everybody's very respectful about the calls. Everybody's extremely disciplined, but they're all on a leash. They're just waiting to get let go, to let that inner beast out. Even for Shein, you could see how aggressive he is when you give him that green light. He is more than happy to get down and dirty.
In game 1, Todak drafted a style that allowed them to play from a comfortable reactive position, forcing Team Ray to be the ones to run into them and then counterplaying that. In game 2, though, their draft lets them be more active on the map. They can be the ones to take initiative, to open things up, to get those pickoffs, to get those catches, and they were able to keep doing so. Yanlord and Zyme Senpoi were a very good mid duo that kept bursting people down. And on top of that, Team Ray unfortunately ended up drafting 4 physical damage dealers, so the 2 antique cuirasses on Todak's side just denied so much damage.
Plenty of value, and honestly, I feel it's a little wasted that Zyme Senpoi decided to take the point himself together, because he didn't really have to flicker a majority of the time. He only did it to kind of just extend the fact that, oh, I might actually get a kill if I flicker here. Might as well.
I mean, paying high respect towards the lineup of Team Ray, knowing that there is a Zushin, knowing that there is a Johan as well, and he knows that I'm gonna be the main target for them. Whenever I use my Feather Astride, I'm just a stationary target to be used the ejector upon or the lantern flare. So having that put yourself together is a very safe pickup. But once he noticed that, okay, we are cooking, we are snowballing, so might as well use my flicker very aggressively to be able to narrow down my Feather Astride up against Trap. And there was one instances on the top side, we can see how aggressive he went to be able to kill Trap, although he did not manage to kill, but look the amount of damage that he can deal upon the side of Team Ray. 52,000 damage, the only one 50k ahead of anyone else.
It's a huge burst, honestly. Just look at, I honestly can't believe it looking at it. And it's right in front of my eyes. But
yeah.
This is like classic Zyme Senpoi. This is a lot of classic mid laners. They don't really want to be constrained to utility roles. They want to be secondary cores, and I'm really liking the re-emergence of Farsa alongside set of tanks like Cho and the Kalea. He is literally doing about as much damage as all of Team Ray put together.
Yep. I think overall, Todak understands a few fundamentals that they are leaning into. The second half of their draft definitely something that could be punished by some other teams if they look a little deeper into it. But generally, you can see the small synergies that eventually work into one bigger concept or machine. In this case, at least playing through that mid lane and having a strong early game makes that neutral objective so much more doable, especially since you know that, hey, Jawhead's not going to show up in the mid lane straight away. He's going to help that Suyo out. And Zyme took full advantage with that alongside with Yanlord with Concussive Blast. I mean, look at that. He's the carry so far, Momo being the sandbag and the best wingman.
You know, when this screen came up, I thought like, oh, 2 Momos and 2 Zyme Senpoi. And then I realized
that is not a Zyme Senpoi, that is Shaheen, the new guy, the rich guy with 850 gold per minute. So far, the debut of this guy has been phenomenally well, especially on the laning phase. He played very aggressively. At the same time, he knows that when he is getting ganked upon, he always keeps his flicker, he always keeps his escape ability to be able to save himself regardless of any danger coming in from left or right side.
Oh yeah, he played a really strong game despite sometimes getting caught out, maybe making slight mistakes, but recovering himself very, very well. This is what we would have expected from like an import from MDL ID, for an example, which again, a pretty accurate showing here overall. Really nicely done. A lot of clutch moments happening in this game, but it wouldn't have made much of a difference had Yanlord died a couple more times, right? I think that Todak understood at the end of the day, there are some major concepts that we must play around, and if it doesn't matter too much if we give like a quote-unquote bounty, because Yanlord is still going to be a roamer, we will be in time for the next neutral.
It's been so long since I've seen a very classic combo. Stapa did mention how it's just a very basic, very classic. You pick off, you burst. You pick off, you burst. And that is what happened throughout the game from Yanlord as well as Zyme Senpoi. One kick, one burst. One kick, one burst. It's easy as that. I don't know why sometimes there are a few teams here in MPL MY, they like to overcomplicate this very fundamental draft, right? You know, being able to be a bit, not to say gimmicky, but trying to, you know, work their way around. But it's just a very straightforward combo. You use it, you win, you dominate, and you clear out the game.
They keep trying to change the recipe. They're like, oh yeah, let's make chocolate bars, but this time we're gonna put nuts in it. Nobody wants those. They just want the chocolate. Give it to me.
You gotta admit, sometimes you have to be willing to do something a bit different, because basic gameplay only gets you so far.
I mean, true. It's not every day that we're gonna have macadamia nuts sometimes, but generally, I think that the formula needs to be practiced well before you can start thinking about, because unless you know the rules, it's very difficult to start bending those rules.
Agree.
I mean, we see it all the time in professional play, and especially when we start going to internationals where everybody's looking to exploit just the slightest thing. Oh, I've noticed that you like to take EXP crab rather than gold crab. Let's see if we can punish you there.
You gotta be willing to diversify your gameplay, I think, because even like you're definitely not gonna be good at different gameplay styles at the beginning, but if you never attempt to do so, then you're always going to be missing a part of your playbook. Like in some of these fights, Team Ray tried to split up the fight. They tried to like segregate and pick off one by one, but I think Todak was kind of there when the source material was written. So they were so good at taking back control of those split fights and just denying Team Ray from anything.
I think the most important part, if you want to diversify your playstyle, but you have to get good in terms of the fundamentals, the basic stuff. You have to be strong with it first of all. Then only you can diversify your playstyle into, you want to play a more split pushy kind of style, or you want to play more of a team fight oriented, regardless of whatever you want to play. In the side of Todak, they have already secure the fundamentals, hence why we can see how strong they were regardless of what playstyle they did. So with the win that Todak managed to get, is there going to be a changes in our standings overall? Homeboys should way up right now onto the first place spot while sharing the same spot with Selangor Red Giants OG Sports with 6 points. Looking at Todak, they also increased their spot onwards to the 6th standing with 3 points. Vamos also managed to get a win with 5 points, sitting very comfortable at the 3rd spot.
Oh boy, I mean, considering the standings so far, after looking at the abysmal week 1 of a majority of our representatives, now we are starting to see, okay, maybe it's because it's a bad matchup. So far, anybody facing the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports is a little tough to handle, but everybody else is up for grabs.
Yeah, we're definitely starting to see gameplay solidify a little bit more now that it's in week 2. Teams are thinking, all right, it's time to bring the main roster to really lock in, especially in some of these tighter matchups, just to make sure we get those points to rise up the rankings. Because after all, only the top 6 will move on to playoffs.
Gotta be careful for Ocean Black and JP9ers. I know it's only week 2, but they have to rack up those wins. If not, they might get eliminated. But let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule where we have DX Soul is gonna go up against Homeboys. Meanwhile, game number 2 is gonna be a treat, my friends. SRG OG Esports up against Monster Vicious, scheduled at 3 PM. And the last match for tomorrow is gonna be Ocean Black up against Todak, who managed to get a very convincing win today. Can they replicate again for tomorrow?
I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. Zoravecki on Friday was like, hey, it's going to be a fire match on this Sunday. So tune in. Tune in for SRGOG Esports up against Monster Vicious, because they had super strong week 1s. To conclude week 2, that would be the highlight.
And if we can recap back to last season, on the regular season, Monster Vicious managed to get a win against SRG OG. So this is going to be a revenge match for them to be able to get one up against MV.
The only team to take a victory against SRG OG Esports in the past year of MPL. And they're still looking pretty good this season as well. So I'm super excited for that. But of course, focusing on the present, Todak looks to be back in fighting form. This is their first win secured. Clean sweep as well. So that'll set them up quite nicely for the following weeks.
We're getting back to the vintage of MPL MY, where Todak is, starting to dominate again. Homeboys are starting to dominate again. So this rivalry, I would want to see even more. Once they fare out against each other, it's going to be a very interesting matchup once Todak versus Homeboys. That is the original El Clasico.
I think the top 4 is pretty much, like, in my mind, is pretty secured overall, which means that there's only 2 other slots that need to be filled, and I don't know who's going to get it, right? There's a lot of teams that are kind of stuck in that middle spot.
I agree. I mean, you still have the Exol, are still doing quite well. You still have the likes of Team Ray, showcasing a good momentum. Although losing today is gonna tough, but I hope that they come back stronger for the next upcoming weeks. So thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Thank you for my partners for having me here today. We'll definitely be seeing you guys tomorrow for more action-packed in MPL MY Malaysia. Till then, take care, good night, goodbye, and see you guys tomorrow.
5 second.
Kalau kau ready aku ready. Kau tengok. Tengok. Ni ada mati.
Nice. Cik mati guys. Badan 3.
Luka.
Boleh main.
Nice. Gila guys, main gila guys.
Tengok badan, tengok badan.
Main gila.
Nice. Badan tu no flick guys. Badan tu no flick.
Okey. Boleh lock kita guys.
Nice. Oi, pendek. Let's go.
Ambil. Boleh. Tadi badan flicker shin. 11.55.
Okey, aku try. Nasib. Relax. Aku ada conceal loh.
Sama Shin.
Dalam. Aku pasal badan. Dekat aku. Boleh. Menang ni.
Aku dah minta.
Menang. Aku bagus. Lagi.
Mantap Shin.
Lagi. Nice. Boleh main.
Boleh main.
Nak main. Fokus. Ada mi je kau konsol. Aku win.
Dah menang.
Nice. Oi, bapak gempak tu.
Boleh.
Keren dulu.
Mantap. Alhamdulillah.
Kali dia.
Zu sikit Emo.
Aman. Dah campak.
Ya, aku Fobi dia tak ada flicker.
Mati. Nice.
Fobi lo. Tak ada flick. Jom.
Kan?
MG kan?
Okey. Jom.
Lagi. Mantap.
Aku pergi dua bawah tu.
Boleh Shin.
Boleh mid guys.
So you
tak ada skill 3.
Okey, kalau kau nak buang Joy pun boleh kan? Tower dulu Shin. Tower lu.
Jom. Dapat.
Boleh dapat Jushin. Apa? Depan lu guys. Depan lu guys.
Betul. Jaga Jushin
Relax.
Ambil taruh bawah.
Salah target cok itu.
Tak ada minion tau ni.
Ya, kau dengar cakap aku boleh kan?
Aku dah try Joy.
Tak payah.
Sabar.
Relax, belum.
Santai.
Dia boleh jadi conceal tau. Careful tau.
Aku jaga sini dulu. Tak betul. Joy sini. Kan ada.
Kongsi.
Play. Joy dah play. Backup.
Boleh.
Tengok kari.
Kari tak ada flick.
Aku hidup.
Rata.
Mati.
Boleh.
Jangan pakai ayat rata tu.
Boleh admit ke guys?
Bawa. Mati gue. Aman lagi.
Gua nak F yang ini sih. Ada F masuk kita ya?
Ada satu minion.
Ada lagi. Strike bro.
Jom.
Boleh tarik.
Jom.
Mantap Syed. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.